Chapter 1. Riley waited until the last possible second to turn on the air conditioning. The machine roared to life, sputtering out a cool, musty breeze. She'd been sweating in her little studio for damn near an hour, but couldn't afford to turn on the air until she really needed it. And with clients on their way over within a half hour, this was the threshold to make sure the entire studio cooled down before their arrival. She stood in front of the cool stream of air, sighing with closed eyes as she relished the breeze. Being cash-strapped sucked. She was coming up on a year with the photography studio, and each month got worse. That wasn't how businesses were supposed to work, not unless they were on their way to closing. But it was make or break in Los Angeles. Everybody and their stepbrother knew a fancy photographer, or had some connection to what's-his-name from Milan, or could get a discount on artistic portraits from somebody's sister's best friend. She was an idiot for thinking she could ever make a career out of her passion. Yet she still plodded forward, some sort of optimistic masochist, hoping against all hope that things would turn around. That something would start working. That business would begin suddenly multiplying, like every artist in LA had promised, and she'd be consistently making enough money for rent on the studio and rent for her shared house. Riley shook her head into the musty breeze. Maybe it was time to give up. Here she was, hanging on by a thread, and the only work she could snag anymore was a bunch of glamour shots for some bodybuilders. That's mean. She frowned down at her off-the-shoulder t-shirt that said trendy AF. It was ironic. She wasn't that trendy. But it should have read bitter AF. Because she was thinking poorly of the only work to come her way for over a week. Holt Body Fitness had been her sanctuary over the past year, and she'd grown close with the owner, Travis, and his girlfriend, Amara. Not to mention that his entire staff felt like some fun, extended family she'd never realized she was missing. This was more than glamour shots. This was a legitimate portrait session that Travis and his trainers needed for promotional purposes. Except it fell so far from where she'd imagined her career going. She wanted deeply felt poetic assignments, the type of projects that blurred surrealism and hyperrealism, things which haunted, faces that made someone feel uncomfortable. She never imagined her portfolio would include the perfectly defined pectorals of a certified MMA fighter. Really, she needed to sink to her knees and thank Travis for booking this with her. Even if it didn't line up with her vision, he was saving her ass. At least now she could afford the majority of her rent. If they tipped all of the rent. If she really wanted to hit rock bottom, she'd start offering senior portrait sessions. The front doorbell sounded, a smooth vocal recording of John Stamos saying, "Oh hi," and Riley yanked herself away from the cool breeze. Although she hadn't envisioned her career leading her to MMA fighters, it wasn't all bad. She couldn't help but grin as the four men sauntered in. Travis Holt and his flock of fighters. That was the technical name for a group of MMA fighters, a flock. At least in her mind. And damn, this flock was fine. Travis beamed as he entered, tipping his head back to look around the studio. Lex was on his heels, as well as Cobra and another man she didn't recognize. It was the unknown guy who caught her attention. No, he didn't catch it, because that implied she was willing to part with it. This man came right up and robbed her attention. Stole it out from underneath her, and ran away like a street urchin in a Charles Dickens novel. Riley's gaze soldered onto him, like he was the last thing she'd ever look at. He had long, wavy chestnut hair just past his chin, and playful honey-brown eyes that immediately returned her gaze. They'd already exchanged a day's worth of conversation in the milliseconds of locking eyes, and she knew this type of connection was trouble. She ripped her eyes off him, searching for her voice, wherever it had disappeared inside her esophagus. "Travis? Welcome, guys. Here it is." She wanted to sound playful and light. Not brain-dead from the unexpected appearance of this Gucci-grade guy who sauntered closer as if he could read every single thought scorching through her head. "Place is cute," Travis said, dropping his duffel bag on a hairy white armchair by the door. Riley tended toward unique and artistic pieces. It was why not a single plate or bowl matched in her kitchen, instead all sourced from funky pottery shops and thrift stores, and seeing these classically handsome men against the backdrop of her weird space was oddly satisfying. "I feel like I'm in Pee-wee's Playhouse," Lex said. "What the fuck is Pee-wee's Playhouse?" Cobra asked. The four of them had come in matching black tracksuits which said Holt across the front. They were living, breathing ads for the gym. "Riley, let me introduce you to the newest member of the training camp," Travis said to her while Lex schooled Cobra about the ins and outs of the cultish kids show from the 90s. He jerked his chin toward the unnamed fourth guy, the Adonis with the honey gaze. "This is Levi. He's my newest mentee. We're getting him ready for a full schedule of fights starting this month." Levi started a slow swagger toward her. If he was an alien spaceship, she was caught irrevocably in his tractor beam. "Pleasure to meet you, Riley," Levi said, bowing forward slightly as he offered his hand. His voice was silk and bass. She didn't know if she should run or take off her clothes. Men that looked like him, with flyaway tresses and broad masculine shoulders, could never be trusted. They were too hot for their own good. She knew where looks like that led. Straight to the back alley of Cheaterville. Riley hesitantly took his hand. He squeezed it gently, but didn't bring it to his lips for a kiss as she feared. "Phew. Nice to meet you, Levi. You picked a good trainer." "Yeah, the rest of the league thinks so too." Levi cocked a grin, pure haughtiness and pride. "But he only wanted me." "Dude's about to smash the records in the WFC, Lex said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder toward Levi. "Wait and see." "Smashin' faces, smashin' records," Levi said, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Riley died internally. She could have watched him all day, just observing his mere existence. Like teeny boppers could have watched Nick Jonas blink dully at a television for 5 hours and think it was the most exciting thing in the world. Levi inspired the same sort of fanaticism, but Riley knew better than to fall prey to such things. She was born and raised in Los Angeles, Hollywood specifically, and had rubbed elbows with enough famous people to know looks often meant nothing, and true beauty had nothing to do with prettiness. But still, it was hard to look away when drowning in testosterone. "I have everything ready here," she said, sweeping toward the large open space where they'd take the portraits. She had several backdrops prepared, based on her conversations with Travis. This was standard stuff, headshots for ads, Travis's website, league promo. All she had to do was grab a few pictures of the men in their tracksuits and then slowly get them to remove the layers. Her gaze moved to Levi as he tucked chestnut tresses behind his ears, a shit-eating grin on his face as he listened to whatever Cobra and Lex were joking about. Maybe MMA portraiture wasn't so bad. Let's start with group shots. Riley needed to hyper-focus on the task at hand. She should be used to beautiful men by now, living in this city, but something about Levi threw her off. He'd barely said 10 words, but already she felt like she knew him. Knew his type. The way he probably scanned women for fuckability as opposed to personality. Walking through life like a proud cock solely because he knew how to beat someone up and had a face like his. The throngs of women he probably touted on each arm, telling each and every one of them a different story. A different version of the same lie. She really did need the t-shirt that said bitter AF. After her last boyfriend had created the cheating scandal of the century, with the whole world gasping and pointing, she could start her own damn clothing line. "I want to get a few of you in the tracksuits," she said, eyeing up the shot as the men collected in front of the white screen. She popped off a few test shots to test the color balance and then realized something was missing. "Hang on." She set her camera down and scurried toward her front desk. She hopped belly first over the desk to reach behind her laptop and flick on her playlist. One of the many she used during photo shoots in the studio. Today's selection included everything from the Talking Heads to ESO. As smooth chords filled the space, the four fighters smiled, relaxing a little. This was what she needed. Pliable, happy models. From here, she could work her magic. "One last thing," she said, flicking a lighter to the tip of an incense stick. "Trying to get us in the mood." Lex cracked. Excuse me, miss." Levi propped a hand on his hip. "The sign here says, no smoking, but you are clearly smokin'." She smirked, trying to fight the laugh that threatened to pop out of her. That was dorky. He's the king of dorky jokes, Cobra said. You'll get used to it. Hey, Levi said, feigning insult. These jokes aren't dorky, they're the coolest. Travis shook his head, faking a jab at his face. I'd pop you if you didn't need to look pretty. Riley grabbed her camera, sweeping back toward the guys. She made quick work of snapping shots while the guys ribbed Levi about his jokes. They looked like co-workers, models, and family all at the same time. Once she'd gotten enough of the group, she called for individuals. Who wants to start? Levi's hand shot up. Travis smirked. Yeah, Hotshot needs to go first. Cobra, Lex, and Travis drifted away from the screen as Levi turned his cocky gaze toward Riley. He flicked his zipper back and forth. So this is the part where I take my clothes off, right? Riley fought the urge to snap back with, you wish. Correct? She swung back to address Travis. You want progressive or just in the shorts? She couldn't look at Levi for too long or she'd lose her cool. Shorts, Travis said as he started roaming the studio, checking out the art on the walls. Cobra and Lex flopped into armchairs near the front windows, where occasional pedestrians walked by. We can still do progressive if you like, Levi said with a wink while his zipper hissed open. And see if it progresses to something more. Riley flattened her lips, focusing on her camera's settings. Anything but this guy, who grew cockier and more arrogant by the second. He was a client though, she couldn't give him a piece of her mind like she wanted. So she'd say nothing. That was a joke, Levi clarified, shoving his track pants down. Riley glanced at him, big mistake. Half naked, the man was even more irresistible. His muscles bulged with restrained force, broad shoulders marked by a strong collarbone. And Lord in heaven above, his skin. A constellation of light brown freckles cascaded across the tops of his shoulders, sprinkling across the expanse of his back. Riley shifted, sucking in a quiet breath. Levi looked up at her as he tossed the pants aside, a heartbreaker grin crossing his face. You like the skin polka dots? She was obsessed with them. But he couldn't know that. They'll look good on film, that's for sure. So you do talk. His observation made her clench her teeth. Maybe she was being too standoffish. Maybe she'd been hurt enough times by men that now she couldn't even treat a total stranger with respect. Maybe she needed to loosen the hell up. Just focusing on my work. She offered a small smile, simultaneously annoyed and turned on by this cocky, funny guy. Haha, skin polka dots. So funny I forgot to laugh. She needed the bitter AF shirt immediately. I'm going to change out the backdrop real quick. I think we should get in some earthier tones for you. It's because of my Greek heritage, right? He swiped a hand through his tresses again, which caused a whole litany of muscles to ripple and shudder across his abs and down his sides. Her nostrils flared as she forced herself not to screw up the backdrop. My olive skin tone probably looks great on camera. Well, it is olive, so there's that, she said, not wanting to give him a fraction of a compliment. He knew how hot he was, he certainly didn't need her validation. He rested his hands on his hips, then ran his fingers through his locks again. She shot him a look. You better stop touching your hair, or else your olive skin tone won't be the only thing on camera. What do you mean? She jerked her chin toward him. All that dandruff you're shaking loose. Cobra snorted from across the studio, and Lex said, ooh, burn. I don't have dandruff, Levi said, stepping closer. I have charm and amazing traps. Or haven't you noticed? He turned a bit and flexed, that shit-eating grin sparking more lust and more annoyance. It was hard not to notice. But she'd never tell him that. Besides, the fire her comment stoked inside him played very well with the camera. She snapped a few shots of his aggressive puppy stance, then lowered the camera. These are coming out pretty good. She sent him her best I'm a cool girl smile. The type that said she didn't give a damn about his body, or his flirting. Obviously. Levi smirked, pointing at his abs. She sighed, looking up at the ceiling. Sure, he had a point. But why did he have to be so blatant about it? I was kidding, Levi said again. I meant obviously because you're taking the pictures. You're a professional. Yeah. I'm sure. Riley clucked her tongue, bringing the camera back up to her face. God forbid she ever need to see this man outside of a professional context. They'd probably end up fistfighting or worse, fucking. She didn't need either of those in her life. He's not as big of a dick as he sounds. Travis piped up from the other side of the studio, where he inspected a 3-panel set of photographs from a shoot she'd done in India. Thanks for the ringing endorsement. Levi grimaced with a thumbs up. I have no opinion, Riley said, lining up another shot. The camera clicked a few times as she captured Levi's gaze wandering across the studio. Every damn thing the man did played well with the lens. Her heart needed to ignore it, as much as her career needed to capitalize on it. I'm just a photographer. I need a photographer in my life, Levi said, propping his hands on his hips. Riley bit her tongue against a snarky response. I need someone to do a nude shoot for me. Lex cackled from the front windows. You want to take the pictures? Levi asked, his eyes sparkling with the idea. She snapped a few more pictures, immortalizing the moments after he'd voiced the salacious idea. And yes, she wanted to accept. For all the wrong reasons. Maybe just so she could confirm the exact dimensions of that bulge in those skin-tight shorts. But her morals, her dignity, damn it, wouldn't let her. Depends on the price, I guess, she murmured, though it was a lie. But I need you to leak 'em to the press afterward, Levi said. He couldn't hear the record screech inside her. The way every muscle of her body went rigid at the sound of the words, leak to the press. She lowered the camera, her eyes narrowing to slits. So the guy got worse. Not only was he starving for female attention, he was a fame whore. He lifted a brow, his smile so cocky she could have slapped him. You in? Chapter 2. Dude, like anyone is gonna pay money to see your junk, Cobra chided from across the studio. Levi stretched out while Riley fiddled with some settings on a studio light. It was hard to keep his eyes off her. She made it more than clear that she wasn't impressed by him or his body, which only made him try harder. How could she resist him? No woman in her right mind would. And after laying eyes on this artistic dark angel, his only goal was to convince her to take a walk on the Levi side. Plenty of people would pay for a scandalous exposé if you work it right, Levi shot back. Riley still hadn't answered, but her flushed cheeks told him she was thinking about it. Nudity isn't a scandal in LA, bro, Lex countered. I don't know what it's like in Chicago where you're from, but out here, being naked is a currency. Plus, it won't be a scandal if you're offering it freely, Riley spoke up, swiping through the screens on her huge camera. Her mahogany bangs, cut straight across her forehead, contrasted nicely with the creamy hue of her skin. Full red lips snagged his attention whenever she spoke. Her slouchy t-shirt said trendy AF, which he was dying to tease her about. Paired with her short jean shorts and combat boots, Riley looked like the star of a snarky coming-of-age drama. Except way hotter. You never answered my question, Levi said, daring her to meet his gaze. He rubbed at his bicep, trying to make her notice it. She looked up at him, sarcasm written across her face. Oh, I'm sorry, you actually meant to ask me that? I thought you were being a little twat. Travis and the guys burst into laughter. Levi rolled his head around in a slow circle, not failing to miss the satisfied smirk on Riley's face. Yeah, she was a fun one. She'd probably be even more fun in bed. And that's what Levi needed more of in his life. No strings attached fun. He had plenty of stress in his life, and the best way to achieve that work-life balance was with lots of sex on the weekends. With the matchups about to begin, and all the stress of moving west with his little brother in tow, he counted on his wild weekends where he could cut the hell loose. Getting drunk and getting into trouble was his vice of choice. He'd been doing his best to break in Los Angeles. See what sort of questionable decisions he could make. How much of a ruckus he could cause. I've never had someone call me a twat before, he murmured appreciatively. That's our Rai, Lex called out. Maybe it's a little too 90s, she teased, bringing the camera back up to her face. She snapped a few pictures, inspected the camera's viewing screen, then nodded. I'm open to reviewing my insult du jour, if necessary. So that's a no then? Levi asked, unwilling to drop it like she so clearly wanted. He could see her glaring behind the camera. That's a hard no, actually. I'm interested in building my career, not flushing it down the drain. Damn Riley, Cobra said quietly from the corner. Sounds like a no, Travis added. Did I warn you about Levi, Riley? That would be a negative. Riley peered at him over the top of her camera. Drape your arm behind your head. I don't need to be warned about. Levi did as he was told, and Riley snapped more pictures. Your dad jokes should come with a warning, Cobra cracked, snapping his fingers. Levi held in the laughter that wanted to pop out. Just a few months in LA, and already this crew was becoming his family. He trained with plenty of MMA pros before, but he'd found a home in Holt body fitness that he hadn't counted on. Didn't hurt either, since Levi was one brother shy of being an orphan. He needed all the family he could get. I don't really want to hear about your jealousy right now, guys, Levi said, feigning displeasure. I'm busy, okay? Besides, if you really wanted to talk shit about my jokes, then you'd have a photography joke ready right now. I don't know any jokes about photography, Lex said. Yeah, me neither. Because they haven't been developed yet. Riley snort laughed, and the guys erupted in a chorus of groans. How long were you sitting on that one? Riley asked, showing off a toothy grin. It distracted him for a moment. He loved making people smile, especially when they tried really hard not to around him. Since yesterday, he admitted. Must feel good to finally get it out. She clucked her tongue, lowering her camera as she swept her gaze up and down his body. It was professional, but still, his skin itched with the urge to push it into a different realm. He wasn't usually so pushy. But he didn't usually get to hang out with women like Riley. Something about her encouraged him to be brasher than normal. To demand her attention. Damn, he wanted her to notice him. You have no idea. He winked at her, and that delicate blush stained her neck again. Score. Riley gave him a few more directions. Strike a power pose, get the biceps bulging, take a wide stance facing away from her, before she rested the camera against her shoulder and looked behind her. Okay, who's next? Some of the wind went out of him. We're not done already, are we? I work quick. She sent him a tight smile, then looked back at the guys. Cobra. What about your smart ass? Cobra pushed to standing, sauntering toward the backdrop. Levi snagged his tracksuit and headed toward the armchair Cobra had vacated. Those red lips knew how to toss an insult, and somehow, that was the sexiest part about her. Don't worry. I'm sure your pictures will come out pretty, Lex teased. Damn straight they will. Levi huffed, stepping into his track pants. He left the jacket off for now. Travis tutted from the corner of the studio. Hands clasped behind his back, he'd been studying the portraits on the wall for almost too long. Levi strutted his way. Whatcha looking at? Dude. Travis glanced at him, jerking his thumb toward a portrait in black and white. This is Riley's work. Levi squinted at the picture, assaulted by different layers of intrigue. The composition of the piece was strange, somewhere between a headshot and a cry for help. The facial features looked gritty, somehow haunted. And only after staring at it for a while, did he realize it was Riley. A side of her he couldn't have imagined. Holy shit. He swung his gaze over to Riley, where she and Cobra were laughing about something. Of course, she got along with everyone but him. She's kind of fucked up. But in the good way. Check out this one. Travis led him over to the wall right by the front door, where 9 small prints hung, forming a square. The group of them told a story, though each print was different. A lonely beach, abandoned cars, the long elegant thighs of a model Levi didn't know, and then the real sucker punch, the disenchanted scowl of a man sucking on a cigarette studying something on the horizon. It was just a guy, but it was also way more than a guy. He didn't know how to explain it. These are really good, Levi murmured, his voice sticking to his throat. Good was an understatement. Her work made him feel maybe a little bit too much. Told you I only work with the best. Travis squeezed Levi's shoulder before moving on to a different presentation of portraits. Levi drifted around the studio as Riley and Cobra continued taking pictures. When Cobra was done and Lex was up, Levi had seen damn near everything on the walls in the studio. But it wasn't until he found the picture hidden by the back door that his plan clicked into place. The picture looked like any sunny day in Los Angeles. Cracked cement streets, palm trees along the boulevard, too many cars in the background. Except a very garish Easter bunny lounged on a bench in the middle ground, a cigarette poised between two human fingers jutting out of the costume, and behind him a crazed man approached, muscles bulging, t-shirt ripped. The image left him with so many questions. Hell, all of her work did. But this image in particular gave him a solid idea. Something between the Easter bunny and the ripped t-shirt had triggered it. Travis. Levi jogged over to his trainer, who was shucking the tracksuit before getting his pictures taken. She needs to be the league photographer. What? I want her to come to the matches. She'll be the official photographer. Travis blinked rapidly, like the words didn't compute. But you don't need one. There's plenty of shots that come from these fights. Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. Nobody knew about his vision. Not the full extent of it. And never the why. I want unique photos of the entire league. Every matchup, but the stuff in between too. I'll pay, of course. But it's gotta be Riley. Travis tilted his head, as though he was considering it. She'd do a killer job. Riley turned to face him and Travis, one perfect dark brow arched. Did I hear my name? Just cooking up a little business proposition. Levi cocked a grin, hoping his exposed abs might help seal the deal if his offer wouldn't. Levi is about to start in a brand new MMA league based on the West Coast. He thinks you should be his league photographer, Travis said, adjusting his tight shorts as he barefooted his way to the backdrop. His dirty blonde hair hung past his chin as he nodded toward Levi. For all the scheduled fights and then some. Riley blinked, her red lips turning into a confused pout. You mean for Levi? Yes, for Levi, Levi retorted. Your work is incredible. You have to be the photographer. Her brows turned into a hard line. I don't do that kind of photography. I mean, I want you, he butted in. And sure, maybe he meant that in all possible ways. But her hotness was not the driving factor in this decision. It was merely tertiary. Levi's career was on the line here. Ever since he'd made the decision to use MMA as his slingshot to financial security, all bets were off. It was why he lived in LA now. Why Travis was his trainer. Why he wanted somebody to leak his nudes to the press. Levi needed fame, and he needed it yesterday. Everything in his life rode on making solid money with his fighting career. Everything about this upcoming league would be fodder for the Levi brand, and he wasn't going to waste an ounce of it. Having you on the squad would be pretty awesome, Travis said, scrubbing at his jaw. I've never had a personal photographer before, but I can see why Levi wants you. What would I do? Riley asked. Work your magic. Levi gestured toward the nearest portraits. Come to the matches, and also the practices. I need to put together a tight professional portfolio. Riley didn't look convinced. I really don't do sports photography. I don't want sports photography. Levi's gaze swept back to the panel of 9 square photos. I want your photography. Riley cocked a hip, fiddling with a button on her camera. Her silky mocha locks spilled out from behind her ear, partially shrouding her face. She wasn't just trendy AF like her shirt proclaimed. She was talented and gorgeous too. Levi needed someone like this in his circle. How long would it last, she finally ventured. 4 months. Maybe longer, if it works out. I mean, my career will last longer than this league. Because obviously Levi is making it to the final tournament, Travis clarified. Riley nibbled on her lower lip, looking between Travis and Levi. Each time her chocolate eye swept his way, his abs tightened. He liked being the object of her attention. And if she was his photographer, there'd be plenty more jolts like those. "I'm serious enough about this that you can name your price," Levi said. "And I'll pay it." Something shuddered over her face with those words. The promise of money. It pushed people out of their comfort zone. Made them do crazy things, like try to conquer Hollywood or follow MMA fighters around for 4 months. "Yeah. I'll do it," Riley said, straightening her back. "But we're going to need to have a contract." Chapter 3. If Riley's life had turned into a comic book, she'd have $signs in front of her eyes that afternoon. She blinked at the swirls of her name freshly inked on a contract that she and Travis and Levi had drawn up very quickly over the past 2 days. Time was running out. Levi wanted her to start snapping pictures now, and this contract was a simple but straightforward outline of the work she'd provide and what to expect. She wanted it to cover her own ass. She trusted Travis practically with her life, but Levi was a wild card. She could see it in the molten glint in his eye, the undercurrent of lust or mischief or something that set her on edge faster than an errant grope in the nightclub. Her body responded to him way more than she wanted. She was on a self-imposed hiatus from men, ever since her shitty ex had made her private life go viral. It took time to recover from deception like that. Like maybe an entire lifetime. Which meant Levi, the epitome of a Hollywood newbie hungry for the spotlight, couldn't get anywhere near her. No matter how much those abs whispered sweet nothings to her. No matter how much her fingers tickled with the urge to touch his hair for herself. Her sanity depended on it. Damn. A smile curled across Travis's face. "Looks like we're legit." "Hell yes." Levi raised his fists into the air. "I'll go make some copies," Travis offered, pushing to standing. He let himself out of the conference room, leaving her and Levi alone. At least he was wearing a shirt today. Hiding his body from view helped things slightly, but the white tee clung to his shoulders and biceps in a way that only reminded her of the sculpted expanses below. And damn it, she wanted to see those freckles again. Strictly for artistic purposes, of course. "You've got to be at least a little excited," Levi said. "I am, actually." She offered him a smile. Maybe he could see she wasn't a total bitch. "This is going to be interesting. And very different from what I normally do." She paused, drumming her nails against the table. "I hope I can, you know. Riley, we just met, but I believe in you 100%. Levi's sincere tone made her pause. She dragged her gaze up to his. What was this guy's deal? He was some sort of inspirational, happy-go-lucky hunk. Thanks. His attention sizzled over her. But if you need help on anything, let me know. He leaned back in his chair, resting his palms behind his head. It made his shirt stretch tighter over those biceps. Knocked the wind right out of her. She practically needed to wipe the drool off her mouth. I appreciate that. I'm available for anything, really. And there it was. The smirk that promised so much more. She frowned, feeling frustration burble hot inside her. Okay. I do have one consideration so far, during my first day on the job. She leaned forward, tapping her fist against the table. Did you or did you not hire me because you want to fuck? Levi's eyes widened, and he slammed his chair back to the ground with a loud thud. Fuck. The fake astonishment pushed his voice to a falsetto. It was almost funny. Almost. Like the two of us having sex. You heard me. It hadn't even occurred to me. He paused. Today. She sighed tersely, shaking her head. Maybe this had been a bad idea. She could see where it would lead. Not as bad as Harvey Weinstein probably, but somewhere in the James Franco region. And if she couldn't stand anybody, it was James Franco and his intolerable smirk. That was a joke, Levi said, leaning over the table. When she didn't return his gaze, he tapped her wrist. Hey. I'm talking to you. Yeah, I hear you. I hired you because your work made my chest hurt. Like in a bad way. but also a good way. I don't know how to describe it. He crossed his arms, chair creaking as he leaned back. You're an amazing photographer. That's all. Your psychedelic booty does not enter into the equation. A laugh rocketed out of her. My psychedelic booty. Another one of those heartbreaker grins crossed his face. The kind she'd fallen for in the past. The kind that spelled trouble. You're an artist, Riley. I can't just say you have a nice ass, okay? That's a little too common for you. She struggled to fight the smile. Levi was a breath of fresh air that she didn't want to admit needing. Somehow, he'd managed to compliment her without making the claws come out. That alone was a feat. That's quaint. But please know, this is a job for me. You need to keep your hands to yourself. She jabbed her index finger toward him for good measure. Made her feel like she was driving the point home. Got it? Levi raised his palms in submission. Never thought otherwise. A pleased smile crossed his face, and he interlaced his fingers across his torso. He tapped his thumbs against his chest for a minute, and then he said, We friends now? She tilted her head as she looked him up and down. Friends seemed safe. Now that her boundaries were stated and hanging in the air between them, it might be time to give him an inch. Almost friends, she clarified. Like, I'm not going to call you on the weekends. But if you have an emergency, you'd call me then? She pursed her lips, considering it. Yeah, you seem like you'd be good in a pinch. What about Snapchat? She shrugged. I'd add you. And Facebook? This guy was a negotiator. If he added her on Facebook, she'd probably spend half her day stalking him. Maybe she wanted to do that, now that she thought about it. Yeah, I suppose. Great. He slapped the table just as Travis walked back in, holding 3 copies of the contract. You two behaving in here? He asked as he distributed the contract. Yes, Dad. Levi smirked, picking up his copy. Dude, I'm like 7 years older than you, Travis said. You can't call me Dad. I'll call you what I wanna. Levi reached out and smacked Travis's ass. His cackle filled the room. A laugh escaped Riley, and she hid her smile in her hand. I'd hit you if you didn't need to look pretty for the cameras tomorrow, Travis muttered, shaking his head. You're gonna hit me anyway, Levi taunted. Don't act like you train light, Trav. That's some truth right there. He smiled, knocking his knuckles against the table. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Tomorrow. You free, Riley? That'll be one of Levi's big practices before the match. She scrambled to get out her phone, but couldn't ignore the way Levi swiveled back and forth in his chair. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. But it wasn't because she disliked the attention. Yeah, I'm good tomorrow. Her work calendar was embarrassingly empty. At least now she had Levi's dates to fill in, and the weekly paychecks that would save her ass for as long as he stayed qualified in the league. She hated to admit it, but the man was a godsend. His ego would have loved to hear it, which meant that she must never say it out loud. They laid out the rest of the dates, which Riley tapped into her phone. The agreement was that they'd schedule on a weekly basis, based on the outcome of each match. Levi and Travis both oozed confidence that he'd be competing until the very end. They spoke so seriously about it that by the end of the meeting, Riley had blocked out the next 4 months in her phone for intermittent practice sessions and the monthly fights. You don't know the kind of boxer this guy is, Travis said as he stood, gathering his papers. It's insane. I can't wait to see what sort of pictures you get. Ah, Dad, Levi teased. Swear to God, Travis started. He's in his mid-30s, so we have to give him crap, Levi said to her, as if Travis wasn't standing a few feet away. Travis sighed. I'm not in my mid-30s. You're 32. Levi accused, scooping up his contract. You're practically a grandpa. Travis wet his bottom lip as he shook his head. You know what? I am gonna pop you good tomorrow. Riley snickered. However long she'd be tasked with taking pictures of Levi, it was sure to be interesting. Because one thing was clear, the man made sure everyone around him left with smiles on their faces. It was a quality that made her curious to learn more, even though she wished she didn't wonder. It was the wondering which led to more. Levi's cinnamon gaze settled on her. He held the door open for her after Travis passed through, his grin like a caress against her arm. "See you tomorrow," he murmured. "My almost friend." His words rang in her ears as she drifted out of the gym. His face haunted her thoughts all the way back to her studio in the midday traffic. And that right there was all the sign she needed. No matter how badly she'd been burnt the last time around, if she gave her heart an inch, it would take a mile. Levi wouldn't even get a millimeter. Chapter 4. Levi paced the far edge of the gym, tapping his taped knuckles together. On the other end, throngs of people milled around. Conversations and laughter echoed through the spacious training camp, but it all receded to a dull roar as Levi tried to amp himself up. It was just a practice, but he treated it like the real thing. If he had to create a pie chart of his life, he knew what the breakdown would look like. Home and eating, 25%. Fighting or preparing to fight, 60%. Having sex or thinking about sex, 15%. This practice was a sliver of the 60%. Fighting consumed his life, and it was one of the 3 things he required in order to function. Though recently, the sex percentage rang in a little low. He'd need to start eating less to bump that sex number up. Because fighting wasn't going anywhere. He glanced over at the double doors as Riley walked in. His belly cinched like a knot being pulled tight, and he damn near tripped over himself. He kept up his pacing, but he couldn't rip his gaze off her. She swept in, pure moodiness and art in her studded black jean shorts and combat boots, camera bag slung over her shoulder. The girl messed him up. Her looks were one thing, but the stuff that came out of her was another. The day he'd met her, he'd pegged her as a challenge. The type of girl he could aim to win over within a day or two, if he worked hard. But once he'd seen the stuff that poured out of her, the heartache and the loss and the inexplicable sense of optimism buried in her haunting images, he'd realized she was in a different category altogether. Levi wanted her. God, he wanted her. But maybe too much. He had fantasies galore about how he'd bend her over a chair in front of that creamy white backdrop and fuck her while the camera clicked with automatic shots. Sizzling visions of sex backed up against the gym wall, sweaty after a fight. Yeah. She more than messed him up. He'd known her less than a week, and the only name in his mind was Riley. But he knew how to solve it. The same way all pressure was dealt with. Fucking, getting into trouble, and moving on. Almost time. Lex jerked his head toward the octagon at the center of the gym. Riley stood off to the side, snapping pictures of the gathering crowd. It was mostly MMA enthusiasts and gym patrons who came to these informal matches. Excitement pulsed in the air, the anticipation of seeing expert punches and mesmerizing footwork. Riley didn't know what she was getting into. She'd been right about that. But Levi suspected she'd like it. She drifted toward Travis, who was conferring with Cobra about something. Travis was a good guy. One of the best trainers to cross his path since he'd decided to make fighting his profession at the young age of 20. Levi needed to make him proud. There weren't a whole lot of people left in Levi's inner circle, beyond his little brother at least. Travis had been hesitant to take him on initially, because Levi had an unpredictable streak, and he didn't hide it. He couldn't hide it, not even if he tried. His arrests and drama always ended up surfacing, whether it was in the police beat or the local newspapers. That was in Chicago, at least. But out here, who knew? He wanted to hit the big-name tabloids. Featured alongside the tired articles about Angelina Jolie secretly reuniting with Brad Pitt in New Orleans, or the news about Ariana Grande's latest love interest. Levi could get there. He would get there. He'd be that name that could conjure interest and gasps. He just needed to cause a big enough ruckus that heads would turn. Travis signaled for him to join the others at the octagon. Levi jogged over with a pep in his step, practically skipping like a kid arriving at the sandbox for the day. This was his sandbox, where he let loose and played. You're going against Cobra first, Travis informed him once he'd weaved through the first few rows of people gathered around the octagon. Poor guy, Levi said, loud enough for Cobra to hear. Cobra often volunteered himself for these mock matches. The guy fought well, but he wasn't at competition level. That was according to plan though. It meant Levi could try out his new moves without tipping Cobra off. Hey, don't kill me, okay? I'm taking General out tonight. Cobra smirked as Travis taped his hands. She'd be pretty pissed if I show up dead. I'll let you live, Levi said, rolling his head in a slow circle. But I can't promise you'll look pretty. Goddamn, that's music to my ears, Cobra said. Levi heard the quiet clicks of the camera behind him. He twisted to see Riley snapping pictures from behind the mesh caging of the octagon. Hey Riley, he called out, hopping from foot to foot. You know what they say about photographers? She lowered her camera slowly, a look that said, "Oh God," on her face. What? They tend to flash people. But keep your clothes on with all these people here, okay? He sent her the cheesiest grin he could muster before he joined Cobra in the octagon. The time was now. Travis cupped his hands around his mouth to shout out the pre-fight rules: no groin attacks, no strikes to the back of the head or spine, no eye gouging, and so on, and then he called out, "Fight!" Levi and Cobra circled each other for a little bit. The two of them had a similar fighting backstory. No real formal training until their early 20s, which meant they were both underdeveloped in some ways, compared to more trained fighters like Travis. Levi had been busting ass for the past 6 years since age 20, to catch up in all the ways he was lacking. Because that was when his entire life had changed. When it became not only necessary, but critical for him to figure out a life path and stick with it. For entirely different reasons than everyone else in his age group. Cobra struck first, which Levi sidestepped. He feigned a punch and then swung in from the side. They sparred heavily, punches raining quick and loud. All his thoughts dissolved under the microscopic attention span of a live fight. His movements became fluid and frictionless. No thought required, just falling back on the years of training and his gut. Cobra put up a good fight, but Levi ultimately scored a takedown and fully mounted him, pinning his knees to his sides. Cobra did his best to defend himself, even scoring a few punches, but Levi won the round. Shouts erupted, and Levi hopped to his feet, offering a hand. Cobra begrudgingly took it. I never know what you're gonna fucking hit me with, he grumbled. That's the game plan, brother. Levi pinched his deltoids. Good fighting, though. Levi grabbed his water bottle sitting off to the side. He met Riley's gaze through the wide netting of the cage. Hey, she said, hooking a finger through the netting. This is ruining my pictures. He tossed back a swig of water. Can you make it work? I need a perch. Levi laughed, looking around. You want me to build you a nest over there? Actually, yeah. He nodded. She sounded serious. Okay. I'll see what we can do. Levi returned for another round with Cobra. Time flew once he was in the zone, and after Cobra was done, another fighter joined him, and then another. He'd fought 5 men by the time the makeshift match was done. Cheek swollen, lip bleeding, and his entire midsection sore as hell. Just another day on the job. He groaned as he hobbled out of the cage. Riley had tucked herself off to the side, near the padded gym walls, stowing her camera. So what did you think? He crossed his arms over his chest, leaning against the wall, probably not even a fifth as casual as he was hoping for. His face had to look a wreck. She eyed him before responding, I think you know your stuff inside that octagon. He nodded, sniffing, looking back toward the cage. Yeah, I sorta do. Riley zipped up her bag, slinging it over her shoulder. She offered a polite smile. I'll see you at the next practice. It didn't register until she was a few steps away that she was actually leaving. Post-fight, when his pheromones were on overdrive. She could walk away, like he wasn't glistening and half-naked and in his most primal, masculine state ever. If this didn't make her crack, nothing would. Where you going? He called out. She stopped and turned on her heel. Why does it matter? Her tone reminded him of her words in the conference room the day before, underscoring the implicit message, tread carefully. Barely a week knowing her, and already she was sick of him. That wasn't how things should be. And damn it, they wouldn't be that way. He worked his jaw back and forth, considering his options. He should go with the truth. I actually wanted to see the shots that you got. And maybe learn a little bit more about your process. When she didn't budge, he added, I'm curious. I don't know many artists. I mean, look at me. I beat guys up for a living. Riley softened. She bit at that plump red bottom lip, her gaze falling to the floor. Yeah, she said after a moment. Get cleaned up and come over to the studio. I'll be there, working on the pictures for a few hours. I'll show you how I work. Relief flooded him, but not for the reasons he was accustomed to. This wasn't about getting in her pants anymore. This was about getting Riley to tolerate him. To see him as the good guy that he believed he was. Levi flashed her a thumbs up before she headed out of the gym. He watched her go, studying those sun-kissed legs and the sexy curve of her calves before they disappeared into the combat boots. It wasn't about getting into her pants anymore, but he sure wouldn't mind if it happened. Levi took his time in the locker room, cleaning himself up, getting back into street clothes. His whole body ached. He wished he had a hot tub at his new apartment. He wished he could afford a hot tub. Someday, he'd make enough money that he could take care of his little brother and be able to splurge on a hot tub. Which meant keeping up the shenanigans. Making a name for himself. Getting in the news and staying there. A vibration startled him, buzzing against metal. His cell phone. He swiped it from the top shelf of his locker. Gage? Yo, little brother. Levi automatically smiled when he picked up the phone for Gage. It was part habit, part necessity. He'd never let his little brother see him down or questioning or struggling. He couldn't. Because their survival depended on Levi's positivity. His wherewithal. His craftiness. Are you done training yet? His brother's voice was weak, but still held the teenage traces of so over it. I've been waiting for you to get home for like 3 days. Levi rested his forehead against the door of his locker. Just finished. What's up? All good at home? Yeah, great actually. Levi, I want to go for a walk. A cocktail of emotions seized him. Excitement first, because Gage never wanted to go for a walk. Strictly speaking, he couldn't walk. Hadn't been able to since he was 10 years old. The type of muscular dystrophy he had took his mobility from when he was just old enough to be devastated by the loss. So when Gage wanted to go for a walk, it meant he wanted to go out. See the world. Have Levi accompany him somewhere, so he could be a sorta regular handicapped teen for an afternoon. Gage had been cooped up and moody the past few days, the type of 16-year-old shit that sometimes made Levi want to punch through a window. Well, let's go for a damn walk then. Levi tapped his closed fist against the locker door. Even though I was supposed to be on my way to Riley's. What about the ocean? Levi tutted. Bro, that would take us an hour to get through traffic. You'd be asleep by then. Fine. Let's go to the park. I'm on my way. Levi shouldered his duffel bag, heading out of the locker room. If he booked it, he could hang with Gage and make it to Riley's in time. You better have your running shoes on when I get home. Tracksuit and all, Gage cracked. Levi smiled as he pocketed the phone. When Gage had a good day, everyone had a good day. Even if it meant he got to Riley's later than he wanted, an evening with his brother was worth it. Chapter 5. Riley checked the clock for the 80th time since sitting at her workspace. 3 hours. 3 full hours that she'd been editing photos, acting casual, and listening intently for John Stamos to whisper his "oh hi" recording at her front door with a new arrival. No sultry croons of her childhood heartthrob. Nobody to come in and catch her stylishly posed at her work desk. No Levi to speak of. By 7 o'clock, her stomach was growling. All the incense she'd lit for his arrival had fizzled out an hour ago. She'd worked and reworked the same image, scowling at his perfectly handsome face as he lobbed an uppercut during practice earlier. At this point, she felt delusional, waiting for him to show. If she had his number, she'd have texted him with a terse, where-oo, and then gone straight to her favorite Indian restaurant for some vegetarian curry. But it didn't matter. She hated that she'd been excited, that she'd used the good patchouli. But this was life. A series of lessons about men that she never learned, despite ample evidence to the contrary. Clearly, it was far too early to start dating. Not that she'd ever planned on dating Levi. No, he was a stand-in, a test subject for her love life at large. And he'd proven the obvious truth: men could only ever disappoint. Even while she railed against men as a whole, part of her begged to differ. Implored her to soften, to think of #not all men. Just because one douche ripped her heart to shreds didn't mean all men would, right? She pouted as she X'd out of screens on her computer. Sadly, a hopeless romantic remained buried deep inside her. Even reality couldn't extinguish that poor, misguided optimist, tending fire in the abandoned cavern of her heart. When would the optimist learn? Riley heaved a sigh as she shut her laptop. Soft acoustic strumming still pulsed through her studio-wide sound system, the chill backdrop she'd envisioned for a little hangout session with Levi that never was. It was better this way, since agreeing to have him over had been a mistake. At least she'd gotten her work done several times over. A rustling at the front door caught her attention, followed by the sonorous "oh hi" of John Stamos. She sucked in a breath, all her internal organs seizing. Levi stepped through the front door, looking bashful and broad-shouldered. "Oh good, I didn't miss you." He came into the studio, a big paper bag in his arms, dark leg hair peppering muscly calves. A tight gray t-shirt paired with black board shorts and shiny black sneakers perfected his off-duty look. She couldn't respond. She began. "I meant to come right after practice," he said, easing the paper bag onto the countertop. "But I got held up. So I brought dinner, as a peace offering." The rest of her air slid out of her in a long whoosh. Her rumbling belly urged her to forget all previous irritation, for a chance at eating whatever was in that bag. She swallowed hard, stepping closer. Pushing up on her tiptoes, she tried to see what was inside. "What did you bring?" "Oh, nothing much." He shrugged, tucking some of that chestnut hair behind his ears. "Just some vegetarian curry." She narrowed her eyes at him, stepping back from the bags. The man might be a warlock, she had to tread carefully. "What did you say?" "Vegetarian curry." He smirked, bags crinkling as he revealed some of the boxes inside. "If I'm too late though, I get it." Levi set one of the takeout containers on the countertop. And that's when she saw the business card stapled on top: "Curry up and eat." It was her favorite Indian place. She didn't know whether she wanted to cry or punch him. She began again, but ended up shaking her head. "How did you?" "Let's eat." Levi laid out 2 big boxes full of curried vegetables and 2 smaller containers of rice while Riley watched like a famished street dog. He handed her a plastic fork and brought over the 2 armchairs from near the window. Riley could only watch with wide eyes as he arranged everything. "This is amazing." She plopped down into the chair, her head swirling. "This is my favorite restaurant. Like, in the world. Why did you go there?" Levi shrugged, but he couldn't hide the mysterious smile on his face. She caught it, and she knew something was up. "Just occurred to me," he finally said, popping a piece of broccoli into his mouth. "This shit is good." "I don't buy it." He crunched loudly in response. "Come on. Why did you go there? There's no way you could have possibly known. And LA is too big for this to be coincidence. Fess up." He shoved a forkful of rice into his mouth and moaned. "It's so good." Face brimming with mischief, he jerked his chin toward the nearest set of her photos on the wall. "So what are you gonna do with all these pictures? Shouldn't they be in a gallery somewhere?" She grimaced, stabbing a particularly soft floret of cauliflower. She shivered with anticipation. It was gonna be so good. Ideally, yeah. I mean, that's the goal someday. If any gallery ever shows an interest in my work. You have a dream gallery or something? Yes, actually, she said. DRK. It's the coolest place ever. She paused, furrowing a brow. Wait. You distracted me. Nice try, bucko. How'd you know about curry up? Levi grinned and started humming. Levi, she said. I like it when you say my name. He forked a slice of carrot. Maybe I'll bring you vegetarian curry every day. On the inside, she sighed. That would be a very effective way of winning her over, though she didn't dare admit it. Maybe that's all it took, well-timed curry. Riley tried to hang on to her suspicions while she ate, but it was hard as the gingery cumin flavors overcame her. Curry up was the all-time best ever. And she couldn't stop from gushing about it as she swiped up some chickpeas with her naan. Definitely going to have to bring you this daily, Levi murmured. What's that bread called again? She sighed tersely. See? You don't even know what naan is. There's no way you went there of your own volition. Come on. Tell me the truth. Levi slurped up some of the sauce from his bottom lip, eyeing her. I knew I was going to be late, so I asked Amara what your favorite place is. The confession stopped her in her tracks. She stared at him for a moment before jerking her gaze back down to her bowl. She said you were crazy about it, and she wasn't wrong, Levi said. Riley stuffed another forkful of rice and veggies in her mouth, trying to figure out why his confession had warmed her as much as saddened her. Maybe because Levi was basically a stranger. Maybe because he didn't know her at all, but he'd still managed to weasel his way into a tender space. Maybe because this was the nicest thing a man had done for her possibly, ever. You're sweet, she finally said, and then wiped at her mouth. Time to move this back to the realm of professionalism. She cleared her throat and stood, heading for her laptop. Want to see what I worked on tonight? Yeah, but only if you tell me why you have that creepy recording whenever someone opens the front door. She laughed, scooping up her laptop. It's not creepy. It's creepy. It's John Stamos, she clarified. I like to start and end my workday with God's gift to humankind. As she headed back toward their sitting area, the sight of him nearly toppled her. His big fighter's frame completely filling the fuchsia armchair. He had to hunch a little to eat, his biceps stretching the thin fabric of his heather gray tee. As she came back over, he glanced up at her, the light scruff on his face highlighting the squareness of his jaw in a way that made her weep both as a fertile woman and as a professional photographer. If that's what you wanted, you could have just asked me to live here permanently, he said. She gave a sarcastic ha-ha before settling back in her seat. Nobody competes on the Stamos level, okay? Now look here. She opened her laptop, navigating to the completed images she'd touched up. She didn't get to the first image before Levi's phone pinged. He scrambled to unearth it from his pocket without spilling the box of food in his lap. He frowned as he read the screen and then tapped out a quick reply. When he swung his attention back to Riley, she could tell he'd checked out a little. Ready? She asked. Let's see it. Riley started the slideshow of the images she'd curated from that afternoon's practice. As she scrolled through, she explained some of her approach, what she'd been aiming for, the mood she'd tried to capture, the shooting challenges posed by the cage. After going on about the manual shooting mode she'd opted for, she looked up and found Levi buried in his phone. Again. Am I boring you? Her insides burned with embarrassment. No. Levi pocketed the phone again, focusing on his food again. Sorry. Just stuff. Riley nibbled on her bottom lip. Maybe she was getting too technical. Maybe when he asked about her process he really meant try to get in your pants. She was probably naive to think he actually cared about the work side of it. Probably he was texting other women. Lining up his next fuck. Keep talking, Levi said, gesturing to the laptop screen. I swear I want to know. Well, like I was saying. The cage. It's a huge problem for shooting. The cage isn't going anywhere, Levi confirmed. Right. I wish I could get a little viewing hole. I told you, we'll build you a nest. A Riley bird nest. He tapped her foot with his, grinning. Very cute, she said. I'll need a sign that says, please don't disturb me in my perch or bring me regurgitated food. Levi knitted his brow. When she noticed his confusion, a laugh erupted from her. That was a joke, she clarified. Because mama birds. They puke up into there, she shook her head. No, never mind. Let's delete that. Levi cackled. You're weird. Hey, do you know what sick birds get? Riley blinked a few times. She could sense the dad joke coming, all her skin prickled, waiting to see how bad it would be. No. Tweetment. She laughed, pressing the back of her palm to her mouth. They were so dumb all the time. Yet still somehow great. That was pretty bad, she said. Do you have a mental catalog of every silly dad joke in existence? Pretty much. The two of them munched quietly, while a picture of Levi's face filled the screen. She ran through the rest of the images, pointing out the parts that she'd messed up on. Wrong shutter speed, too late in snapping the picture, and the like. You're gonna learn quick though, Levi said, wiping his hands on a napkin. These look great. And this was a whatever practice. Sports photography is a different beast, I'm seeing, Riley admitted. She wanted Levi to not only be happy with the pictures, but in love with them. His payments to her were saving her ass and keeping her business afloat for the next 6 months. She needed to deliver a seriously good product. And these pictures are already better than 50% out there, he said. So you're not going to fire me for another photographer? She asked hopefully, only half joking about it. Riley, you're my ride-or-die photographer now. Levi's warm gaze trekked from her legs up to her face, leaving prickles in its wake. His quiet confidence in her was possibly the sexiest thing about him. And she realized in that moment, she would kill to have that sort of support in her daily life. Especially when it came to her business. Nobody in her family gave a damn about her business. Her father, one of Hollywood's most famous lawyers, had been 100% opposed to her making her living as a starving artist. Basically, everyone in her family was waiting for this to fail. And until last week, so was she. Having the belief of someone like Levi, a client who could actually see and feel the impact of her work, was a small burst of light in the shrouded cavern of her career. It helped. It might not solve things permanently, but it at least reminded her that what she was doing was worthwhile in some way. We'll test your chops at the first match though, Levi said, setting his container aside. He crumpled up a napkin, tossing it into the bag. That's where shit gets real. Nervousness prickled through her belly. When Levi had brought up the idea for being his photographer, she hadn't been able to imagine the full scope of things. Now that she had a practice under her belt, and could imagine the forthcoming challenges of high-speed punches and that damn cage barrier, she realized that she might actually be way out of her league. I'm a little nervous, she admitted, toying with the corner of her laptop. The first match was a week away. That wasn't much time to research her ass off, which was her only game plan going forward. You'll do fine. But don't be afraid to throw elbows, he said. So as the photographer for a fighter, I should also be well versed in fighting? She laughed. Great. I'm sunk. You look scrappy, Levi said. I wouldn't cross your path. She scoffed. Scrappy as a doughy artist can be, I suppose. Doughy? Levi cocked a smirk, shaking his head. I'll tell you one thing. If you're doughy, I love bread. His remark left her cheeks burning. She turned, snapping her laptop shut. These were empty come-ons. He was a jokester, and she knew better than to take anything he said seriously. Except what he thought about her art. She trusted that much. That was a joke, he clarified when she stood. I know. You're full of them. Silence stretched between them, and her entire body buzzed with awareness. She dropped her laptop on her desk and then steeled herself to turn around. Levi was buried in his phone again. He had the front of his hair fisted, frowning at his phone. All the better. She should disengage and move along now. I really appreciate you bringing dinner, she said, squeezing the top of the armchair. She wouldn't sit down again, so he got the message. This meetup was over. How much do I owe you? He scoffed, pocketing his phone. Something clouded his eyes, but she couldn't tell what. And she wouldn't know, either. Because she was done with this stupid habit of picking the wrong guy. Falling for the same tired ploys. Nothing. It was on me. You sure? Occasional dinners are part of the contract, he clarified. The informal contract. The one that says that occasional nights out are included, too. She arched a brow. Nights out? Yeah, like going to a bar. Or a winery. Or an axe-throwing range. Whatever you're into. His honey eyes twinkled as he watched her. He was opening the door enough for her to slink through. This is unrelated to the work you're doing for my league, he clarified as he gathered their trash into one bag. If you say no, it's not like I'm going to find another photographer. I told you, you're my ride or die. God, it was so tempting. The way he looked at her warmed her straight to her frozen core. The scruff on his chin, his sturdy width, the masculinity that poured out from every inch of him. He was the type of man she'd always dreamt about, the shadowy physical ideal of perfection that made her core clench from glimpsing him. But more than that, he had a warmth buried behind the jokes and the perfect body that made it hard to turn away. But she knew enough about him to stay away. No matter how much she wished for a pair of strong arms on her loneliest nights, dating a guy who would only hurt her just so she had a body in her bed wasn't the way for her. Not anymore. Not after what had happened with Braden. I really can't. Levi wet his bottom lip, that intense gaze unwavering. Like tonight or ever? Ever. Levi worked his jaw back and forth, not looking away. She held his gaze, wanting to win this battle of fortitude or stubbornness or whatever the hell it was. Cool? He cleared his throat as he stood, an awkward weight in the air between them. His sneakers scuffed as he ran his hands through his hair, heading toward the door. Do you want me to send you these pictures tonight, or? Her voice sounded strange in the quiet room. She had to give it to him. He'd respected her line in the sand. So why did her heartbeat echo between her ears, pulse racing with the secret desire to go back on her word and accept the damn invite? Levi was the last person she needed to give in to. This needed to stay a work relationship. Yeah, email me a link or whatever. I got an idea for a couple of them so far. The absence of his nearness sent a strange sort of desperation cycloning through her. She was a breath away from calling out a hoarse, Levi, wait, and grabbing him by the wrist in the middle of a rainstorm, dramatic movie style. I'll get a shared folder set up. There'd be no wrist grabbing here. No desperate pleas to stop. She knew what she was doing. And she needed fewer hot men in her life, not more. I got your email on the contract, so. Levi didn't look at her, simply nodded and tapped the side of his fist against the glass door as he peered out to the sidewalk. Cool. So I'll. Finally, he swept that sweet cinnamon gaze back to her. A chill raced up her spine. I guess I'll see you later. There it was. The stall. The brief moment in which she held all the power in the world. A woman's most victorious moment, where everything hung on her next words. Her decision. Her desires. She steeled herself. Her desires had no place in this conversation. Bye, Levi. He pushed out of the studio, and it might have been her imagination, but she thought she sensed a cloud of disappointment behind him. She could only see it because it clung to her, too. Chapter 6. It wasn't often that rejection found Levi. But when it did, it came crashing through the wall like a demonic Kool-Aid man. The type of surprise punch to the gut that left Levi reeling and grasping for his tried and true fallback. Going out and getting into trouble. He'd done it 1,000 times before. This coping mechanism was nothing new. Forged from heartbroken necessity after both his parents had died on the same stupid-ass night, in the same stupid-ass wreck caused by a tipping semi and a too-tight curve, he didn't have a lot of options as a young single guardian looking after his disabled brother. His life was taking care of Gage and letting off steam the only ways he knew how, fighting or fucking. Except when he'd gone out the night after Riley made it more than clear she could give a shit about him. Even that steam wasn't enough. He'd fucked up a dude's face in an alley behind a shithole bar in downtown LA and told anybody who would listen that he was a professional MMA fighter who was gunning for a title. 0 women were involved, which shocked him maybe more than anything else. Fucking was his go-to. But for some reason, only his fists wanted to fly. Not his cock. And he worried it was because he thought he still had a chance with Riley. Like an idiot. A few cameras came out to catch his spectacle. That at least he could remember through the drunk haze. But he'd really expected there to be some sort of paparazzi following him by now. He was good at making a scene. Hell, it was the only reputation he had anymore. That and stupid dad jokes. Levi in a nutshell. He was fine with it. That's all people needed to know about him. Any more and he'd start to get uncomfortable. The days leading up to the first match were predictably intense. Riley came around for pictures and disappeared as soon as possible. Within a week of a fight, Levi's personal rule, backed up by Travis, was no alcohol and no sex. So that ruled out his tried-and-true methods of stress relief. Which meant he turned into a raging bull by the morning of the fight. He rocketed around his apartment like pinball, let loose in an 80s sci-fi wonderland pinball machine. Gage shook his head and continued playing Call of Duty. At 16 years old, Gage found pretty much anything Levi did any more embarrassing somehow. That's what made the fine line between guardian and brother even thinner. As Gage's brother, he should be allowed to act out and go get drunk and get arrested a time or two. Whatever. But as Gage's guardian and stand-in father, he needed to set a good example. Not like Gage would be standing up and heading to a bar on his own anytime soon because of Levi's actions, but still. Levi needed to be the good guy in Gage's eyes. Which meant that he didn't tell Gage about what he got up to. No girls came around the house. Once Levi became famous and the news started slipping out of its own accord, well, Levi would handle that when he got there. For now, he needed to continue the balancing act. Can you stop hopping around like a demented rabbit? Gage snarked. I can't focus. Sorry, bro. Levi took to pacing the width of the apartment, flipping the back of Gage's hair each time he passed. Gage grunted, jerking the controller along with his head as he tried to dodge Levi's reach. You coming to this match, or what? Gage sighed, not bothering to rip his eyes off the screen. He'd been going through a thing the past several months, basically since they'd gotten to California. He didn't want to go outside, he didn't want people to see him, he didn't want the home health nurse to accompany him anywhere. Their outing last week had been the first in a while, beyond the required daily trek to school during the weekdays. Levi figured it was part acclimating to a new home, part teenage angst. But to be sure, Levi had scouted a psychologist for him. Their first session was later that month. Nobody gives a shit about your chair, Levi said. He'd said these words 1,000 times already. Easy for you to say, Gage muttered. Levi huffed. You want me to get a chair too? I swear to God I will. Gage smirked but didn't say anything. I'll fight from the chair too, Levi said, swooping in to make eye contact with Gage. His brother was fighting a grin now. Instead of a cage fighter, I'll be a chair fighter. Gage snorted, leaning to the side to see the huge flat-screen TV. He'd gotten a tiny laugh out of him. That was good for now. I gotta go to the gym, bro. Levi hopped from side to side as he made his way to the kitchen, where his packed bag awaited him. Street clothes, fight clothes, and a shit ton of first aid. If you change your mind, you call Tammy, okay? Tammy was the home health nurse. She'd been coming over to help out since they moved to LA. Gage liked her all right, but resented needing her help in a way that he never had with his nurse in Chicago. The move had to be hitting him hard. On his down days, Levi thought that maybe the move wasn't worth it. Maybe he should have stayed back in Chicago, found some lesser trainer on the West Loop, and gotten a full-time job doing internet installation or some shit to make ends meet. Maybe following his dreams wasn't worth the toll it took on Gage. It was times like these that his heart crumbled with wanting his mom and dad, even for a day, to look at the state of things and tell him it was going to be okay. If he could just get some damn advice. Levi ruffled Gage's hair before he let himself out of the apartment. Tammy would be on her way soon anyway, to help Gage with dinner and a shower before bed. Gage made himself damn useful though, that was the Swain in him. Too proud to accept much help, even when he'd become wheelchair-bound at the ripe old age of 10. The trip to Holt Body Fitness went slower than normal, or maybe he was so amped up that time slowed to a crawl. He was still getting used to LA traffic after a few months living here. He might never adjust. Seriously, so much time in traffic. He'd thought Chicago was bad, especially with the parking tickets, but this shit. His first purchase, once he was a financially stable billionaire, would be a helicopter. The thought made him laugh out loud. A passenger in a nearby car turned to look as he laughed, so Levi amped it up. He loved attention, there was no denying it. As he trudged through traffic, he played games with the passing cars. With some people, he waved until they finally noticed him, which led to some awkward wait times. With others, he struck up a conversation, always about the fact that he was about to whoop some guy's ass in an MMA fight. A few people promised to tune in. One guy had actually heard of his fight card already. And that is marketing, folks. Levi smiled to himself as he eased into the parking lot of Holt Body Fitness. He'd conquer Los Angeles one traffic jam at a time. Once he swept into Holt, things started getting real. He and Travis and Lex met for a briefing in the back gym. Protocol was that Levi didn't fight the day before or the day of a fight, to reserve all his energy for the big event. Melanie came by to tug his hair into tight cornrows, another fight protocol, and once his scalp smarted from the tight braids, Levi took to some light stretches in his Holt tracksuit. Riley came sauntering in, fishnets tights under short denim shorts, those black combat boots back out to play. His gut twisted, half excitement, half dread. He wanted to see her. A little too much. But she'd made it damn clear to him the other night that she didn't want an ounce of what he had to offer. Unless it was money. Wow. She cocked a hip, a genuine smile gracing those plump lips. Never thought I'd catch you doing yoga. He sent her his best dazzling grin as he held a warrior pose. What's this one called? Warrior B. Wrong. It's Warrior L, he winked. Get it? L for Levi. Man, you start with the jokes quick, Riley mused, snapping a picture. Travis and Lex came back, greeting Riley with quick hugs. We all set to go? What's going on? Levi asked, feigning ignorance. Some sort of big event today. Travis hefted with a laugh. Good one. Just the ass-kicking of Myrtle's life, Lex said, squeezing the tops of Levi's shoulders. Myrtle was the affectionate nickname for Levi's opponent today, Michael Mertson. With how trained Levi was, and how ready he was to pummel anything in his path, this would be an easy win. The four of them piled into the official Holtmobile, as Levi liked to call it. A celebrity-grade brand-new SUV, shiny black with blacked-out rims. Every time Levi rode in it, always in the back seat, he felt like a star trying to escape the paparazzi. And if his career took off like he hoped, that reality might not be too far out. So how many more faces do I have to break until I get my first multi-million-dollar sponsor? Levi asked, tugging forward the hood of his Holt hoodie. It helped block Riley at his side. If she wanted him to back the fuck off her, then he needed to reiterate this to himself every way possible. It would be hard, but he could do it. He wasn't a savage. Travis snorted as he headed onto the freeway. Rap music hummed from the speakers. Travis knew that's what pumped him up most on fight days, even though it wasn't his favorite music. It was shit like this that made Travis the best trainer in the world. The little details. At least 15, Travis said. Nah, that's too many. Levi inspected his knuckles, trying to visualize the numbers on the check that would come from this eventual sponsorship. How many zeros there might be. It was the only way to really get there. I'm thinking just a few more. Good luck, buddy. If anyone can get there, it's you. Travis's voice didn't hold any sarcasm. He really did believe in him. You can really get a multi-million-dollar sponsorship? Riley asked a moment later. Easily. Well, not easily, Travis corrected. It'll be easy for me, Levi said. He made the mistake of glancing over at Riley. She watched him with a dark curiosity that made his thighs tense. Those looks were dangerous on days like these. When he hadn't gotten off in days, and she was the only person to fill his mind anyway. That was the masochistic part about it. The one girl who didn't want him, possibly in all of history, was the one girl he couldn't stop thinking about. Figured. Riley watched him for a moment too long, then finally yanked her gaze back toward the window. Except now he was stuck on her, his eyes roaming the funky skull pattern of her t-shirt, the knowing lilt of her lips that told him she could feel his gaze cutting through her. He could admire in silence. That could be enough for him. Riley crossed her legs, the fishnet stretching tight against her creamy thigh. Yeah. Admiring in silence. Enough for today, maybe. All right, guys, Levi said, burying his fists in the pockets of his hoodie. Time for the good luck joke. This was a tradition he'd instituted since arriving at Holt Body Fitness. Sort of a one last joke for the road sort of thing. Lex groaned. Let's hear it. If athletes get athlete's foot, what do elves get? Silence thudded through the car. Levi lifted a brow at Riley, who had pinched her lips into a curious smile. Acid reflux, Travis said, like he wasn't even trying to get the answer right. Syphilis, Lex offered. Levi snorted. You guys could not be more wrong. Riley? I don't know. Elfitis. Wrong. Mistletoes. Riley burst into laughter, and Levi gobbled it up, the dimple flashing in her right cheek, the way she pressed her knuckles against her nose. Her laugh thrummed through him, and there was something different about it. Something that made him desperate to inspire it in her as often as humanly possible. Levi loved making people feel good about themselves, about life in general. But with Riley, he wanted more than that. He wanted her to feel good about the possibility of Levi and Riley. Chapter 7. The arena thundered with noise when Levi started his strut toward the octagon. Cheers mixed with anticipation and enough testosterone to kill a woodland animal. The second he stepped across the threshold into the arena, to begin his pre-fight strut toward the cage, his fists rocketed into the air of their own volition. The adrenaline of this shit lit him up. It was why on his down days he watched old fights, to get a taste through the TV screen of this mind-altering madness. This many people and this much noise would drive some people into a hole. But not Levi. He fucking ate this shit for breakfast. He hopped and skipped down the tight aisle as photographers snapped pictures and fans cheered him on. They weren't here for him necessarily, but rather the start of this new league, the Western Fighters Conference. It was something to rival the UFC, with a faster-paced fight schedule and an instant gratification approach to defending the title. This was the first day of fights for a whole slew of brackets, and Levi's match was the very last of the day. The whole West Coast was paying attention. And Levi wouldn't accept anything less than winning the WFC title. Once he hit the cage, he went into autopilot. Travis and Lex lingered on the sidelines. He was distantly aware that Riley had secured her spot down on the photographer's edge. Then everything but the fight fell away. All he could see was the bloated scowl of Michael Mertson as he came into the ring. The distant echo of the announcer as he introduced the fighters. The thick wrist of the referee as he grabbed the fighters by the shoulders to recite the standard rules of the fight. Levi entered into a dream space. Caught between the sharp sting of reality and the gauzy clouds of a dream. He bit into the foam of his mouthguard, the only thing grounding him to the moment. The fight bell rang. Levi's thoughts ceased, everything became a fluid string of reactions. Dodging Murty's low kick, delivering the uppercut, spinning him into a rear naked choke. The only thing that coursed through Levi's mind as he fought was, "You got this. You got this." Levi secured the advantage on Murty early in the first round. He had him grappling and reactionary, trying to dodge Levi's firm blows and cat-like defenses. When the bell rang for the end of the first round, Travis was ready at his side. "You're fucking killing him," he said as Lex squirted water into Levi's mouth. "You can knock him out. It's coming. Just keep him off balance." Levi rolled his shoulders in circles as he assessed Murty from across the octagon. Lex dabbed at a cut on his forehead. "I'm so fucking ready for this," Levi mumbled around the mouthguard. Break time ended. The fighters met in the middle, and the bell rang again. Levi didn't hold back. He funneled every ounce of disappointment and worry and sexual frustration and money anxiety into his opponent. His punches rained down, and they weren't into minute 2 when the referees hauled him off of Murty. He'd won the round by technical knockout. Murty was unable to fight back. Levi was distantly aware of the swell of cheers. He pumped his fist in the air and did a victory lap around the cage, going as far as scaling a side of the octagon to pump his fists into the air. He caught the wild eyes and victorious cheers of nearby fans. They ate this shit up. And so did he. It wasn't until Travis herded him back into the dressing room that the spell broke. Levi collapsed into a chair in front of the mirror while Travis and Lex assembled around him. The joy was unmistakable. "Now they fucking know," Lex affirmed as he pointed at Levi through the mirror. "They fucking know who our boy Levi is." Travis laughed, grabbing Levi by his arms. "You fucking killed it." A knock on the door a moment later was the league doctor, making his rounds to check on the fighters post-fight. He was a short and serious man who looked like he came from 1940 instead of modern days. Levi tilted his head as the doctor examined a cut on his upper cheek. Riley popped into the dressing room a moment later, pressing her back to the door. She was out of breath. Her eyes were wide, like she'd just seen her first real MMA match. "So what did you think, Riley?" She let out an incredulous laugh. "Ah, no big deal." She shrugged, but he could practically see the pulse throbbing at her wrists. "Just a regular evening, doing work stuff." She tripped over the carpet as she approached, and a laugh escaped her. "Holy shit." Levi grinned, which made the doctor tut as he tried to dab at his face. "Stop smiling." "Can't when she's around," he said. Her reaction meant more to him than he wanted to admit. "Ain't that the truth?" Lex murmured. Riley lifted her camera, snapping a few shots in the dressing room. "How'd your pictures come out?" Levi asked. "Fucking fire," she said, checking the digital screen of her camera. "Oh my god." She fanned herself a little. "I don't think my heart has stopped racing yet." That made Levi grin even wider. It was a special thing to witness the birth of a new MMA fan. "No smiling," the doctor said. "Levi," he said. "Stop smiling," Lex reprimanded, a new bark to his tone. "Is that your dad voice?" Levi cracked. "Yes, and if you push me any further, I'm gonna add an ass whooping too," Lex said, the hint of a grin on his face. "Just kidding, I don't talk to my kid like that. But let the doc get you buttoned up." "Thanks, Dad," Levi said. He heaved a sigh, checking out his face in the wall mirror once the doctor was done. "Not too bad. I don't need stitches." "Murty probably will," Travis offered. They all thanked the doc before he left. Levi swiveled his chair to face Riley, who had perched on the armrest of an overstuffed armchair across the room. "How'd you fare with the other photographers?" She sent him a genuine smile, one that punched straight through to his gut. "They really tried to be the big burly assholes, but I threw elbows like you said. I'd call it a successful first day." He swiveled back and forth, grinning like a dope at Riley. Travis sent him a look, asking in a low voice, "Are you seriously this moony-eyed already?" Levi swatted at him, but didn't bother defending himself. He sorta had a point. "All right, kids. Time to head out." Travis twirled his finger in the air. Levi groaned, sitting forward. He watched as Riley packed up her camera. He had to try again. Another hangout session. He was dying to see the pictures, so it seemed a natural meeting point. You know, Riley. A firm knock sounded against the door. Lex tugged open the door. An unfamiliar man in a casual gray sport coat smiled in at them, his hands stuffed into the pockets of his slacks. Is Levi Swain in here? Yeah. Lex stepped aside, pulling the door open wider. Levi leaned forward and waved. What can I do for you? The man smiled, looking at each person in turn before saying, I'd like to speak in private, if at all possible. A whole bunch of questions ignited inside him, from the worst-case scenario to the most ludicrous of possibilities. This man was about to sue him. Or he'd come to offer a bag of cash. There was almost no in-between. Sure. Will it be long, because they were going to head out, he began. I'd like to ask for an impromptu business meeting, the stranger said. Levi's gut told him to see this through, hear the guy out. Call a ride share, Travis said, jerking his head toward the door like urging the others to follow, and the gym will pick up the tab, okay? Levi nodded, waving as his crew filed out. Once the door shut behind them, the man offered his hand. My name is Marcus Greer. I've been following you for a few months. Your career, that is, not physically. Levi erupted with a laugh. Well, that's a relief. What can I do for you? I want to work with you. Marcus had a calculating look in his sharp blue eyes, and everything about his energy screamed wealthy businessman. Even though he was dressed casually, Levi had a feeling Marcus's leather shoes alone cost a couple grand. In fact, I think you'd be perfect for a developing business opportunity. Levi's head started spinning. Maybe his efforts were starting to pay off. How'd you know I was open to this? Did you get one of my emails? One of the first things he'd done after arriving in LA was sending out press releases about his upcoming ascent in the WFC league. He'd been pretty sure nothing would come of it, but then again, maybe this connection was a direct result. No email. Just scouting on my part. I have what you might call a knack for discovering trends before they're big. And discovering stars before they explode. Well, if that wasn't a convincing opening line. Go on. Marcus pulled up a chair in front of Levi and eased into it, resting his elbows on his knees. I own a PR company. I handle people's images. Their reputations. What the world should know about them. He paused, dragging his gaze up to meet Levi's. That said, sometimes it's to my client's advantage to orchestrate incidents to work in their favor. Things were somehow making less sense now. Incidents? Yes. Newsworthy incidents. So you're fabricating news? Isn't this the fake news everyone's worried about? I wouldn't go as far as saying fake news, Marcus said, but rather engineered. I work heavily with the tabloids to make sure that my clients are receiving the coverage we intend. And how do I fit into this? A smile blossomed on Marcus's face. We think you'd be perfect for an upcoming headline. Headline. Exclamation points erupted behind Levi's eyelids. He kicked an ankle up over a knee, leaning back into his chair to really start talking business. Headline like tabloid coverage? Yes. A whole involvement, really. Marcus laced his fingers together before continuing. I have a client right now who's looking for a particular type of coverage. She's an international star. I've been trying to find her match. And I think it's you. Levi tried to keep his mind from racing and latching onto this as the be-all and end-all. But it was hard. All he could see was dollar signs. And what would I get out of it? Well, fame for one. Levi's stomach jerked. That was a pretty good place to start. And? Money, of course. Levi fought the urge to ask where he could sign. He cleared his throat, pretending to study the floor with indecision. Listen, you've got the whole package. When I look at you, I see an MMA celebrity waiting to bloom. Forget Conor McGregor, This will be the Levi Swain show. You've got the looks, the body, and this hair? Marcus hefted with a laugh. I could get you a modeling contract afterwards, just for shits and giggles. Excitement tremored through him. From the sound of it, this was exactly the type of thing Levi had been gunning toward. All he wanted was exposure and money. And he didn't care how he got there. We should talk more about this, Levi finally said. Let's meet next week. Marcus offered a cool smile while he dug a business card out of the inside pocket of his sport coat. You call me and give me a day and time that works best for you, and I'll make it work. Levi took his card, inspecting the no-nonsense font. How much money are we talking? That depends on how deep you want to go. Sounds like the Matrix rabbit hole, Levi said. Marcus winked. Yeah. It sorta is. He pushed to standing and offered his hand. I really hope to hear from you. This could be a great partnership for both of us. Levi shook, already knowing that he'd say yes. It pretty much didn't matter what they needed from him. If it promised him a payday and notoriety, Levi was already all in. Chapter 8. 3 days after Levi's fight, and Riley still didn't feel quite normal. Something in that matchup had shaken her up. One of those flying punches had broken her on the inside, in a way that she couldn't understand or even talk about. Riley? Her housemate Nikki came into the living room, pausing when she caught sight of Riley. You're staring again. It had been happening on and off, random bouts of staring at Levi's picture on her laptop. Riley sighed, closing her laptop. In the beginning, she'd justified the pictures by saying she was finishing editing, even though she'd done that in her studio the day after the fight. But now, she was fangirling, plain and simple. She'd sent the packet of edited photos to Levi hours ago. She had no excuse. He's easy on the eyes, Riley muttered, setting it aside. And easy on the ears, too. 3 days since she'd last seen him, and somehow she was craving a dad joke. That mistletoe's one had really gotten her. Why don't you bone him already? Nikki asked as she rummaged in the kitchen for some snacks. They were about to start their weekly girls' night. Their best friend Fiona was on her way over, and tonight's viewing party included restarting Broad City from episode 1. I can't. He's very clearly a man-whore. What does very clearly entail? Nikki asked as she pulled out a tub of hummus and a bag of carrot sticks. Is it the fact that he has a penis? Basically, Riley admitted with a sigh. Besides, even though every fiber of my being wants to bone that man, I shouldn't because apparently I'm too jaded to live. There is no shouldn't when it comes to casual sex, Nikki said, knocking the fridge door closed with her hip. She padded over to the sectional couch, her raven hair pulled up into a messy bun. Oh, LAAYDs. Fiona's rich singer's voice filled the apartment, and a moment later, their friend appeared in the living room. I swear to God she summoned you, Riley said before wrapping her friend in a hug. It's true. We were talking about casual sex, Nikki said. That's all you need to summon me, a brief conversation about casual sex and a guitar pick, Fiona cracked. Fiona had been a musician her entire life, but had only recently started taking it seriously. More than that, she was chronically, vehemently, anti-relationship. Which these days so was Riley. So who are you sexin'? Fiona asked, plopping on the couch. Nobody, Riley assured her. I'm still on sabbatical. That was a polite way of saying she had a no-dick policy in place. Fiona tutted, shaking her head. That's a bad idea. It's been long enough. I don't know if it'll ever be long enough, Riley muttered, settling into her favorite corner of the sectional. She arranged pillows behind her. I still get the occasional hate mail, don't forget. Nikki frowned. Yeah, but those people are crazy. They aren't real people. And they have nothing to do with your needs as a woman. Riley sighed, not having it in her to have this conversation for the umpteenth time. When Braden cheated on her, it wasn't like any old boyfriend had cheated on her. He was the most popular sitcom star in recent history, the Brad Pitt of young millennials. Riley hadn't thought twice when their paths crossed early on in his career, not expecting his fame to balloon and his ego to balloon faster. Dating a celebrity had never been on her to-do list, but she'd tried to roll with the punches. Except Braden got restless, he got hungry for more and better and hotter. It would have been bad enough to find out that he'd rolled into bed with his busty co-star. But it became her worst nightmare when the prick didn't have the balls to tell her himself. Instead, he'd ghosted and let the tabloids fill her in. Braden concocted a crazy story about his love of the century with his new girlfriend. Even insulted Riley in various interviews given, since Riley had occasionally been mentioned as Braden's private and normal girlfriend prior to the scandal. Called her controlling, restrictive, jealous. And oh, how Braden's diehard fans exploded out of the woodwork. Desperate to defend him against any perceived wrong, his fans descended on her as though she'd dragged him through the mud. Or castrated him personally. Or worse. She didn't know if Braden had intended to spur the months-long media frenzy, or the avalanche of hate mail that his comments inspired. She could only imagine that he didn't give a shit. That nothing mattered to him except pussy and fame. A year and a half later, her life was only starting to feel somewhat normal. Back to the shadows of obscurity. Right where she wanted it. Seriously, casual sex is worth it. Fiona kicked her chucks up on the ottoman, using her "I know what I'm talking about" tone reserved for all matters sex. You've probably forgotten what it feels like by now, and let me assure you, it is the best thing ever. No strings attached. Even better. Riley laughed. I don't think I've ever met anyone as anti-relationship as you. Fiona shrugged. I don't see the point. I tried it once, wasn't for me. Sex is though. You should have sex. I think that's the slogan for your personal brand, Riley said. When you're ready to make t-shirts, let me know. Fiona thwacked her with a pillow. That's not a bad idea. I'd buy one, Nikki said, chomping into a carrot as she wedged herself in between her two friends. Riley settled in for a fun night with her best friends, but in the middle of episode 2, Levi texted. Levi, damn girl. 2 little words made her hungry for more. She debated not responding, but who was she kidding? She was dying for a little taste of Levi after so many days apart. So much so that she was willing to indulge. Riley, let me guess. You saw the pictures. Levi saw and loved. You do this professionally or something? A laugh escaped her, garnering curious looks from her friends. Riley, was thinking about taking a photography class or two. You think I should go for it? Levi totes. Maybe you can take pictures of my matches too. Just an idea. No pressure. Riley pressed her hand against her mouth to silence the laugh. Why was this so fun? Maybe her friends were right. Maybe the sabbatical had dragged on too long. Maybe it was okay to have a little fun in her life, even if it was instigated by a new man. Just playing around with Levi didn't have to mean anything. Riley, I'm happy you didn't ditch me for a real sports photographer. I've been researching, you know. Levi, I can tell. These are better than the first practice already. Can't wait to see what comes out of you next. Riley snorted. You're not even watching, are you? Fiona demanded. I'm busy. Riley said, swatting Fiona's hand away as she attempted to steal her phone. I'm talking to Levi. Both friends said ooh. But it got them to leave her alone. Riley settled back in. You have sex with that man, Fiona encouraged, patting Riley's wrist. Make Mama proud. Riley, art-wise or otherwise? Levi, anywise. Riley, well, I think the next thing scheduled to come out of me will be a burp. Not super artistic. As soon as she sent the text, her eyes got wide. Why had she sent that? It wasn't cute or even remotely sexy. She was being herself. Which was fine and all, but definitely counterproductive if she wanted to have sex with this man. Which she didn't. Except she did. The whole thing was so confusing. Levi, yours would be artsy somehow. Riley, I think you have a very high opinion of my bodily functions. Levi, I have a pretty high opinion of all of you. Riley tucked the phone away, her cheeks flaming. Thank God he couldn't see her right now. And the worst part of all, she wanted to continue this flirty conversation. See how far they could take it. She unearthed her phone again, tapping out a message before she could think better of it. Riley, yeah? What's your highest opinion about me? Levi's answer came in lightning fast, as if he'd already written it out before she'd even asked. Levi, mind or body? Riley, you pick. Levi, you've got an eye for photography that I've never seen before in the entire world. Your art makes me ache. Riley blinked rapidly, reading and rereading his compliment. It was the best thing anyone had ever said to her. It was the reason she was doing this shit. The world around her had completely ceased to exist. All that mattered right now was Levi and this conversation. Riley, thank you. That means a lot to me. Levi, you deserve it. Levi, want to hear my other high opinion? Her heart was pounding, waiting to know what it could be, knowing already what it had to be. But the idea of turning the lens to her physical appearance was somehow embarrassing. Especially when it came from someone like Levi, who looked like a Hollywood star in waiting. Riley, I guess. Levi, you have the sexiest thighs. She dropped her phone and covered her face with her hands. Fiona cackled at her side. You two are sexting already, aren't you? Riley could only scream into her palms. She scooped up her phone, rereading his words. His admission sent fire ripping through her veins. Good thing he was elsewhere, because if he was even within a quarter-mile radius, she was ready to hunt him down and mount this man. Sexiest thighs. Why did that ring as the hottest possible response? If he'd complimented her lips or her ass, it would have sounded cliché. But not Levi. He was a whole different league. He'd called her booty psychedelic, for God's sake. Levi, sorry. Wasn't supposed to say that. Forgive me. Riley, I'll allow it. Just this once. Levi, would you allow something else just once? Riley breathed heavily as she typed out her response. All of this was so wrong, but it felt so good. Damn it, she'd missed the thrill of attraction. The question marks of a crush. Oh my God, they are sexting. Nikki screeched. Riley swatted in the air, but reached neither of them. She couldn't concentrate on anything other than this conversation. Riley, depends on what it is. And don't say sex. Levi, I don't even know what sex is. Riley, something tells me you're not a virgin. Levi, I guess you'll have to find out. Have dinner with me. Levi, like, not where I bring you your favorite curry of all time or anything. Levi, but where I take you out and wine and dine you and act a perfect gentleman who does not bring up sex. Levi, not even once. Levi, not even if you demand it. Levi, or beg for it. Riley crumpled against the couch. This was a losing battle, and it seemed wisest to give in. Raise the white flag. Surrender and let Levi have his way with her thighs, which she'd enjoy, probably too much. At this point, every damn thing he sent her was an aphrodisiac. Stoking that fire inside her that masturbation couldn't touch, no matter how often she rubbed one out. But still, she couldn't make it easy. Because what if this was just a passing fancy? She didn't want to be a flavor of the week, either. Riley and Levi texted off and on the rest of the night. And when it came time for bed, she was so amped up that sleep wouldn't arrive. The next day, Riley knew a gym day was in order. Not for the chance to casually cross paths with Levi, of course. Strictly for physical well-being. She'd gotten out of her routine with the excitement of Levi entering her life. She needed to burn off some of this sexual frustration. And if she ran into Levi, so be it. Holtz was bright and clamorous as usual when she breezed in around 1 p.m. Every time she entered, she was overcome by possibilities. Did she want to run the track? What about trying a Pilates class? Or would she join the muscly guys in the weight room? She already knew the answer. She'd pick endless cycling while she quietly peered at the other gym patrons, wondering why everyone else seemed to have their lives so together. Wondering what everyone else's bank accounts looked like. Except today, all she'd think about was sexiest thighs. She wasn't even to the locker room, and it was already on repeat in her gray matter. Before she could reach the reception desk, Travis was waving at her from across the foyer. "Riley." He jogged toward her, a bigger smile than usual on his face. "Did you hear the news?" Curiosity jolted through her. "I know of no news." He tutted, digging his phone out of his gym shorts pocket. He shook his head while he swiped. "Levi got picked up. Or should I say, your picture got picked up." A laugh burst out of him, and he showed her the phone. "Check this out." It was a BuzzFeed article. And her picture of Levi, his fist deep in the jaw of his opponent from the day before, had become a meme. "Oh my God," she whispered, gently taking Travis's phone as he offered it. She'd stared at this picture a million times already, embarrassingly, but seeing it in this context made it feel totally new. Foreign even. "Isn't it great?" Travis beamed like a proud father. And it was. The expression on the opponent's face was pure despair. The caption on the image read, "Walking into this job interview like." Someone had added in their post, "I'm about to take prisoners with this interview. I'd say wish me luck, but I don't need it, just like this MMA hotshot Levi." "It's a meme," she exclaimed. At the bottom in tiny print was the photo credit, R. Montaigne. "It's been shared like 9,000 times already?" He checked the picture again. "I think we're in viral territory." "Does Levi know?" "Oh yeah. He's pumped as hell." Travis pocketed his phone. "I'm gonna keep an eye on it, see how it affects gym enrollments and everything." "Smart idea." Riley paused, hoisting her gym bag higher on her shoulder. "Seems like Levi is waiting for the spotlight." She was testing this hypothesis with Travis, the man who probably knew him best. Maybe he could confirm the dark fear that lined her attraction to Levi. "I think he was born for it." Travis's smile kicked back up to beaming. "He's a smart guy. You wouldn't believe how much work he puts into his career. It's one of the reasons I took him on." "What does he do, exactly?" "For his career, I mean." She picked at the cuticle of her thumbnail, embarrassed about how little she knew, but desperate to learn everything. "I don't know much about what you guys do on the business side." "Levi hunts sponsors like a shark," Travis said. "I've never seen someone with his dedication. When I picked him up in Chicago, he had 15 sponsors. And we're talking in a little league of MMA fighting, you know? Even his favorite brand of almonds he'd gotten as a sponsor." Travis hefted with a laugh. "That's the thing. I only picked him up because he emailed me." "Oh, so you didn't find him on your own?" "I wouldn't have. But he sent me a pitch. Like a business proposal. I flew out to Chicago to watch him fight. And I was blown away. The kid goes after what he wants and doesn't accept any less. That's why we made your contract for as long as we did. Levi is winning the title." Travis's glowing review spurred butterflies in her belly. It was hard not to get excited about Levi's career, or get swept up in the outcomes of his hard work and dedication. "I can tell he's a really good guy," Riley said, the words damn near sticking in her throat. It felt like a confession. Something fit for a priest. "The best. He makes it easy to overlook his bad habits, you know? I'm gonna blow up this picture and hang it in the back gym. I can't wait till he sees it." Travis laughed as the receptionist called for his attention. Riley waved as he trotted off to attend to an issue, his words sticking in her head. His bad habits. What the hell did that mean? His chronic nail-biting or something worse? Maybe he meant the dad jokes. Those could be considered a bad habit. But no, those didn't need overlooking. Those required tolerating. Travis's insights unfortunately inspired hundreds more questions, and the only person fit to answer them was Levi. She felt like a detective of the worst kind, inquiring about a crush because she was too chicken shit to admit she had one. And the more she learned, the more the information acted like cold water on the flames of her desire. But one thing was clear. Levi was headed for greatness. She'd suspected it the minute he walked into her studio. He'd confirmed it with his bravado. Whether he got there by nudes or memes or sheer physical superiority, Levi would get there. Because he wasn't simply open to fame. He was hungry for it. And when a newcomer to the scene was hungry for it, Hollywood responded by devouring. This town preyed on three types of people: the young, the gorgeous, and the starving. There was no other outcome. Levi was hungry enough to pose a risk. And whether he ended up on the positive side of fame or the negative, one thing was certain. Levi would become a superstar. Which meant she needed to stay far, far away from him. Chapter 9. Levi parked his SUV in the closest handicapped spot on the street. They'd come to a place called home. So technically, they'd arrived home. Testing brunch spots was practically their job in LA, and they had yet to find a replacement for their favorite place in Chicago. With any luck, they'd find their favorite. Even if it took months of attempts. "This one looks promising," Levi said, peering out the passenger window. The entrance led to a big, woodsy-looking patio with an archway that said, "There's no place like home." "As long as they have bacon," Gage said, which was a fair assessment. Levi unbuckled and went to the back of the SUV, where Gage's motorized chair sat on a ramp connected to the vehicle. He waited as it lowered to the ground, and then he maneuvered the chair to the sidewalk by Gage's door. Gage peered out at him, then glanced around the sidewalk. It was always the same. Checking to see who might see him. Levi got it, he really did. He wished he could take away the self-consciousness. Gage would never be like the other kids. He'd be better. "Come on, buddy." Levi leaned into the car. Gage reached for his neck as Levi scooped his hands under his brother's light body. His legs were damn near useless at this point. A few years ago, he could still sort of stand and wobble out of the car. But now, he was totally dependent on Levi helping him transfer. Levi easily set Gage into the chair, where his brother visibly relaxed. The chair was like a second skin for him. He whipped it around toward the restaurant entrance. "This place better be good," Gage said in the ominous way only a teen could. Levi thwacked his head, where a flat-billed hat that said Lakers sat cocked to the side. He'd spent damn near $200 on that hat, but it was worth it to make sure Gage looked and felt as good as he could. "Have you ever wondered why we cook bacon but we bake cookies?" Levi asked as they headed into the patio. Wooden tables filled the tree-shaded space. Hipsters and professionals alike filled the gorgeous space. A funky hostess with a septum piercing greeted them and led them to a two-top near the tiled patio wall. She removed the extra chair for Gage without making a big deal about it, which Levi silently thanked her for. "Damn. This place looks good," Levi said as he perused the menu. "Though I think I'm gonna ask for some baked bacon. Just so that it makes sense." Gage cracked a grin. "I'll have mine cooked, thanks." "Did you hear about the meat packer that got arrested?" Levi asked, trying to keep his tone casual. This was half the battle, trying to trick Gage so that he didn't see the joke coming. "Why?" he asked, glancing up. "He was bringing home the bacon." Gage snorted with a laugh, and Levi couldn't help but relish the victory. It was the least he could do to brighten his brother's days. Their dad had always told the stupidest jokes, and although Levi had hated them growing up, it felt like something small he could do to keep their dad's memory alive. To make it feel like they weren't quite so fucking alone. Because that was the truth which haunted the shadows of their days. They had no one. Not a single fucking soul fighting for them or making sure they could get the bills paid, or checking in to see how they liked that new movie. Mom's family was unknown. She'd been the youngest adopted daughter in an elderly family. And Dad's family was estranged. They hadn't grown up with even a damn aunt. Which meant Levi had the work not just of one father or one mother, but of a whole clan. When a waitress appeared to take their order, Levi flashed her his most dazzling grin. He had a knack for winning over anyone. Except apparently, Riley. After a very exciting series of texts for a full day and night, she'd ghosted him. Hard. "What can I get you to?" the waitress chirped. Gage winked at her before he ordered a bacon-filled omelet. Once Levi had ordered avocado toast with a veggie omelet, Gage leaned forward. "Did you know my brother is in a meme?" The waitress was curious, so Gage brought out his phone. Levi crossed his arms, acting like the attention bothered him. But it didn't. Not one bit. "Wow. Are you a fighter?" The waitress's eyes sparkled when she looked back at Levi. He had her attention. "Yeah. I'm in this big league." He wanted to come off like he was downplaying it, but this was exactly the sort of thing that helped get the ball rolling and stay rolling. "There's another match next week. You should check it out." "I definitely will." When she left with their order, Gage smirked. "I thought I was the biggest flirt in the family," Levi cracked, reaching across the table to swat the bill of Gage's hat. "But you took the title." Gage laughed. "I learned it from you." Levi narrowed his eyes at him. "Better not be stepping on my turf, brother." But the mere mention of flirting with another girl made him think of Riley. His dark angel. Not that he'd call her that to her face, yet. Maybe someday, once he really got to know her. She fascinated him. And he couldn't figure out what had caused the about face in their texting. He'd thought they'd been getting somewhere. Thought she was finally seeing him as a person and not as Levi the fighter or Levi the client. But he'd been wrong. Riley clearly didn't want things to move forward on a personal level, and Levi hated how much that grated on him. She was the only woman he was desperate to know on a personal level. Part of him had thought about inviting her out on this sacred brunch occasion. That would have been new territory. Levi kept a strict division between home life and the rest of the world. Even Travis didn't know that his little brother had muscular dystrophy. He still needed some more time before he opened Gage up to the Holt body crew. Had to make sure this situation would last longer than a year or two, because he didn't want to break Gage's heart. Gage fell in love with new people too fast. He'd learned the hard way back in Chicago. Levi had let some fighter friends into their life, but when they flaked out on Gage one too many times, the lesson was learned. Whoever Gage met on his own turf, that was fine. Levi let him manage those friendships. But anybody else? It took drilling through several layers of brick fortress for anyone to achieve hanging with Gage level. Furthermore, Levi didn't bring any of his one-night stands to the house. That was a hard rule. Which meant that Gage had never met any of the women from his life. Because Levi didn't have girlfriends. He had fuck buddies and passing fancies. Nothing else. Except Riley promised to be something else. But he couldn't figure out what. The hottest photographer he'd never touch. Or maybe the first woman to make him tumble chin first into the gravel. While she just watched and laughed. When their food came, Levi already knew this was going to be the spot. His belly gave a warning rumble as the decadent omelet arrived, flanked by avocado toast on the seediest, brownest bread he'd ever seen. They dug in unceremoniously, their brunch punctuated only by appreciative groans. "Oh my God," Gage said through a mouthful of egg after half of his plate was cleared. "Dude. I know." Levi couldn't slow down to say more. No more words were exchanged until their plates were cleared. The waitress approached with arched brows. "I was coming to see how you liked it so far, but didn't expect you to be done already." "Too good." Levi stretched out, feeling the waitress's gaze on him. "You'll probably be seeing a lot of us." "I won't mind that at all." A barely there huskiness lined her voice, one that made Levi snap his gaze over to her. Damn. He hadn't been expecting that. She peeked under her lashes at him, a tiny smirk tugging the corner of her mouth up. "I'll be right back with your check." Gage blinked over at Levi. I'm pretty sure she wants to bang. Gage? Levi sent him a harsh look. He was right. Didn't mean Levi wanted to talk about that stuff around his brother. This was the weird dance of being part brother, part father figure. Gage smirked. Maybe you can fry your bacon in her hot grill. Levi tried hard, so hard to keep a straight face. But the laughter cascaded out of him. Damn. That was good. Gage looked entirely too pleased with himself. The waitress returned a moment later with the bill and a wink. He wasn't surprised to find her phone number scrawled across the top of the check. Levi quietly counted out the bills, plus a hefty tip. He grabbed the receipt and stuffed it into the back pocket of his shorts. Let's go. Levi allowed Gage to lead the way out through the patio and back to the car. They went through the familiar routine: load Gage into the car, load the chair onto the back, wait for it to lift. He'd done this song and dance so many times that sometimes he tried to unload Gage's chair even when he wasn't with him. You gonna call her? Gage asked as soon as Levi turned the car on. Who? That waitress. His brother was obsessed with girls these days. He couldn't tell if it was because of his new school, his age, or some combination of everything. Levi had enrolled him in a public high school near their house. Gage was making friends okay, for starting the year smack dab in the middle. And now he was a hawk for pussy. Just like his brother. What do you mean? I saw her number on that receipt, Gage said, the duh tone in his voice so intense that Levi wanted to backhand him. Sometimes teens were intolerable. Are you gonna call her? Levi tutted, shaking his head. Nah. I got enough girlfriends. Gage snickered. How many? 35, Levi cracked. How do you keep up? Levi smiled. Nah bro. It's not like that. I don't have time for a girlfriend. With this new league, you know I gotta stay focused. Levi patted his brother's knee. Gotta make that money. And he was telling the truth. Mostly. He wouldn't be texting her. But he didn't need to make her feel bad by leaving her number behind, like a slap in the face. Once Levi pulled into their apartment complex, the home health nurse was already waiting in the lobby. He had a few minutes to get Gage into the apartment before he had to leave for his next order of business on this sunny Saturday: go meet with the new sponsor, Marcus. When will you be back? Gage demanded as Levi headed for the door. Tammy was already clanking dishes in the kitchen, getting things cleaned up. In the evening, Levi said. Where are you going? I told you, I've got a meeting. Gage tutted. Bring me back some orange soda. Dude, you know we don't keep soda in the house. Levi. Gage's whine was more annoying than anything else. I'm out. See you guys. Levi hurried out of the apartment before his frustration could balloon. He loved his brother more than life itself and would gladly take a bullet for him. But when he got on his orange soda kicks, Levi had to exit stage left and fast. Levi was pulling out of the apartment parking lot when Gage's text came through. Gage, orange soda. Levi shook his head and stowed the phone. He cranked the volume on the stereo to play his favorite song, Kendrick Lamar's Humble. Levi rolled the windows down as the music thrummed through the car. When he pulled onto the freeway, he was rapping the lyrics so hard he practically shouted. He didn't care who saw. In fact, it was kind of the point that people saw. And slowly, heads turned. He kept it up, not missing a single word or rhyme in the entire song. Some cars he passed, kids laughed and pointed. In other cars, dudes sent out whoops of support. And in one car he heard the question that made his heart flutter. Is that the guy from the meme? Levi rapped his way through half an album before he pulled up to the nondescript office building in West Hollywood. With black shades and a black flatbill tugged low, he already felt like an incognito celebrity. With any luck, that would be his reality someday. Only as he approached the front door did he realize that the entire building was subtly mirrored. What looked like a totally normal building was in fact state-of-the-art. Stepping inside, he found a smartly decorated reception area with sleek, low black chairs and expensive-looking gray rugs covering the hickory wood flooring. This place screamed money. Marcus stepped out of the hallway before Levi could ask the receptionist where to go. As he led him through a bright white maze of hallways, he said, "I saw you come in on the monitor. Are you sure this building isn't also part FBI?" Levi cracked. "Our security is probably better than that," Marcus said with a small laugh, gesturing toward a door that said, M. Greer. The office behind the door was something out of a movie set. Square brown leather couches faced each other around a coffee table. In the corner, a foosball table. Some exotic plant grew in a huge ceramic pot, its wide waxy leaves glinting in the sunlight filtering in through the wood slats over the window. Foosball was all Levi could ask. "Helps me take the edge off," Marcus said, inviting Levi to take a seat in front of the huge wooden desk. "You should come to the gym sometime." Levi sank into the leather armchair, a sigh involuntarily escaping him. "How much did this chair cost?" Marcus laughed a little, something like embarrassment flashing across him. "Why? I'll need to know how much to negotiate so I can buy one of these myself." A toothy grin appeared. "Well, we're definitely open to negotiations. But before we go any further..." Marcus opened a drawer at his desk and pulled out some papers. "Non-disclosure agreement. You'll need to sign before we discuss anything else." Levi scanned the documents. It looked like pretty standard, keep your damn mouth shut stuff, so he scribbled his name at the bottom and pushed it back toward Marcus. "Great. So, how did you like the meme?" This time Levi's grin matched Marcus's. "Holy shit. That blew up fast. Now you see the type of work we do." Marcus leaned back in his chair, looking pleased with himself. "That's low-level stuff. That's why I offered it to you. A freebie. But a potent one. I'm pretty sure someone recognized me out on Santa Monica Boulevard today. I wouldn't be surprised." Marcus clicked the top of a pen as he assessed Levi, as if he could already see his future. "And that's just the beginning. What do you guys want me to do anyway?" Marcus pulled some folders out of a neatly organized stack on his desk as Levi's phone buzzed. He pulled it out. "Gage, orange soda." Levi, "Stop. Gage, come on." Marcus opened the folder, and Levi caught a picture of his face paper clipped to the inside. "What is this, my rap sheet?" he asked. "Something like that." On the other half of the folder, Marcus had paper-clipped the picture of some pretty girl. Illegible notes were posted on either side of the folder. "Though I did see your actual rap sheet. It's pretty impressive. You got a lot of drunk and disorderly charges in Chicago." Levi shrugged, fiddling with the black hair tie around his wrist. "Yeah. It's okay, that actually helps your cause here, I promise." Marcus steepled his fingers, running the tips of his index fingers back and forth across his bottom lip. "See, we've been looking for a bad boy. We have a client who is very pure, let's say. At least that's her brand. She's a model trying to break into acting. She's huge in Europe, where she's from. But we need to position her in a very certain way, so that the movie studios see her potential as the innocent girl next door. It's pretty straightforward stuff. So what would I do? Break her heart, of course." Marcus laughed. "It'll be a scandal when all is said and done. You won't be required to actually be with her. But you will need to create the illusion. Of course, if something does develop between you two, I wouldn't be surprised. She's a gorgeous girl. Little too young for my taste, but..." Levi frowned, thinking immediately of Riley. Which was absurd. Because she was nothing to him, and she made sure that he knew it. He had no reason to be thinking of her, when she probably thought even less of him. "How long would I need to be doing this?" "Maximum 3 months. Enough time to get appearances in." "Okay. And for how much?" Marcus's grin tightened. 300,000. Levi was ready to agree then and there, but he needed to push it farther. 5? "I can do 4. Levi wet his bottom lip, counting to 5 before he said anything else. Will there be opportunities for future work? Perhaps. It's hard to guarantee. Our needs are dependent upon the specific goals of our clients. But I can assure you, you won't have trouble finding promotional work after we're done with you. I wouldn't be surprised if you got some modeling contracts along the way. Your hair alone, Marcus gestured toward him, shaking his head. You're going to find plenty of work out here away from the cage. I can promise you. Levi studied the thick knobs of his knuckles, turning everything over. His gut was screaming yes right alongside his head. When the two were in agreement, it meant he should dive headfirst. $400,000, combined with his hauls from winning fights, would let him breathe easy for the next couple years at least. And that alone was worth a couple months' work fooling the tabloids. I'll do it. Marcus offered his hand across the desk, and the two shook hands. Excellent decision. This is going to be a fun one, I promise. Let me get the paperwork ready. As Marcus rummaged through a drawer, another text message came in. Gage, I need it. Levi, OMG, what is wrong with you? Gage, Sue very thirsty. Levi, drink some damn water. Gage, I need the sticky orange nectar. Levi, that stuff'll kill you, you know that? Gage, don't care, need it. I'm telling Tammy to get it or else I'll fire her. Levi, you fucking try that and I'll beat her ass myself. Gage, bring the orange soda. Everything okay? Marcus asked. Levi jerked his head up. Marcus had the contract ready, pen in hand. Levi blinked, trying to refocus on the task at hand. It was ridiculous that the biggest battle in his life involved convincing his brother to not drink sugary sodas, but here he was. Yeah. Sorry. Levi snatched up the contract and read it as fast as he could. Tons of legalese and a lot of Roman numerals. He couldn't understand half of it, but the parts he did understand seemed to reflect what they'd talked about. Marcus explained some of the more obtuse sections, but once Levi saw the figure at the bottom, $400,000 USD, that's all he needed. He signed the last page with a flourish. Great, Marcus said. We'll deposit the first half of your payment next week. Levi's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't wait to check out his bank statement and see all those zeros. He didn't have to circulate his own nudes. This was the definition of winning. And he'd buy Gage a damn orange soda to celebrate. Chapter 10. Riley had done an extremely good job at keeping things professional. So well, in fact, that she deserved, no, needed an award. Because this facade was hard work. It wasn't for the faint-hearted. No, actively resisting the sexiest man alive's attempts to engage sexually while still somehow not objectifying her took a special type of prowess and idiocy, she supposed. 2 weeks after Levi admitted she had sexy thighs, the words still echoed through her head damn near daily. She'd shut down their interpersonal communications as a last-ditch attempt to honor the fact that she was not going to get dragged into another up-and-coming star's orbit. Not like last time. Which meant that the picture-taking for practices the last couple weeks had been the most professional she'd ever been. Hardly a word spoken to Levi. It was pure creative work and then studio. And the worst part of all, Levi had stopped trying, which drove her nuts. Maybe that's why she was racing around her house on the afternoon of the next match, like she was late for her own wedding. Both Nikki and Fiona were in similar states of panic, which they claimed was entirely Riley's doing. Tonight she wanted Levi to notice her again. Have you seen my mascara? Riley screamed up the stairs to Nikki. You just had it. Nikki shouted down. Riley huffed, stomping down the hall, and then she spotted it. Sitting on an end table by the door. She didn't understand why she was being like this. Her heart raced and her palms sweat, and if she didn't see Levi soon, she was going to entirely melt away. It didn't make sense. Fiona came out of the downstairs bathroom a moment later, mouth thin. Okay, girl. What can I do to help? Riley covered her face with her hands. I don't know. I feel like I'm going crazy. Fiona cocked a knowing grin. You're not late. We're going to arrive on time. You have the media pass. You look sexy as hell. Fiona's gaze swept up and down Riley's body, which was tightly outlined by a turquoise dress. Combined with her combat boots and a short leather jacket, Riley felt every inch funky and sexy. I'm nervous. And I don't know why. And I hate it. Fiona took a deep breath, grabbing Riley's arms. Is it related to taking pictures? No. I feel confident about that. Is it related to your career in general? Riley tilted her head. No. I'm financially okay for a while. Is it related to the hot guy? The hot guy. The way they'd started referring to Levi, after Riley needed to stop hearing his name so often. Her stomach jolted, which was a dead giveaway. No. Fiona narrowed her eyes. Well, here's your prescription, just have sex with him. It'll solve all your problems. Riley stomped away from her friend's intolerable rightness. Up the stairs she called, You almost ready? We should head out soon. One sec. Nikki called back. Riley checked her phone, and then looked over her camera bags one last time. She was more than ready. Not just for the match. She was ready to initiate something. Because she still wanted Levi to be into her. Because she missed his attention and their banter. Even though she was the one who put a stop to it, she wanted to open up the floodgates again. Fiona was right. They needed to have sex and be done with it. Nikki came rushing downstairs a moment later. Riley had gotten them pretty good tickets, thanks to Travis. Despite not being MMA fans in general, they were more than curious to see Levi work his magic after Riley's rave reviews about watching him fight. Besides, Levi really was hitting the news more and more. It wasn't just that meme. He'd shown up in a tiny slice of Access Hollywood the other night, which had made Riley nearly choke on her pita sandwich. It was the briefest of mentions, but still. It was there. Levi was teetering on the edge of being recognized. Which meant if Riley really did want to give in to the sexual chemistry between them, then it needed to stay that and nothing else. The ladies packed up their things and piled into Nikki's sedan. As they pulled out of the driveway, Nikki said, Oh, I forgot to tell you. My mom and sister should be getting in while we're at the fight. I told them to let themselves in. Yay, family. Riley smiled as she rummaged through her purse, looking for her phone. They haven't been out to visit in a while. I hope my mom can sleep this time around, Nikki muttered. I swear that woman is secretly an owl, waiting for the rustle of its approaching prey. Fiona snickered from the back seat. So does that make you half owl? I guess. What was it that kept her up last time? Riley asked. The clicking of the ice maker, Nikki said glumly. We need to get her some earplugs. I think a mouse breathing would be too much for her. Nikki sighed. The girls chatted overtop the acoustic rock music pulsing through the car as they wound through traffic toward the arena. The closer they got, the higher Riley's heart climbed in her throat. She had all the signs and symptoms of a chronic crush, middle school style. Sitting on pins and needles to be reunited with the hot guy. By the time they reached the parking lot, she'd made up her mind. She was going to fuck Levi Swain. Even if she ended up regretting it. At this point, she needed to do it strictly for self-preservation. So she could think again. So she could go about her days without seeing the words sexiest thighs emblazoned in her mind's eye, or thinking about the fact that he'd asked her out on a proper date, and all she'd done was go radio silent. Nikki dropped her off at the media entrance in the back of the arena. Riley skittered through the back halls like a pro, even though this was only the second fight of the league. And if Levi really did ascend to the top like expected, then that meant there would only be 2 more matches after this. The second Saturday of each month was this league's fight day, and already a good chunk of the competition had been eliminated based on last month's results. Riley was seriously invested in this league, way more than she'd expected when Levi first broached the idea to her. She was getting to know the other fighters, following them on social media, brushing up on their weaknesses, and listening when Travis and Levi discussed their approach for certain fights. It was a whole new world. one which completely captivated her. Riley knocked softly on the dressing room door that said, "Levi," and then poked her head in. Levi sat in a chair facing the mirror on the wall, palms resting on his thighs. Travis twisted around to wave her in. Riley sidled inside, quietly setting her stuff down as she acclimated to the energy of the room. Intense as usual. Travis had his hands on Levi's shoulders, speaking softly into his ear. She couldn't hear what he was saying. Without a word, Riley snuck her camera out and started snapping pictures. She was able to catch Levi's intense gaze through the reflection of the mirror. But one of the clicks of her shutter made him snap his eyes toward her. A ripple of warmth coursed through her. Levi's gaze sizzled on her. "Damn girl." His smooth tenor made her pussy clench. She lowered her camera, fighting a grin. "What?" Levi didn't say anything, just tutted, staring at her through the mirror. His tawny gaze cut through her, demanding a response. Every inch of her went warm under his attention. "Come on. Focus," Travis said, but there was humor in his voice. He slapped Levi's cheeks. Levi hefted with a sigh and leaned forward in his chair. A white t-shirt stretched across his chest with big block letters that said, "Levi," with the standard-issue black shorts that clung too well to his sculpted ass. He stood, swinging his elbows from side to side. As he came nearer, butterflies erupted in her belly. So many that she nearly crumpled under the weight of them. "Time for the joke," Levi said, tapping his knuckles together. Travis heaved a sigh, a smile playing at his lips. "Let's hear it." "What do you call an elephant who doesn't matter?" Levi asked. Travis crossed his arms, shaking his head. "I can't even guess." "Irrelevant." Riley snickered. "I'm gonna go check the board," Travis said, heading for the door. "Lex will be here in a second." Levi nodded, and once the door shut, he swung his gaze back to Riley. "So?" He rested his palms behind his head, and the way he was watching her defied words. She snapped a picture, if only to remember this moment for herself. His bare feet against the faded carpet of the dressing room. Bulging thighs, dark hair sprinkled down his legs. His brown hair pulled back into cornrows, the only way to protect his tresses in fights. He was too delectable. "This is gonna be a good one," Riley said, her voice coming out shaky. She was wilting under his overflowing masculinity, the testosterone that radiated off him. She wanted to crumple into a willing, wanting puddle. So he could take her already and stop this misery. But tougher. Levi wet his bottom lip, brushing his knuckles against the top of a chair. Then he snapped those honey eyes to her, mischief and sincerity written there. As if he could hear her deepest thoughts. "You should give me a kiss for good luck." Riley swallowed hard. Here was her doorway, and Levi had done the hard work of kicking down the door. He still wanted her, though she'd done her best to put distance between them. She should have known he'd pounce the second she made her decision. He probably could smell it, a feral cat finding food. She stepped forward, unable to rip her attention off this wall of man, the fascinating arcs and dips of muscles beneath the flimsy, stretch-thin t-shirt. She'd completely unravel the second he put his hands on her. That's how bad she wanted it. That's how hard she'd been fighting it. Levi reached out for her, his rough palm grazing her elbow. She inhaled sharply, the small touch rocketed through her, straight to her pussy. She was in so much trouble. The door opened. Lex came in a moment later, and Levi wilted a little. Riley turned and drew a fortifying breath, trying to calm her racing heart. They'd been so close. So fucking close. "Am I interrupting something?" Lex asked, a curious grin on his face. "Riley's wishing me luck." Levi's eyes sparkled. Nobody believed that for a second. "Okay, well, we've got minutes, buddy. Let's get a move on." Lex jerked his head toward the hallway, his tone bringing Riley back to earth. She scooped up her camera bag, her tried-and-true Mark IV slung around her neck, and followed Levi and Lex. Travis met up with them further down the hallway, and it was about then that Levi started his prancing. Hopping from left foot to right, pumping his fists in the air, murmuring some unknown string of words to himself. The whole thing was mesmerizing. Riley shot pictures, pausing behind them in the hallway to kneel and get a low angle. But once they stepped through the threshold into the arena, the real magic started. Except this week, the cheers were louder. People were already chanting, Levi, Levi. He'd gone from unknown to somebody in a month's time. Adrenaline and chanting carried her down the tightly packed aisle. She snapped pictures endlessly, trying to capture the heat of this moment, the fierceness he exuded as he entered the cage, the warrior essence that completely overtook him as he faced his opponent for the first time. This was the magic of photography. If she could get the timing right, she could capture something that people only glimpsed fleetingly, but then forgot about. She elbowed her way between the other photographers, thankful for her combat boots to help her hold her ground, as they all jockeyed for the best position. The bulky ref entered the cage and read the rules. Riley's heart rate picked up. Come on, Levi. You got this. Win the fight. Her throat became a vice as the match began. Levi hadn't been kidding, the competition was tougher now. She could see it within the first seconds. Levi landed fewer punches than in the first fight, his opponent was quicker, more skilled. The first round was an equal dance. Nobody gained any ground, and the round ended without a knockout or a clear winner. As Levi recuperated off to the side, Riley realized her mouth was parched. The past 5 minutes had been a total blur. A creative blackout. I can tell you're new, came a throaty voice. Riley whipped around. The photographer to her right watched her through slit eyes. How'd you get the pass? Liftin' that skirt? Riley's nostrils flared and she set her jaw. Through my artistic portfolio, actually. Not like you'd know what that is. Cut the crap, honey. You're taking up space down here. The asshole's words reminded her of the truth about sports photography. She was flanked by men, most likely veterans who'd earned their stripes the long and arduous way. And here she was, a newcomer, whisked in as part fancy, part professional by a demanding fighter. She barely deserved to be here. But that didn't mean she planned on backing down. Actually, I'm taking up the least space between the two of us. And besides, she jammed her right heel down, digging right into his foot. You aren't scared of a harmless little girl, right? The asshole swore and jerked backward, opening up plenty of room for her. And just in time. The second round was beginning. Everything else faded to black as Levi re-entered the ring, looking somehow dewy and fresh. It was probably the gel they'd swiped onto his cheekbones, but still. She'd take it as a good sign. The bell rang, and the two fighters pranced and hopped around each other, both more cautious now that they'd felt the full brunt of the first round. Levi swiped and missed, and his opponent came in fast, landing a solid punch to Levi's chest. Levi stumbled backwards, rocked off the defensive, and the other fighter dove in headfirst, taking Levi down to the mat with a hard thud. Everything happened so fast then. The endless punches to Levi's face, the butt-clenching few seconds where she thought Levi had actually passed out, followed by a few ineffective swipes from Levi, grazing open air as he received the brutal beatdown. Riley went rigid, fear and desperation snaking through her, and it was only when Levi managed to hook his ankle around the guy's waist and maneuver himself to a better position that she remembered she needed to take pictures. The whole point of being here. Emotion pressed at her chest as she snapped away, sending up a silent prayer each second that he would come out on top. He had to win this round. He had to. It wasn't because her job was on the line. It was because she believed in Levi. She wanted him to succeed. Even if she disagreed with his aspirations for fame, she believed he was a good guy and that he deserved it. Levi finally escaped the hold he was in. Whether by miracle or sheer expertise, Levi wriggled out like a snake and turned the tables in the blink of an eye. Riley whooped with relief as he maneuvered himself on top of his opponent, unleashing a lethal spray of punches. The arena filled with cheers. Tears pressed at her eyes, and she rummaged in her camera bag for a different lens. As she was in the middle of screwing on the new lens, the asshole on the right jabbed her, hard. The old one went flying and cracked right down the center. Sorry, he snarled. Riley gaped at the broken lens. Anger bubbled up, and she ripped out a gruff cry and tightened the new one on. She'd deal with that shit later. She lined up the shot, which took a few extra seconds because this lens took tight-cropped images. It was hard to keep more than their heads in the shot, but she knew the payoff would be greater. Especially now. She barely breathed as she clicked through the shots. The apprehension of the moment, would she make it, would they turn out okay, kept her throat cinched tight. The ref called the round. Levi released his iron grip around his opponent's neck, and the two staggered away from each other. Riley bent down to pick up her cracked equipment, and while she was down, a hand came down on her ass. She whipped up to search out the offender. Surrounded by men, this already reeked of a losing battle. "Keep your fucking hands off me," she snarled at the asshole to her right, who watched her with a smarmy look. Never had him on ya. Anger zipped through her. Bottling it up wasn't an option. "You know I work for him, right?" Her index finger flew toward Levi, who was currently being administered water by Travis. "All it takes is one word. You break another lens, he'll break your face." God, it felt so redeeming to threaten this guy. She relished how good it felt, how much she actually believed her own words. "You wanna fuck with this guy? After what you've seen here?" The rush and call of the arena swelled as the fighters returned to their posts. The asshole photographer grinned at her, licking his lips. "Don't worry, sweetie. He's not gonna last. I've been coming to these fights longer than you've been alive. Let him show up to my office. I'd love to have him." "Fuck off." Riley jerked back around, angling her right shoulder in front of this guy, trying not to let him steal her focus. This was the last round. The one that decided it all. Still, her heart hammered in her chest, the blatant disrespect of this man, and probably all the other photographers around her, weighing heavily on her mind. The final round was a good distraction. Levi landed an uppercut, and then attempted to choke out his opponent. The choke failed, and after a slight scuffle, Levi brought out the ultra-fast boxing moves, the ones she remembered Travis mentioning. His opponent was knocked out before the round was over. Cheers swelled until the arena became thunderous. And distantly but distinctly, she heard the chant forming. Levi led fist. Levi led fist. Chapter 11. The dressing room was pure victory dance when Riley made it back. Lex hooted his congratulations while Travis shoved his fists into the air. The league doctor was already bent in front of Levi, checking out the damage. Levi looked spent, but utterly happy. That fight. Riley shut the door behind her, leaning against it. Was fucking incredible. Levi's heartbreaker grin stretched from ear to ear. "I knew you'd turn into a super fan. Wasn't it though?" Lex jumped in place a few times, doling out punches to imaginary foes. "That's my Levi lead fist." "Is that a new nickname?" Riley asked, setting her bags down. "No. This kid has had lead fists since the day he started fighting," Travis said. "They called me that back in Chicago," Levi said, his voice a little hoarse. He was definitely the least energetic in the room, and with good reason. "And what'd you know? It came to the West Coast with me." Travis let out a whoop. "Damn. I'm still not over the finish on round 3. Oh my god, the Superman punch." Lex bounded over. "Strong finish, dude." The doctor checked out Levi's articulations once he stood up, making sure nothing was broken, and then gave him the all clear. Travis applied some tape to a cut near Levi's eye, then one on his forehead. He'd managed to wipe up all the blood she'd seen streaming down Levi's face in the cage. "No wonder you got the chance started afterward," Lex said, grinning ear to ear. "I smell another meme coming." "Aw, come on." Levi swatted weakly at Lex. Then he looked over to Riley. "How were pictures?" "Great," she blurted, not wanting to dampen the mood with her broken lens. She could bring that up later, once the triumph died down. Levi deserved to bathe in his happiness now. "And yeah, there's definitely another meme on my memory card somewhere." Travis and Lex got things wrapped up in the dressing room, including Levi's face, and were ready to leave. "You need a ride?" Travis asked Riley. Words evaporated in her mouth. She didn't know how to admit that she wanted to hang around Levi as long as humanly possible. No. I have a ride. Good. You ready, Levi? Levi still hadn't budged from his seat, and it didn't look like he would anytime soon. He squinted up at Travis. No, man. I'm staying. Travis cocked his head. You got a ride? Levi jerked his head toward Riley. Her. Both guys had knowing smiles crest their faces. Whatever you say, Travis said. To Riley he asked, you agree with that? Yeah. We talked about it. I'm driving him. The fibs tumbled out of her mouth now. She had no car. And either did he. But they'd figure something out. All right. Just take it easy on the victor, okay? Travis shot her a thumbs up before he and Lex let themselves out of the dressing room. A thick silence filled the room as Riley propped herself against the dressing table facing Levi. He watched her with an expression that told her he knew exactly where this was headed, even while she didn't. She crossed her arms over her chest, viscerally aware of how close her exposed thigh was to him. He could reach out and brush her if he wanted. So, she started, cocking her head, looks like you didn't need that good luck kiss after all. Levi cracked a smile and shook his head. No. Probably good anyway. His smile dimmed a little. It would just become a crutch anyway. His words made her scoot closer to him, like her skin was desperate to bridge the remaining space between them. Hungry for contact. Anything. What would become a crutch, she asked. Kissing you. If the sexual tension had already been high between them, those two words kicked it up to a tightrope waiting to snap. She gripped the edge of the table jutting into her ass, trying to corral the emotions swirling beneath the surface. But there was no hope. Not really. After seeing what this man had to offer, physically and otherwise, she was postponing the inevitable. I wouldn't want you to have to depend on me for success, she said, her voice coming out soft, husky. Or my kisses. Levi's gaze snapped back up to her. Like he'd heard the intent in her words. The decision she'd made about him, unveiling itself in her tone. He worked his jaw back and forth. You know, I didn't tell you earlier. Levi's gaze scorched a path up her thighs. You look fucking killer today. All the skin of her legs prickled under his attention, and her legs parted, practically of their own volition. Like urging this along to its final destination. Did you dress like this for me? Levi asked, his cinnamon gaze making her insides seize. And there was something in his question, the simple honesty of it, an innocence that broke her open. Yes. She fucking had dressed this way for him. And damn, it felt good to be noticed. I did, she whispered, scooting farther down the edge of the dressing room table until she completely faced him, their hips squaring off. He hadn't touched her yet. And maybe he never would. The weight made her antsy. She spread her legs further, trying to send him a message he couldn't ignore. Levi sucked at his teeth, his gaze falling to her legs again. He reached out, fingers grazing her calf. She bit at her bottom lip, containing the moan that threatened to spill out. Because that wasn't cool, reaching orgasm from the brush of a calf. No, she was a sexually experienced woman in her mid-20s, and she needed to act like it. Do you know, Levi wet his bottom lip, his eyes fastened to his hand traveling up the side of her leg. How long I've wanted to do this. Since yesterday, she teased, similarly unable to see anything other than his busted hand, calloused and rough, cresting her knee, pushing up along the swell of her thigh. Much longer than that. He pushed his palm around the side of her leg, fingertips pushing under the fabric of her dress. His gaze swept up to find hers. Since the day I met you. I knew that, she whispered, her breath hitching as Levi came to standing. His square shoulders and square abs and square jaw and square everything filled her view. Her legs splayed open farther as he stepped forward, filling the space there as if he was made for it. Because he was. It was obvious the second his heat filled the space between her legs that something very special existed between them. It wasn't fireworks per se, but something deeper and more catastrophic, like a supernova, one that could eradicate a galaxy. Riley didn't know how to explain it, other than up was down and Levi completed her, and the man hadn't even kissed her yet, but she was already teetering on the brink of orgasm. His rough hand cupped the side of her face. With him only inches away, she'd devolved into a totally useless, sputtering mess. All she could do was stare at him and hang on for the ride. "Your legs," he whispered, his breath coming out hot against the shell of her ear, "have been in my fantasies for the last 6 weeks." "Sounds like a serious problem," she said, trying to make light of it, but her voice barely worked anymore, so this was basically hopeless. "It is." Levi's lips brushed her earlobe, and she shuddered against him, unable to harness the physical sensations occurring. Fiona had been right. A year and a half off had been too damn long. Levi's thumb traced along the edge of her jaw, then he gripped her chin, guiding her face upward. He searched her eyes before leaning forward, brushing his lips against hers. The kiss was magically sweet, something so at odds with the physical display of brutality she'd seen less than a half hour ago that her entire body rioted at the softness. She needed more. So much more. Riley grabbed for him, her palm meeting the slick skin of his chest. That's when he deepened the kiss, turning it into level 1 supernova. His tongue found hers, hungry and seeking. His arms encircled her, bringing her body flush against his, and that's when everything started to blur together into a seamless stream of kisses. All she cared about was his lips, his perfect plump lips that seemed to have been made for her mouth. She needed these lips all the time. And if she expected to survive after these kisses, well, she'd need to seriously investigate how to do that. Levi moaned through a kiss, guttural and raw. She shivered against him, and he cinched his arms tighter around her. "Levi," she gasped when the kiss broke. "Let's go to your house," he murmured, voice lazy. His abs flexed as he rolled against her so slowly. She gasped when his cock pushed against her panties in just the right spot. She clamored for a response, knowing somewhere that wasn't possible. But why? Her mouth hung open, and she stared at the ceiling for a moment, trying to recall anything from her life. Where did she live? Who did she live with? Would Levi always gyrate against her like this? "It'll be the easiest," he whispered, then tugged at her earlobe with his teeth. "You're right," she murmured, but as soon as the words came out, everything came crashing back to her. Her roommate. Her house. The situation with Nikki's mom and the ice machine. Oh God. We can't. Levi didn't let her enthusiasm dull the decision. "Oh, come on." "No. And my roommate is." Her words dissipated once Levi hoisted her again, his lips brushing the side of her neck. A shiver racked her body. "My roommate has family in tonight. They're going to be. We'll be quiet." Her eyes fluttered shut. She laced her arms around his neck, wondering if anything had ever felt this good before. This solid. No. Her mom is a light sleeper, and her sister will be there. We've had conversations about this. The ice maker clicks. "I can't." Levi grunted, his lips leaving a damp trail over the fabric of her dress covering her chest. He nipped at where the cleavage would be. "Yeah, you won't be quiet when I get my hands on you. Let's get a room." She huffed. "Levi, I'll pay." "No." She frowned. "That seems like a little much. We'll go get your car and fuck in the back seat then." His ideas were getting worse. She deflated. "Why can't we go to your place?" He paused, and some of the romantic airs evaporated between them. That's not really an option." "Why?" Levi jerked his head. "I'm not set up for that." "You have an apartment, right?" Levi stilled, something strange clouding his face. "Levi." "Yeah, it's just." He lowered her slightly, so her ass touched the dressing room table again. She nibbled her lip, feeling like someone had stuck a pin in their overinflated sex balloon. "Then maybe tonight's not the night," she said softly, pressing her palms to the flatness of his chest. "It's fine. My roommate's family won't be in town for very long, so—" Levi sighed tersely, squeezing his eyes shut. He hoisted her again, which prompted a soft gasp. Then he shook his head. "No. We'll go to my place." Chapter 12. Levi's lips buzzed, and his heart pounded, and every step toward his apartment had him questioning if this was the stupidest mistake of his life. Riley's kisses in the back of the ride share to his apartment building told him no, this was smart, very smart. But his gut told a different story. "Okay. Let me check on things before we go in," Levi said in a hushed voice outside his front door. It was almost 10 p.m., so Gage was more than likely in his bedroom for the night. Tammy usually got him all prepped for bed, so he could dick around on his laptop or tablet until he was ready to sleep. Riley watched him with wide eyes. "Do you live with your parents or something?" He scoffed, unlocking the door quietly. He poked his head in. The apartment was unlit. Good sign. He cleared his throat and pushed inside, scanning the apartment as he led Riley in quickly. "Nice place," he said in a normal voice. Shish. Levi couldn't have even a hint of something amiss. He wasn't ready to broach this new horizon with his brother. This was an emergency arrangement, and if all went well, he could sneak Riley out in the wee hours before Gage got up for the day. That was the plan. It had to work. "This is my room," he said, flipping on the lights before shutting the door quietly behind them. He had a king-size bed on a black boxy mattress stand, with no additional furniture beyond a nightstand and a dresser, both of which matched the matte black bed frame. Wow. Riley dropped her camera bags, gaze darting around the room. "This is kind of not what I expected." That admission thrilled him, but he couldn't say why. He cocked his head, shedding the Holt zip-up. "Why? You thought I'd be a messy bachelor or something." "Kinda though you'd live in the middle of a bunch of punching bags," she said, laughing. Her eyes sparkled. He really liked this side of Riley. The side that had finally decided to open up to him. He got lost in her gaze, and it felt like minutes had passed. "Hang on. I need to grab something. Stay in here, okay? Do you want anything? Water? I don't have any alcohol in the house, obviously. I might have some orange soda." Riley smirked. "Water is good. You drink orange soda?" "No. He huffed. "It's not worth explaining. Hang on." Levi slipped out of his bedroom, heart hammering as he crossed the hallway to Gage's room. At least their bedrooms weren't adjacent. The apartment had decent sound protection, so as long as Riley didn't groan like a virile moose, they'd be fine. Levi tapped gently on his brother's door, and then pushed it open a crack. Gage was up in bed, headphones on, staring at his laptop. When he noticed Levi, he jerked his headphones down. "Oh hey," Gage said. Levi narrowed his eyes. "You sound suspicious." "What?" "You're either watching porn, or you called Uber Eats to deliver you a pallet of soda." "Neither. I'm talking to someone." Gage frowned. "Not a bad idea about Uber Eats, though. You good for the night?" Gage sniffed and nodded, typing something out on his laptop. "Yeah. I saw you won the fight. Good job, man." "Thanks, bro." Levi paused, rapping his knuckles along the molding. Part of him wanted to share the good news that not only was he advancing in the league, but that their future was looking more secure. Once Gage became an adult, his costly medical visits, home health nurse expenses, and ongoing equipment needs would turn into a whole new type of financial burden. In the beginning, when Levi first became Gage's caretaker, he made barely enough to make ends meet. He'd been able to rely on state assistance in Chicago to help with the fact that their parents' insurance no longer covered Gage's needs. But even with assistance, the unseen costs remained. The missed work because of a late home healthcare worker, the random visits to the hospital because of questions or concerns that his parents had always taken care of. They'd left behind a sizable life insurance policy, which had been the lifesaver they both needed. But that money was running out. Now, between all his various sponsorships and the new league contract, Levi made way too much to qualify for assistance in California. There was no hope, which meant that if he was going to make money, he needed all the money. He wanted to be able to buy their way into a solid plan, so neither of them had to worry about this shit anymore. It wouldn't be cheap, it never was. But Levi said nothing. Gage was still a kid. He didn't need to worry about this shit. He needed to keep growing up and getting smart. I'm gonna head to bed. My whole body hurts after demolishing my competition. Levi winked at his brother. Night, Gage. Levi hurried into the kitchen next, filled up 2 big glasses of filtered water, and headed back into the bedroom. Riley had shrugged off her leather coat, and now, legs crossed in that skin-tight teal dress, peered at the display screen on her camera. His thighs tensed from wanting her. He had to count to 5 to get the water out of his hands and onto the nightstand. What you looking at? Riley showed him the camera as he eased onto the bed next to her, stifling a groan. The adrenaline was wearing off, so the real-life aches and pains of his fight would be settling in for the next week or so. Each fight was different, and this one promised to be a doozy. I captured it. A smile tugged at her lips, and some of her silky hair, glinting black in the low light, slipped out from behind her ear. The way you were looking at me when I came into the dressing room before the fight. Nobody's ever looked at me like that before. There was a heartbreaking honesty in her words, and it made him pause. He knew intuitively that she didn't say shit like this to just any guy. Like you're a sexy dark angel descended from the heavens, he asked. She snickered, setting the camera aside. Yeah. I guess? That's hard to believe. He scooped her up into his arms, maneuvering her onto his lap. Basically, you're saying I'm the only man with functioning eyeballs in the world. She melted into him, pressing her forehead to his. Her arms slung around his neck, the weight of her in his arms felt right. Like he'd been waiting for her to come along and fill them. LA is weird, she murmured into his neck, her breath leaving a damp spot there. Chills shivered through him. This was new for him and a little weird, not getting straight to the sex. But he liked it. With Riley, he'd see it out. Everyone is trying to be someone or be in the right group that knows that someone. Plus, everyone is gorgeous. You've probably noticed that already. Levi traced the curve of her ass as she spoke. His cock had stiffened under the waistband of his briefs the second he saw her perched on his bed. Seeing her there felt as much like a fantasy as a vision from the future. That second part he didn't understand. It pushed him into an area he didn't think about often. Didn't have time to think about. I only notice one gorgeous person, he said, and it wasn't a lie. Normally, in the 6 weeks he'd known Riley, he'd have 6 new notches on his bedpost. He'd hit the scene hard in LA the second he got here, but after he met Riley, that changed. Without him even deciding it. You don't have to flatter me, she said into his ear, which made his cock twitch. You got me alone in your bedroom, your work is done. Oh no. Far from done. He kissed a path along her jawline, then back up to her impossibly soft lips. It's just beginning. Chapter 13. MRRRRRNNNRRN. Riley jolted awake, totally disoriented. She blinked a few times, trying to figure out where in the hell she was. Light strained at the edges of a tightly drawn shade. Steel gray covers all around her. And then pure male all around her, caramelized copper and the dreamy scent of the outdoors, a tang of sweat. She buried her face in the pillow, relishing the thrill of inhaling this scent. Living in it. Levi. Clarity crashed through her and she remembered. She was in Levi's apartment. Levi's bed. Bathing in his scent. Her knee-jerk reaction was relief, something deep-seated and primal that uncoiled with bliss. MRRRRNNNRNNN. Levi stirred beside her. That noise hadn't been in her dreams then. He sat upright, tossing the covers aside as he bolted out of bed. He grabbed for a pair of black workout shorts, hopping from foot to foot as he struggled to put them on in the dim morning. Riley sat up, rubbing at her eyes. "Is everything okay?" "Go back to sleep." His voice was groggy, not fully there. "And stay here. I'll be right back." Levi slipped out of the bedroom, the door clicking shut behind him. Riley yawned and rubbed at her eyes again, listening to the quiet of the morning. Drowsiness overcame her again, and she collapsed back into the pleasant nest of Levi's bed. As she was drifting off again, something crashed in the apartment. Her eyes snapped open, and she stared at the ceiling, entire body tuning in to the sounds beyond the bedroom door. What the hell was going on out there? And why wouldn't Levi tell her what his bizarre roommate situation was? The fact that she didn't know, that he'd never properly explained despite her asking, crashed back over her. She couldn't imagine why he was being so secretive, so weird about it. Even amid the still pulsing euphoria from her many orgasms through their night together, she could still imagine the worst. Probably he had a girlfriend, or maybe an entire family on the other side of that door. And here she was, tucked into the guest room like a dirty secret. Or maybe this wasn't his place. Maybe he'd snuck her into someone else's apartment, and now the fallout was about to happen. Because this thing between them, no matter how life-changing that sex had been, couldn't end well. No, she knew better than to expect that. Levi had to have a dirty secret. A deal-breaker lurking in the shadows. Even worse than what she already knew about him, that he was a tabloid headline waiting to happen. Laughter drifted from somewhere beyond the bedroom door. But it wasn't Levi's. Her stomach twisted. Soft voices and then shushing. Probably Levi. Telling his harem to be quiet. Sleepiness had left her and wouldn't be returning. No, she only had questions now. Uncertainty. And for some dumb reason, a little bit of heartbreak. Riley checked her phone. 7 a.m. At this hour, the sounds on the other side of the door were probably his 2 infant children he'd neglected to tell her about. She hoped there wasn't an angry wife out there too. Levi came back into the bedroom as she was slipping her bra back on. The door shut, and then he crawled onto the bed behind her. "What are you doing?" His breath grazed her ear before his lips pressed a trail over her shoulder. She whipped around to look at him. "I think I should go. You still haven't told me what the hell is going on with your living situation, and I'm kind of done with wondering." He watched her with wide eyes, and she could tell his entire body had gone rigid at her words. "Why won't you tell me?" She gestured toward the door. "Clearly you don't live alone. And I know this was just a one-night stand or whatever, but damn." "Riley." "Got it." She shook her head, snatching her panties from the floor. "Will you escort me out so your wife and kids don't see?" He deflated, burying his face in his hands. "No. Don't leave. You'll see who I live with. Trust me, we're not getting past him at this point." Ah. So there was a him. Probably his live-in boyfriend. "I didn't want him to see you leave." "You're right. I did want to sneak you out. I mean, it was the plan. But..." He sighed, picking at the comforter. His entire left eye had grown muddy black and purple around the socket. One of many residual echoes of his victorious fight the night before. "That's not gonna happen. So let's go meet him." Riley swallowed hard. At least there was honesty now. "Who is it?" "Come on." Levi stood, jerking his head toward the door. "Put your clothes on." She grabbed for her teal dress, hesitating. "This is all I have." "It kind of screams walk of shame, don't you think?" He hefted with a laugh, then headed for his sliding closet doors. Inside, t-shirts and pants and sweatshirts hung neatly, and precisely arranged sneakers and dress shoes lined the floor. So maybe this wasn't the guest room. Maybe he did actually use this bedroom. Maybe he didn't have an angry boyfriend tapping his foot in the living room. Levi tugged something off a hanger, handing it to her. "If we're going to get outed, let's go all the way." She rolled her lips inward, fighting an adolescent-grade smile. This was as cute as it was ridiculous. She held up the shirt. It said, Levi, property of Chicago training gyms. She smirked at him. It's from my old training camp in Chicago. He sent her that heartbreaker grin, and she shrugged the t-shirt on. Impossibly soft and extra large on her, she didn't mind at all how it hung to the tops of her thighs. Got any shorts for me? I've got everything from Speedos to hot pants, he said, winking, and then tugged something out of a hidden drawer in his closet. Here. Now you're camera ready. She giggled, slipping on the mesh workout shorts. They were too big, but also comfy. I think I'm ready to join an MMA gym. Yeah, dressing right is 90% of it, he teased. Physical strength definitely factors in second or third, right? She stuffed her hands in the shorts' pockets, assessing herself in the mirror. I look like you hired me to be part of your brand. You're on the Levi train now. But some of the regular spark was missing from behind his words. He started for the door and then stopped. Hang on. Just let me talk to him real quick, okay? I gotta let him know you're coming out. Who is he? Riley asked as Levi reached for the knob. Levi's chocolate eyes swung her way. My little brother. He slipped out of the room a moment later, the revelation hitting her. Oh shit. It was a family member. Somehow, that was the most enormous relief she never could have counted on. The door swung open a few moments later, and Levi gestured for her to come out. She walked out carefully, every inch of her body expectant and nervous. She had never felt so much buildup prior to meeting someone. And then there he was, Levi's little brother, a strange twin replica of him except much, much younger. And he was in a motorized wheelchair, grinning at her like he knew the biggest secret in the world. Gage, this is Riley. Levi's voice sounded clipped. Riley, meet Gage, my little brother. Hi, Riley. Gage's dopey grin made her own smile grow wider. It's nice to meet you, Gage. She headed over to him, offering her hand. He gave her a surprisingly firm handshake. Questions erupted inside her, but not now. She'd have to wait until much later to ask everything that had sprung to mind. Yeah, it's really nice to meet you too. He peered around her at Levi, sending a pointed look. Interesting to finally meet my brother's girlfriend. That word made the record screech. Now she got it. Outed to the little brother, brought along a whole host of assumptions, which would require even more explanations. Her mouth parted, unsure how to respond, but Levi jumped in. Bro, you hungry? He ruffled Gage's hair as he headed for the kitchen, jerking his chin for Riley to follow. What do you want, Rye? Eggs sound good? She wasn't sure what to address first, the surprise nickname or the fact that he was about to become Mr. Domestic. Yeah, actually. Levi loves eggs, Gage said. I always thought he was going to marry an egg, but now that I've met you, I guess I was wrong. Riley laughed, scratching at the back of her head. Well, I mean, we're not going to. Don't listen to him, Levi warned. Unless he tells you a knock-knock joke. You can listen to that. She lifted a brow. You got some good knock-knock jokes? Gage huffed, using the joystick on his wheelchair to maneuver toward the kitchen. Why would you bring that up right now? Levi had a mysterious smile on his face as he laid out a carton of eggs on the kitchen island. Tell her your jokes. Gage frowned, but he looked like he was considering it. He stopped his chair on the far side of the kitchen, sighing dramatically. Riley eased onto the stool facing the island, right across from Levi. I want to hear one, she encouraged, her gaze bouncing between Gage and Levi. This whole scenario was so trippy. She'd almost think Levi was lying, but his similarity to Gage was uncanny. They both had the same alive, sparkling brown eyes, long dark lashes, square jaws that could make heads turn. Their dad must be a looker too. She was dying to see the three of them, together. Fine? Gage huffed one last time. Knock knock. Who's there? Riley asked. I eat mop. I eat mop who? Gage tutted, giving her a fake look of horror. That's gross, how could you do that? Both Gage and Levi got still and watched her, waiting for the joke to click. She replayed the words in her head and then laughed into her hands. See, it was dumb. That's not a joke you tell a lady. Gage glared at his brother. Ladies like all types of jokes, Levi affirmed, bringing out a mixing bowl. And any lady that knows Levi has heard about 1,000 of them, Riley added. Gage leaned on his armrest toward Riley, almost conspiratorially. My brother's not that funny, is he? Levi scoffed, but Riley saw the trace of a smile on his face. Actually, he's pretty hilarious, Riley said, loving this strange brotherly competition between them. This was the last thing she'd expected to wake up to this morning. To find out that all along, Levi had been harboring a teenaged brother. That this living arrangement was what he woke up to and went to sleep with. Ah, do you really think that, Riley? Levi batted his eyelashes at her, flicking on the stovetop so the cast iron skillet could warm. Yes, I do. Riley couldn't stop the grin from overtaking her face. Like she was a teenager, going gaga for her crush. When she glanced at Gage, she caught the naked look of him taking the two of them in, absorbing each detail of their interaction. Absolutely fascinated. I'll be right back, she said, pushing off the stool. I have to go to the little girl's room. What does that mean? Gage crunched up his nose. It means she has to go take a piss, Levi explained. Or go eat her mop, or whatever. Riley laughed as she headed back to Levi's bedroom, where his attached bathroom waited. She overheard Gage say to Levi, she's really hot. In the bathroom, Riley splashed water on her face over and over again, trying to wake herself up from this crazy dream. But every time she opened her eyes, she was still here. In Levi's bathroom. Wearing his clothes. Having a very fun, early breakfast with his family. As she stared at her reflection and tried to wipe away some of the smudged mascara under her eyelashes, she repeated one thing to herself. You will not fall for him now. Because somehow, learning about Gage cracked her wide open. Levi almost seemed like his dad, which was probably due to their age difference. The second they'd stepped out into the apartment, she'd caught the subtle shift in Levi. The way he'd straightened, almost beefing himself up more to be around Gage. And yes, it was all very hot, so now she needed to tread more carefully. When she rejoined the brothers in the kitchen, soft hip-hop music played from a stereo in the living room. Levi had the scrambled eggs going, and the toaster oven boasted a full rack of bread. Gage, you want avocado toast? Gage sighed. Fine. What about butter toast? Before Gage could answer, Levi said, or frying oil toast? Or toe jam toast? What about dryer lint toast? Gage snickered. I'll take the dryer lint toast. My fave too. Levi sent Riley a wink as he turned toward the kitchen island, holding the cast iron skillet handle with a dish towel as he pushed eggs into 3 separate bowls. Riley, you want the toe jam toast, right? I'll go with avocado. That's my girl. His smooth tenor got the butterflies in her belly started again. Riley rested her chin in her palm, smiling over at Gage. Were you at Levi's fight last night? Gage shook his head, but didn't offer anything more. He doesn't go to a lot of them, Levi said. Riley suddenly realized that maybe she'd waded into uncomfortable territory. Her belly cinched with anxiety. I would like to, Gage said pointedly. But I don't have anybody to go with. You can go with Tammy, Levi said, using a tone that sounded like he'd probably said those words tons of times before. I'm not going with Tammy, okay? Gage scoffed. She's great and all, but no. Who's Tammy? Riley asked. His home health nurse. She's nice. But I guess not exactly knight on the town material. Levi added a heaping pile of cheese to each bowl of eggs, then chopped cilantro. He paused, looking up at Riley. You're not one of those people who thinks cilantro tastes like soap, are you? She eyed the bowls. No. You got lucky. I think it tastes like perfection. Levi heaved a sigh of relief and handed out the bowls, then got out 3 forks. Dig in, kids. Riley was 1 bite into her fluffy eggs when she realized what was missing. You got any coffee? We have orange soda, Gage declared. Levi narrowed his eyes at his brother, then said, Yes, I have coffee. Would you like some, m'lady? Riley fought a grin and nodded. Please. I can't start my day until I get my drug of choice. Haha, Gage said. I feel that way about cheese. You eat cheese first thing in the morning every day. Gage shrugged, looking a little guilty. Maybe. Riley pushed the eggs around in her bowl, relishing everything about this morning and the night before. She didn't get why Levi had been trying to avoid this. Why he didn't want her to meet Gage. He was a funny, bright kid. Hell, she wouldn't mind coming over more often and hanging out with both of them. This was nice. Really nice. Levi clanked around in cupboards, and she noticed him extract a coffee pot, and then after a lot more rummaging, some filters. He seemed to be taking a long time, but she didn't think much of it as she ate her eggs and chatted with Gage. When the coffee maker was gurgling and the first notes of the brew reached her nose, she released a long sigh. See, that's the smell of a productive morning, Riley said. My productive mornings smell like dried sweat and bleach, Levi said. Why dried sweat? Gage asked. Because everything smells like dried sweat in a gym. Hey Gage, what did the bodybuilder say when he opened his protein tub? Gage paused, his fork suspended midair, a smile curling his lips upward. I don't know. No way. Gage snorted. To Riley, Levi said, I've got all the gym jokes a person could ask for. You should publish a book, Riley said, watching as Levi poured coffee into a mug for her. You want milk or whatever? She shook her head, reaching for the mug. Black is good. Except this coffee didn't look very black. She assumed it was the mug and took a healthy sip. A second later, she spit it back into the mug. Levi's eyes widened, and Gage dissolved into laughter. Are you okay? Levi asked. She covered her mouth, trying to stifle the embarrassed giggles threatening to spill out. She nodded, body racked with silent laughter. Sorry, she said, trying to keep her voice measured. So here it was, Levi's fatal flaw. He could tell jokes, beat a man to death, sex her from head to toe, and make breakfast the next morning, but he couldn't make a pot of coffee. That was horrible. What, the coffee? He demanded. She nodded, and the laughter rippled out of her. Gage cracked up too, pointing at his brother. He looked between Riley and Gage. Okay. I don't know how to make coffee. So sue me. Was that your first time? Riley demanded, slapping her palm on the countertop. You could have warned me. That's when she noticed the packet of coffee on the counter. It was instant coffee. Decaffeinated no less. She fought another round of laughter. He frowned, tossing the coffee into the sink. I didn't think it would be that hard. Oh, honey. She bit back more laughter, stabbing her fork into the eggs for her next bite. I appreciate the effort. When she glanced up at him, she caught that shimmery chestnut glaze in his eyes, the one that made her feel warm from head to toe. They grinned at each other for a few moments, like starstruck lovers, like newlyweds, like any man and woman on the precipice of something big. She liked this man. Every inch of him. And she only wanted more. Chapter 14. Once their bellies were full and Gage had wandered back into his bedroom for some Call of Duty action, Levi knew it was safe to take Riley back into the bedroom. Did you at least like my eggs? He asked as she climbed onto the bed and crossed her legs. Seeing her in his own clothes was too cute and too sexy. He already planned to send her home in them. Just so he'd have an excuse to see her again with the pretense of demanding them back. Your eggs were 1,000 times better than your coffee, she said, beaming up at him. You seem so happy that I can't make coffee. I discovered your fatal flaw. She poked her index finger into the air. It's exciting. He laughed softly. Oh, trust me. I've got some other fatal flaws. He eased onto the bed beside her so that their arms brushed. Then he scooped her legs up, placing them over his lap. What are you getting into today? She nibbled on her bottom lip as she searched his face. He sensed disappointment in the air. I'm taking pictures. Oh. He couldn't keep the disappointment out of his voice. You got a gig? She nodded. Well, it's for my roommate and her family. We're gonna do some touristy things, but they want professional pictures. Her mom's paying and everything. Levi smirked. Not as cool as fight nights. No. She laughed, holding his hand in both of hers, inspecting his palm. Definitely not as cool. Silence blossomed between them, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It felt like a space he could live in and never get tired of. When she spoke, the sound of her voice jolted him back to reality. I want to hug you. So do it, he said, cracking a grin. I dare ya. Riley laughed, scooting into his lap fully and wrapping her arms around his waist. She pressed her head to his chest and he sighed with satisfaction, encircling her with his arms. She felt good there. Like she'd always been there. Didn't make any sense. When she tipped her head up to look at him, her chin propped against his pec, she said, I should probably get going. He grunted, tightening his hold on her. Yeah? She buried her face in his chest again. I'm gonna call a ride share. Don't do that. He shifted, feeling himself harden again, though he didn't know how it was physically possible. He'd spent every ounce of sexual energy from late last night to the wee hours of the early morning. He'd come something like 10 times. The last time he came, he was pretty sure nothing had come out of his body. His cock was faking it. I'll drive you home. She blinked. Are you sure? Levi brushed his lips against the top of her head. No, I'm Levi. She narrowed her eyes. Ha ha. Funny joke. I'll get changed. No. Take those clothes. I don't mind. Something warm shivered between them. As she gathered her things, Levi could already feel the loss of her warmth. Not just beside him, but here. In his space. His head still spun from having the impromptu breakfast with Riley and Gage, head to head, but he didn't want to process it now. That would come later. He'd decide how all of this made sense once he got back and could decompress. Levi pulled his hair back into a sloppy man bun once Riley had her stuff together. She smirked at him as they headed to Gage's bedroom. I take out your cornrows and within an hour you have a man bun, she said. Gage loves it. Watch. Levi rapped softly on the door and then stuck his head in. Hey bro. I'm gonna take Riley home. I'm sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear past your outrageous hair, Gage said. Levi cackled. That's what I thought. I'll be back soon. Say bye to Riley. He pushed the door open farther so Riley could peek in. Bye Riley. Gage twisted and waved at her. You can do better than a guy with a man bun, you know. She giggled. Bye Gage. It was nice to meet you. Levi shook his head, biting back a grin as they headed for the car. I don't have a problem with the man bun, Riley said once they were out of the apartment. He slung his arm around her. Yeah, well, most people that aren't 16-year-old shitheads don't have a problem with it. He paused as he pushed the door to the parking lot open. I say that with love, of course. She grinned up at him. Oh, I know. Once they got to his SUV, Riley pointed at the apparatus attached to the back. Is that for Gage's chair? Levi nodded, before walking around to the driver's side. Once they were inside, Riley said, It's a whole thing, huh? What is? The engine roared to life. Taking care of someone with a disability. He laughed, but not because it was funny. Yeah. That's an understatement. Riley rummaged in her camera bags. I wanted to take a picture at your place, but I totally forgot. I need to take one now. Why? So you don't forget my pretty face. Sorta. It's part of this composite I'm making. Like a 365-day thing, but a little different. I bet it'll be cool, whatever it is. Riley stopped rummaging abruptly, and he could sense the atmosphere of the car shift. He glanced over at her. What's wrong? She deflated. I totally forgot. What is it? Do we need to go back? No. It's just... She rubbed at her forehead, then pulled a lens out of her bag. This cracked at the match yesterday. I had a run-in with one of the other photographers. Heat licked through his veins. He frowned. Wait, what? Did someone break your shit? Sorta, yeah. She held it up. The crack ran jagged across the glass. He pushed me. Someone also smacked my ass. I think it was the same guy. It was kind of a rough night for sports photography. His jaw fell open, and he stared at her long enough that she shouted at him to watch the road. Why didn't you tell me this before? He demanded. His heart was racing now, and all he wanted to do was find the name of the guy who'd felt her up and show up at his house. I didn't want to spoil your win, she said. And then once we got to your house, I honestly forgot. You made me forget, she said with a little laugh. I'm getting you a new lens, he said, gripping his steering wheel so tightly it made his knuckles hurt. And I want you to show me who it was. You don't have to get me a new one. These are expensive. You broke it while taking pictures for an event you wouldn't have been at if it weren't for me, Levi said. I'm buying you a new one. Send me an invoice or something so I can give it to my accountant. When he saw her face, he added, It's a business expense. Levi. I'm not budging on this. And I'm so fucking mad about this dickhead photographer, he said, nostrils flaring as the emotion assaulted him again. Who the fuck did shit like this? Riley, this is not happening again. I promise you. I'm going to take care of it. She peeked up at him from beneath her lashes, her lips curved into a tiny smile. Okay. I appreciate that. And if it makes you feel any better, I jammed my heel into his foot. He held up his palm for a high five. That helps a little. The car was quiet while she changed lens and readied her camera, save for the soft hip-hop coming from the speakers. He didn't do anything while the shutter clicked softly. She inspected the screen, then shot some more. He was just driving, one arm propped up, leaning in his seat. This was so regular. So mundane. But he liked to think that she wanted to remember their night together. Because he did too. He just wasn't sure what should come after. She guided him to her place, which was a cute little stucco house tucked into the recesses of Los Feliz. He turned off the engine in her driveway, which caused her to lift a brow. You want to come in? You saw my bedroom, now I should see yours, he said. Fair's fair. He could tell she liked this idea. She led him toward the house by his hand, and when they entered the tiny foyer, conversation and laughter filled the house. Someone happened to enter the hallway, and then shrieked. Riley, I wasn't expecting you. Riley toed off her unlaced combat boots. Sorry if I scared you. Nikki, this is Levi. Oh my gosh, hi. Nikki glided toward him, extending her hand. Already he could tell that she was a good one. I was at your fight last night. It was incredible. You did so incredibly well. Still shaking his hand, she twisted around. Ma. Danny? Come here. Two more women entered the small foyer, and Riley was sort of pushed aside as Nikki herded her family toward him to shake hands. This is a really cool and famous fighter who Riley works with, and he is ascending the charts right now, if you know what I mean, Nikki explained while her mother and sister shook his hand. Riley laughed into her palm down the hallway. What is it that you do? Nikki's mom asked, squinting at him. A fighter. I beat people up for a living, Levi affirmed. And eat really well and work out 100 times a day. I'm going to show him the house, Riley blurted, snaking through the small crowd to grab his hand. Are we getting ready to go? I can be ready soon. More chatter erupted as Riley led Levi down the hallway and into a bright living room connected to a modern kitchen. Their backyard was lush and green through the sliding glass doors, with lots of lounge chairs placed intermittently. He loved the place, but could already see 5 different accessibility hurdles when it came to gauge. It was shit like this that made leaving the house so stressful for his brother. Why he didn't love going new places. Why he hesitated to see the matches. Everything was harder for him, comparatively. And no matter how hard he tried, Levi couldn't make Gage's experience in life equal to his own. "That's the woman we would have kept up last night with our shenanigans," Riley whispered as they stood in front of the sliding glass door. "You mean traumatized," Levi teased. "You could have woken the dead." She scoffed, swatting at him. Excuse me? You're the one who groaned like a dying bull." "It is not my fault you," she shook her head, shutting up suddenly. Levi snaked his arm around her waist. "Tell me more about the dying bull." She laughed, melting into his chest as she wrapped her arms around him. "I can't. We'll need to go do something about it, if I do." They stayed like that, hugging each other, for long enough that Nikki's group wandered back into the kitchen. "Oh." Nikki sounded very surprised. "Don't mind us. I'm going to make more coffee." "Oh my God, make some for me," Riley pleaded, launching an arm toward her roommate. "I need it. I want you to know, I made coffee for her this morning." Levi might as well try to clear his name. "But apparently I don't know how." "It's not apparently. It's definitely." Levi tightened his arms around her waist to get her attention. She snapped her gaze up to his. "You sure you have to go with them?" Levi asked in a quiet voice. He suddenly didn't want this to end. He could see them spending the whole day together. Lazing around her bedroom, having sex sweet and slow and then rough and fast while Nikki and her family were gone. Take a shower together, then enjoy dusk on the patio while they waited for food delivery, which obviously he'd pay for. He'd call Tammy, Gage would be fine. He wanted a day like this. With Riley. Riley wilted a little. "She's paying me. It's a definite thing. I can't miss it." "And what about later?" She nibbled on her lip, the bad news already written across her face. "Okay. I get it." He pushed his palms down, cresting the curve of her ass. "But I don't like it." "I'll text you later," she promised, tracing her fingertips along his collarbone. And in that instant, it felt like he'd had her in his arms for weeks. For months. For years. Riley just felt good. He couldn't explain it. She was hot, and she was sweet, and she was bristly, and she was a mystery. The perfect cocktail of woman. And damn, he wanted to get drunk on this one. Chapter 15. Levi stalked through his apartment that day like a cooped-up lion. The marathon of sex the night before had released a lot of energy, but not this kind of energy. Because what he had brewing inside him utilized only one type of valve. Getting into trouble. Gage didn't want to do much that day, so Levi entertained himself with a jog around the neighborhood and light exercises in the apartment building's weight room before dinner. After steak and broccoli that evening, Levi was counting the minutes until he could excuse himself from the apartment and go get lost in Hollywood. He'd had a lot of time to think about the strange new world created that morning. The moment when he'd crossed that invisible barrier erected after his parents passed away. Once he became Gage's sole guardian, it had made sense to him that he needed to play the father part to a certain degree. Which meant no girls mingling with home life. No partying at the house. It had become Levi's responsibility to raise a child. Even though he wasn't ready. Even though that was the last thing he'd wanted to do in his early 20s. Gage had been 10 when their parents passed. Not even a teenager. And Levi went from a reckless, drifting 20-year-old to a surrogate father. The whole thing still haunted him. He couldn't deny that. His life had changed in the blink of an eye, in too many ways to count. And now, 6 years later, and with a degree of success finally reaching him, he couldn't relax or release that parental role forced upon him. Part of him hated that Gage had woken up early and tipped off Riley. He really had wanted her to fly under the radar. Unnoticed. Undiscovered. A one-off. Meshing his two worlds, his real-world life with his sanitized home life, was a serious head trip. Made worse by the fact that he'd never seen Gage so fucking animated before. He'd lapped Riley up like water on the hottest summer day. It made him wonder if maybe he'd been wrong to be so militant about keeping Gage protected. Ever since that shitty ex-friend from his Chicago training camp had made Gage think he was responsible for his disability, Levi had gone into hawk mode about who he let into Gage's sphere. Gage had enough to deal with being a teen and navigating the school system. Levi didn't need to complicate things by bringing in new friends or flavors of the week. But Riley. Gage really liked Riley. Levi didn't have the heart to correct him when he'd called her Levi's girlfriend. He talked about her again over dinner that night. Asked when she'd be coming back. Wondered if they could all go to a movie together. She made Gage want to do things and step out of the routine. But despite all the excitement of Riley, the question remained, how would Gage react if Riley stopped coming around? If he could latch on to her so quickly after one shared breakfast, then Levi was risking a lot by having her become a regular fixture. If Gage liked her this much already, then surely he'd fall in love with her as a new part of his life. Someone to count on. Maybe like a big sister. And as far as Levi saw it, he wasn't in the market for that right now. It had to be all or nothing with him. With the way his life was. He couldn't toy with Gage's heart like that. Riley either needed to become a permanent, no doubt about it addition, or Levi needed to fabricate some sad story about how it ended, and Riley would never show her face at the apartment again. For Gage's sake. But honestly, contemplating either of those options made Levi's chest fill with tension. Which was why he was counting down the minutes until he could go get lost in West Hollywood. Levi waited until Gage was settled for the night before getting himself into decompress mode. He wore a light gray button-down, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, the top few buttons undone. His muscles bulged and strained against the fabric of the shirt. Combined with pressed black slacks and expensive dress shoes, he looked and felt as fancy as any other Hollywood A-lister out on the town. Maybe he'd run into a few, and they could compare notes. Or maybe he'd take home a set of bloody knuckles. Levi left his hair down, his preferred style, and ran his hands through it a few times. It had just reached that awkward length between chin and shoulder. He was the only fighter he knew who had long hair, which prompted him to keep at it. One more thing to set him apart. Catapult him higher. And if his hair got him to the top, then people could start calling him Rapunzel. When his phone dinged with the arrival of the rideshare, Levi booked it to the front of the apartment complex. His knees and wrists still ached a little from the fight last night, which was lucky. Some matches left him limping for weeks. He could never tell which one was going to lay him out. And as he sat in the backseat of the rideshare watching the passing palms of Franklin Avenue, his mind came back to the same thought that had been plaguing him for a while now: he couldn't do this shit forever. Right now, fighting was his business plan because it was the quickest leg up. Not to mention his passion. He loved training, loved showing his skill in the cage. But in 10 more years, or 20, he couldn't be getting kicked in the chest until he was 50. He needed a plan B, something to ease into once the physical demands became too much. And that's what all of this was about. Getting his name out there. Opening doorways to other possibilities. Throwing everything at the wall to see what stuck, so that when he didn't want to or couldn't fight anymore, he wouldn't be broke, still struggling to pay for his brother's never-ending medical expenses. Levi didn't have it in him not to succeed either. When his parents had passed, he'd transformed into a caretaking warrior. He had to, or else the pain and sadness would have consumed him alive. West Hollywood was already buzzing by the time he rolled up to his favorite part of Santa Monica Boulevard. Quirky bars lined the strip, and in his 6 months out here he'd already run into both Jonah Hill and Shia LaBeouf on casual nights out. That seemed like a good omen. This was the place to be. And soon enough, he'd be one of the people to see. Levi hopped between a few different bars, having a beer at each one, before he found the best spot for the night. He'd never been to this bar before, but there were about 15 photogs waiting outside, so that made his decision for him. A short line curled out from the mirrored front doors. Levi had barely stepped in line before he overheard one of the photographers say, "I think that's Levi." He tried not to let his excitement show. kept his face stoic, hands shoved in his pockets. By the time he reached the front doors to show his ID, some of the photographers were snapping his picture already. "Show us the lead fists," one goaded. Levi flashed a grin while he flashed his ID, and then clapped the bouncer on the shoulder. As he sauntered inside, he felt like the king of the world. At the mahogany bar that curled around a glass backdrop, Levi ordered a whiskey on the rocks. Because this was the sort of thing that deserved celebrating. One whiskey bled into two, and two into three. By 1 a.m. he'd amassed a small clique of new bar friends. Mickey, Trent, and Uri. His buddies for the night, though he'd forget their names by the morning. Shit like this always happened when he went out. They were knee-deep into watching replays of the Superman punch at the matchup yesterday. The guys peered at his phone, intermittently exclaiming, "Ah shit," while they watched the footage. "Dude, can I get your autograph?" Levi signed forearms and abdomens and one girl's left tit. He followed them toward the front doors, his whole body warm and tingly. This was the best part about his strict training lifestyle: he was his own cheapest date. Alcohol delivered a swifter punch than anyone, once he'd been sober for weeks. And with this new league's rapid-fire schedule, it meant he had only a few days each month when he could let loose like this. The scene in front of the bar had completely changed during the hour or two he was inside. The sidewalk was bustling, people pushing each other around, paparazzi staked out like they were waiting for someone. Levi got pulled along with his new group of friends. He decided to tag along as they went to the next bar on the strip, but their movement got held up by a people jam. Shouts filled the air and people surged around him. Even through the happy-go-lucky warmth of his hard buzz, Levi felt the aggression skyrocket. He wasn't sure how it happened, but suddenly some dickhead had Mickey by the collar of his shirt, hauling him off. Levi reacted, before he could make the decision. This was easy shit for him. He won the bar fights every time. Levi lunged after the dickhead, which allowed Mickey to stumble away. The people on the sidewalk screamed and whooped. Here was the entertainment. For free this time. Adrenaline filled Levi's limbs as Mickey, Trent, and Uri egged him on. People started chanting. Levi let the dickhead lead the way, since he could clearly beat him to unconsciousness without breaking a sweat. It only took a few jabs before the realization crossed the stranger's face. "He's a fucking MMA pro, you douche," Mickey shouted as Levi dodged yet another failed punch. Levi figured he might as well give this pop-up crowd something to write home about, so he broke the dickhead's sunglasses and sent him to his ass with a punch to the face. Levi left with his new buddies feeling even more on top of the world. "Dude, I bet that was like a fucking walk in the park for you, right?" Uri exclaimed. Trent led the way, parting the crowds as they filed down the sidewalk, yelling for everyone to make way for the new king of MMA. It wasn't in Levi's nature to reject attention like this. He lapped it up. Every last bit of it, and then some, until the night turned fuzzy and gray, and the last thing he remembered was checking his phone at 3 in the morning before ordering one more shot. Chapter 16. Levi. The shout cut through the fog of his sleep. He jolted awake, staring dumbly at his pillowcase as the pieces of the real world refused to click together. "Levi. Get up." He blinked about 100 times, twisting to see Gage sitting in his motorized chair in Levi's bedroom doorway. Levi began. "Jesus, your alarm has been going off for 45 minutes, literally," Gage said. And that's when Levi noticed it. The soft church bells that woke him up on the first try any other day. Except for today. Which came as no surprise, really. As Levi hauled himself onto his back, the unsettled wave that coursed through him made him think he was probably just still drunk. He had no recollection of getting home. What time it had been when he'd gotten here. If he'd thought to drink even an ounce of water. Levi launched an arm toward his phone on the nightstand, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth. 10:30. Which meant he was late. So late. "Fuck," Levi croaked. "Wait. Why aren't you in school?" Gage's eyes narrowed. "It's an in-service day." "Which you knew about." Gage tutted and backed out of the doorway. "And like, good morning or whatever." Levi's eyes drifted shut again as he pressed a palm to his forehead. He couldn't do this. He could not. The day that awaited him, it was too much. He needed like 18 more hours of sleep and an entire gallon of water, administered intravenously. But at 11, he needed to be at Holt for training. Like the overeager, overzealous overachiever he was, he'd agreed to an early start time on Monday, knowing full well he'd use his one night off to go get fucked up. But he'd make it work. He always did. This was his mo, after all. Even if it was starting to feel like a bad habit, he wished he could quit. Levi groaned as he hauled himself out of bed. His knuckles stung. Dried blood had caked there. Had to be a remnant from last night. Hell if he remembered. Levi zombie walked through the morning, bathroom, workout clothes, something resembling conversation with Gage and Tammy, and then out the door. He chugged water as he waited for the ride share, because fuck if he was going to add driving in LA traffic to his task list today. But as he waited, he used the opportunity to sleep standing up. His eyes drifted shut of their own accord. This was a very bad start to the day. But he had to rally. He had to get the rest in now, so that when he showed up at Holt, he could fool the world. That was what the mornings after looked like for him. Fake it till you make it. Or in his case, faking sobriety until the hangover passed. It wasn't until he stumbled out of the rideshare and toward the big steel front doors of Holt Body Fitness that he noticed the guys lurking around the edges of the landscaping. Dressed in jeans and t-shirts, they could have been anyone. The epitome of regular people. Until the cameras started snapping. That's when Levi realized. Photographers had scouted the gym, waiting for him to get here. Levi kept his head down as he hurried toward the front door. As the cameras clicked, one of the two guys asked, "How's your fist feeling after that beatdown last night?" "Your payout probably wasn't as big as the fight though, huh?" the other one said with a laugh. Levi didn't respond, just pushed inside the building and beelined for the locker rooms. But Travis and company were already waiting for him at the front desk. Riley was there too, which sent a ripple of guilt through him that he didn't understand. Maybe because he'd wanted to text her all day and all night, and never did. Maybe because he'd already convinced himself, and even more in his drunken state, that pursuing her was a bad idea. Maybe because the sight of her made him long for something he didn't have words for. Look who finally decided to join us. Travis didn't look happy, and the flat line of his mouth combined with his crossed arms sent anxiety streaking through him. Already, this was the worst day ever. "I'm sorry. I swear." Levi hoisted his duffel bag higher on his shoulder as he paused at the reception desk. He didn't bother taking off his sunglasses, even though he was inside. He needed the extra buffer. For personal and for hangover reasons. "I slept through my alarms." "Yeah? Why's that?" Travis's tone was bait. Like if he said the wrong thing, he'd really regret it. Levi shrugged. "Just did." Riley rolled her lips inward. She hadn't bothered to unpack any cameras yet. He should probably tell her to leave. This wasn't a practice he wanted immortalized. "Does you being late have anything to do with the photographers outside?" Travis pointed toward the front doors where they still waited, barely out of sight. Levi's head throbbed under the scrutiny. He couldn't process this. He could barely stand. "Maybe." Travis swore under his breath and headed for the hallway to the training camp. "Come on." Levi and Riley followed him. Riley sent him a concerned look. "Are you okay?" she whispered. "You haven't taken your sunglasses off yet." "Yeah. I'm fine." He sniffed. "Just got this shiner, you know?" She didn't look convinced. In the training camp, Levi dropped off his duffel bag and shed his zip-up while Travis headed for the punching bags lining the far wall. Levi strutted over to him, trying to conjure even an ounce of wanting to punch them. Travis stared at him so hard, Levi thought he'd wilt. "Do your drills. And take those fucking glasses off." Travis spat it out like an afterthought, and Levi lobbed a sigh before pulling on his boxing gloves. The punches were slow, lethargic. The exact manifestation of his mental state. Barely there and sloth-like. "Jesus," Travis muttered when he came over a few minutes later. "You really reek." Levi glanced at him. "I know how to take showers, I swear." "Like whiskey," Travis clarified. A disappointed sigh escaped him, but when he crossed his arms over his chest again a moment later, Levi could feel the verbal beatdown coming. His body prickled with nervousness. Fuck. He hadn't wanted it to come to this. "You know, I really thought we were fucking past this," Travis said in a low voice, stilling the bag when Levi's punches had stopped. "Past what?" Levi asked, feeling every inch the petulant adolescent. "Past you being a drunk idiot," Travis said, the duh tone worse than when Gage got on his kicks. "Last time I checked, you wanted to go all in to win the title. But what I'm seeing here is a lazy kid who'd rather go get drunk and ruin all his progress." "I didn't ruin anything," Levi clarified, his chest tightening. "It was my off day. I'm allowed to celebrate. Besides, I'm here, aren't I?" But the guilt slashed through him anyway. Travis was right. "Barely," Travis spat. "Should I leave?" Riley asked in a small voice. "No. Stay." Travis propped his hands on his hips, swinging his angry gaze back to Levi. "He wants you to film the league, you better get all of it." "Listen," Levi started, "last night was a publicity stunt." "Okay. I thought that maybe if I caused a scene, it might help draw more attention to the league." "Oh, did you?" The sarcasm dripped from his words. "I'm sure the 15 shots of Hennessy or whatever you had were all for publicity too. Do you think that the court date you're about to get slapped with will be a publicity stunt? You think I want my name and my gym attached to your publicity stunt?" Travis's words cut deep, but Levi tried not to let them sting. "This had nothing to do with you or the gym." "Travis, it was?" "No, Levi. Everything you fucking do now is attached to the gym. While those cameras are watching, you're dragging me along with you. And don't you forget that. You need to watch yourself. If you're trying to cause a stir, at least make sure it's worth it." Levi tapped the front of his boxing gloves together. Silence buzzed through the gym. It had been ages since he'd been chewed out like this. And now the hangover kicking in only reinforced Travis's words. "And by worth it, I mean you're not beating up some Hollywood D-bag who looked at you wrong," Travis said a moment later. "What?" "That's whose face you smashed in last night, Levi." Travis slapped at the man bun tied up on the top of Levi's head. "Or don't you remember?" "How do you know?" "The photographers filled me in when I got here." Levi sighed. The headache he'd started his day with had multiplied. Grown offspring. Launched several generations. "I'm sorry, Trav. It's not gonna happen again." But as soon as he said that, Levi doubted his truthfulness. He couldn't promise that. Not now, not ever. Because this was his old habit: cast all his troubles into the wind and see where he landed the next day. As long as he had that pressure in need of a valve, he'd need the outlet. And it was the only outlet that worked. Travis receded into a watchful taskmaster mood. Levi sank back into training while Riley moved around the gym, taking pictures. His hangover took precedence for the rest of the day, kept him quiet and squinty-eyed, trying to survive training. With each punch and grunt that left him, Travis's disappointment vibrated a little louder inside him. Travis wasn't just his coach. Travis was damn near family at this point. Even though he still didn't know half the story about Gage, Travis was the closest Levi had come to really letting someone new in. He'd even considered bringing Gage around to the gym so he could meet the guys. But now, Levi could feel himself slipping. He'd lost a little bit of Travis's faith, and that shit stung worse than the hangover. Levi's sweat was pure alcohol. While he worked on pull-ups, Riley lay on the ground and took pictures of him from below. "I bet this angle is nice," Levi cracked. "If only pictures could capture smell." Click. Click. "I think I'm a little drunk just from sitting here." Real funny. You wish science worked that way. Riley was quiet, lining up a shot. Levi grunted and launched himself up onto parallel bars to start his leg lifts. So you had a pretty wild night. She propped herself up on an elbow, camera resting on the floor. Wasn't too wild, actually. He glanced over at Travis, who was talking to a receptionist in the gym doorway. Pretty tame in comparison to some nights. Riley was quiet, examining something on the floor. Then she brought her knees to her chest. How did your pictures go with Nikki's family? Levi asked, voice straining through another set of leg lifts. Great. We had a lot of fun. She flashed him a smile, but it faded quickly. She toyed with her camera strap for a moment, then pushed to her feet. I think I've gotten enough pictures for today. Levi finished his last representative and then hopped to the floor. You sure? Yeah. I'm late for some editing, so. Her smile looked forced. Something was off with her, and maybe he'd only noticed it now that the headache meds were kicking in. I'll see you later. Riley trotted off before he could protest. But what would he say? He grabbed the parallel bars again and launched into another rep, his mind burning as much as his muscles. The rest of practice was brutal. Travis went hard on him out of sheer enjoyment of his suffering, Levi suspected. But every residual drop of hangover and alcohol had been expelled from his body via sweat, so by the time he hauled himself out of the locker room showers, he felt like a new man. One who was ready to pay a visit to Riley at her studio. Levi dressed quickly in the street clothes he'd brought. He ran into Travis on his way out the main hallway. He was there with Amara, who looked like she'd popped in from work due to her business casual attire. Levi walked up to them, jerking his chin toward Amara. Hey, Amara. It's good to see you. Hey, Levi. Congrats on the win this weekend. Thanks. I won hard and then I partied harder. He clapped Travis on the back. Boss ain't too happy about it. Travis grunted. Seriously though, Trav? Levi gripped his shoulder. I'm not slacking on this league. I swear to you. You'll see. I'm gonna fucking win it all. Travis met his intense stare. Good. I'm not made for losing, Levi said. I fucked up this weekend. But I'm not going to disappoint you. Amara looked particularly won over even if Travis didn't, so his job was done. Can we have a cookout sometime too? Levi asked as he scuffed his way down the hallway. Like 13 steaks, everything cooked in butter and fudge. Travis finally grinned. You sound like a fighter who's been depriving himself to win the title. Levi cocked a finger at him before pushing out of the gym. That at least was a good sign. Maybe he'd served his penance. After all, wasn't the hangover punishment enough? All that remained was Riley. He'd fucked up with her too somehow, he could feel it. And although he didn't know what lay on the horizon for them, he didn't want things to be weird. His brain knew the right path forward: keep it simple. Keep it sexy. Keep it light. Levi had never been in the market for a girlfriend, and he wasn't starting now. Part of him knew that would be fine by Riley. But the other part of him knew that she might not be the problem at all. It might be him. Chapter 17. Riley turned her studio into a sunny editing oasis. She pulled all the curtains open, even propped the door open while still using air conditioning. She wanted that city breeze. It was inspiring today, somehow. A special lead tang of creativity. And she needed to get lost in her work. The past few days had been an emotional whirlwind. Going from definitely no Levi, to completely filled with Levi, followed by pining for Levi, only to end with strangely absent Levi. It was too many twists in 72 hours. Perhaps the worst twist of all was yesterday. Spending the whole day blissed out on their night together. Fantasizing without meaning to about what the next time would be like. Waiting for a text from him. Waiting. And then finding out the next day that he'd actually been out all night drinking. She knew what happened when single men like Levi went out in Hollywood. She didn't need to guess why he didn't text her. After all the heartbreak in her life, she could figure it out by now. And after the tense morning at Holt's, she still didn't know what she felt about it all. The only thing that kept coming to mind was, so this is Levi's dark side. It was only fitting that he'd show the shadow side so soon after their amazing fireworks display of a night. He liked to go out and get fucked up. That was fine, really. The man deserved it. But the drunken beatdown he didn't remember probably came on the heels of fucking a girl he didn't remember in the bathroom. It wasn't her place to judge. She had zero say in this man's life. But she hated that she wanted to know more. Why did he do it? Where did he go? Was it really publicity or something else? Their night together had left her hungry, no, starving, for more Levi. But this about-face drew the line clearly in the sand. Reminded Riley of her place in the scheme of things. She and Levi were nothing. She shouldn't want more. It needed to be one and done. Riley had her legs kicked up while she reclined on the fluffy pink sofa. Incense named Golden Temple burned in the corner while beta beats pulsed from her speakers. This was her haven. Her safe space. A commotion from outside tugged at her attention. She glanced up, seeing a group of people approaching from down the street. A man headed toward the studio, walking backwards, his arms spread out as he shouted at some other people following him. The sharp undertones of his voice made her sit up. The hair. Chestnut tresses pulled back into a low, short ponytail. Broad shoulders that screamed protein shakes and daily bench presses. It had to be Levi. She set the computer aside as he grew nearer. Finally he turned, confirming what she'd suspected. Levi strutted toward her door, pure swagger and smirks. A navy blue tee stretched over his impressive shoulders, light gray shorts riding low on his narrow hips. He had a train of about 5 photographers, cameras raised and active. Her chest seized, and all she could do was stare while she tumbled backwards, down the tunnel of the past. No. No. This couldn't be happening. Not again. Not again. Visions of her breakup flooded her. The photographers swarming her studio, waiting for a word, a flinch, a glimpse, any whiff of drama. Her hiding in the corner, waiting them out as her inbox filled with hate mail. All because she'd made the mistake of falling for the wrong guy. It was practically a bad habit at this point. But not anymore. John Stamos crooned his greeting a moment later, and Riley leapt to her feet, heart pounding. Levi hadn't gotten 2 steps inside before she locked the door behind him, and then darted over to the front windows, tugging at the curtains. Hey, Levi started. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Riley spat once the windows were blocked. She turned to him, hands on her hips. She was shaking. Literally shaking. Levi's smile melted away. I'm coming to say hi to you. No, Levi. I mean them. The photographers following you. Oh. The grin returned. I've got fans. Isn't it cool? She hefted with a humorless laugh. I wouldn't call them fans. More like drama-hungry sharks. I'm happy to have sharks in the water, Levi said, easing onto the couch. He propped his palms behind his head, looking impossibly casual and cool. He had no idea. None at all, and that made her angrier. It means I've finally made it to sea. Riley frowned, snatching up her laptop. Yeah, well, the sea is overrated. These sharks don't care if they take an entire leg off, or, I don't know, ruin a career. When they're interested, it's because they smell a scandal waiting to happen. Oh, come on, Levi said. I'm serious. Having the paparazzi follow you around is not a badge of honor. She swallowed a knot of emotion. It's the first sign of a downhill race. Levi's smile had completely fallen away. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Jesus, Riley. Can't you be happy for me, for like 2 seconds, that there's any interest in my career at all? I've been busting ass to get noticed, and now it's happening. She snapped her gaze up to his. I'm happy there's interest. I'm not happy you brought the sharks to my doorstep. Yeah, well, they're here for me, not for you. Levi's words grated on her. Besides, the limelight isn't all bad. Why can't you enjoy it? Oh my God, it's something mainstream happening in your dark and serious world. Or maybe that's not cool enough for you. She met his intense gaze. Though his tone was friendly, she felt the challenge in his words. The subtle dig. She set her laptop on the countertop, counting to 5 before responding. This wasn't the time to get into her personal history with the limelight. Besides, she wasn't sure Levi deserved to know that about her. In this age of hyper-openness, with every celebrity and their mother willing to invite cameras into their lives and bedrooms, Riley tried to take the opposite approach. Minimal social media. A don't ask, don't tell policy. And a strict firewall around her heart. One that couldn't be broached just by one sexy night with a drama-hungry fighter. I guess I can't expect you to know what it's like around here. She dragged her gaze to his, finding fire waiting for her. You're new. He laughed incredulously. Fuck that. I'm new, but it's not so hard to catch on. Come on, Riley. This shit out here. In Hollywood? It's all so vapid. Nobody cares, not really. You know how fickle it is. It's not even 15 minutes of fame, it's less. So what does it matter? Besides, it's not my fault I'm becoming famous. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't fight the laugh that erupted out of her. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It's actually entirely your fault you're famous. You're hungry for it. You admitted earlier today that you got into a fight as a publicity stunt. You're doing everything you can for those 15 minutes. Levi hopped to his feet. They'd entered full-blown argument territory. And really, she shouldn't have been surprised. It was always headed this way. With Levi the fame whore and Riley the anti-attention girl, it was only a matter of time before they butted heads and the attraction between them exploded in shards. What's so wrong with that? Levi strutted over to her, a strange gleam in his eye. Maybe you're content being a nobody, but that's not what I came to LA for. Content being a nobody. That crossed the line. He could sass all he wanted, but those were fighting words. And she was too tired to fight. Her lips thinned, and she walked to the front door. Unlocking it, she tugged it open and pointed outside. Go. Get out of here. Her heart hammered in her chest as Levi stared her down. Why? You don't get it, and it's fine. But we don't need to keep pretending. It was a mistake to sleep with you. Now go. She tried her damnedest to keep herself cool and collected, but really she was straining at the edges, fighting the tears and the wallowing which threatened to overcome her. Levi balled his fists, his neck flushing. Don't start the fire if you can't handle the heat, Levi spat, and then he tore himself out of the studio. She locked the door behind him and could hear his gruff voice through the thick glass panes. She peered through a curtain and saw him push through the small crowd of photographers. Angry shouts and then a moment later, Kurek. Riley's heart sank as she spotted the broken camera on the sidewalk. But Levi stormed away, didn't even look back once. The photographers shouted, some following. She sighed, pressing her forehead against the window. Shit. This was bad news, but especially for Levi. The paparazzi took action when things like that happened. Depending on who they worked for, they might have lots of money to start a very big lawsuit. Riley would know. Her dad was the lawyer celebrities turned to for all manner of frivolous and ridiculous suits. Levi had no idea how much she'd seen and lived of the weird underbelly out here. And it sent frustration sizzling through her that he wouldn't even bother to get to know her before treating her like that. She should have expected that Levi would be no exception. It didn't matter how lush his hair, how leaden his fists, or how amazing in bed he was. He'd burn out like all the other wannabe fireworks that came before him. Especially when he was a loose cannon like this. Beating up D-bags after a night out. Breaking cameras because he was pissed. It was the last thing she needed in her life. This was the potent reminder she needed. Because after her and Levi's night together, she'd spent the entire next day wanting him. Dreaming of him. Imagining the feel of his broad chest beneath her fingertips, the way he dug into the flesh of her ass and lifted her as if she weighed nothing. And those eyes. Those hungry brown eyes that had completely consumed her as he pushed himself into her deepest, softest parts. The eyes that had reached a part of her she'd thought she'd quarantined and locked down. Somehow, he'd still gotten through. Pierced that part of her that she'd sworn to never resurrect, not for anyone. So it was good that he was showing this side of him now. She should consider herself lucky. True colors and all that. Now she had time to wise up and detach. Before she made the same mistake as always and went for the guy who was clearly wrong for her, like the bad habit it was. Riley needed to cut and run. It needed to be that simple. She tugged open the curtains, smiling at the light that spilled in. Like encouraging this resolution. No more off time with Levi. No more watching fireworks. The light show always ended. No matter how much the gunpowder thought it would explode forever. She had logic on her side. So why did she feel like she was making a mistake? Chapter 18. 3 days after the incident, Levi got the notice that the paparazzo was pressing charges against him for vandalism and destruction of property. Over those 3 days, he'd had plenty of time to calm down. To realize that breaking a camera guy's shit because he got too close, after Levi asked nicely for him to back the fuck off, was not a good idea. But the deed was done. And it wasn't the only thing he regretted from that day. The blow-up with Riley haunted him. When he shut his eyes at night, he could still see the hurt slash across her face from when he'd called her a nobody. A nobody. He was the dumbest man alive. It didn't matter how much he believed in what he was doing, or why he was hunting notoriety. He said the stupidest shit when he was upset. Everyone in his life knew it. Now Riley did too. Levi needed to make it up to her big time. After training that day, he went to the most expensive florist he could find on Google Maps and bought the darkest bouquet they had. Black and mauve roses with gray lilies. Riley would go crazy for that shit. And he could try to make light of his own stupid words. If she'd look him in the eye. She hadn't texted over the past 3 days, not that he'd expected her to, but neither had he. Part of him felt like this was a weaning process. Their sex had been explosive, but it couldn't go further than that. So why push it? But his own fuck-up made him eager to fix things. They had more practices coming up. More matches. It would be awkward, and he hated awkward. So he loaded up the expensive flowers and headed to her house to surprise her. Levi knocked on the front door, his entire body clenching as he waited for someone to answer. He had to knock a second and third time before the front door opened. Nikki peered out at him. Hello? Hey, Nikki. He flashed his best smile. Is Riley home? I really need to see her. Nikki blinked at the bouquet in his hands. Oh, she's gonna be so fucking happy. He liked that little insight. So is she here? Sorry. She's at the studio. Nikki shook her head, eyes still on the flowers. Black roses. You really know her already, don't you? Nikki's words stuck with him as he booked it back across Los Feliz. He pulled up just when the golden hour was in full force. He hid the flowers behind his back as he trotted up to her studio. The door was open, and he pushed inside, the scent of patchouli greeting him. Low music hummed, something blues-y and sad. Riley twisted toward the door, camera in her hand. She was with a client. Levi stilled, staying near the door. Oh, she said, zero enthusiasm in her voice. Hey, Riley. He kept the flowers behind his back, eyes darting between her and the client, the man, in front of her. He was probably early 30s, with an impeccable finger wave in his longish hair, and a tailored suit. He looked at Levi as if he was expecting something, maybe from Riley too, and all his muscles went rigid. Like he was fucking jealous or something. I got a special delivery for you. Levi revealed the flowers. His heart hammered in his chest, and suddenly he was so nervous and desperate for her that he couldn't control himself. I grew these, you know. It took a lot of trial and error. A smile tugged at the corner of Riley's lips. Good one. Give me 10, okay? Levi nodded, setting the bouquet down on her countertop before letting himself out of the studio. A whoosh of relief flooded him. At least she didn't kick him out, and he occupied himself window shopping and checking his phone damn near every minute. He waited 11 minutes before venturing back to the studio. Riley was alone now, clicking through her laptop on the tall counter. Levi stuffed his hands into his pockets once he re-entered the cool, fragrant air of her studio. She crossed her arms over her chest, turning to him. Hey. His gaze skated up and down her black overalls, paired with a skin-tight slate gray top and those combat boots. She looked grunge but still somehow edible. I didn't mean to interrupt your session. I wanted to come say I'm sorry. Riley tilted her head. I don't know if you noticed this yet, but I'm kind of a hothead. Levi scratched at the back of his neck. And I feel like an asshole. So I thought I should get you some dark and serious flowers. He gestured toward them. You know, because that's what you are. But that's the best part of you. Riley looked like she was fighting a grin. I'm not that serious. I know. I had to go with the theme. He drew a fortifying breath, surprised by how fast his heart was racing. This really meant something to him. More than he expected. Listen, it's important to me that you understand. Okay? The whole paparazzi thing, I didn't mean for it to be personal. It's sort of like a goal of mine. Like a business goal. And you're not a nobody because you avoid them. You're actually the coolest fucking person I've ever met. Riley nibbled on her bottom lip, the paper crinkling around the flowers as she picked them up, admiring them. Besides, Gage really wants to see you again, and he won't shut up about it. Riley dragged her honey eyes his way, which sent electricity sparking through him. I miss Gage. I'll have to hang out with him sometime. And not me. She shrugged, but the beginning of a smile quirked her lips. She fingered the slate-gray petal of the lily, then looked at Levi, something on her face shifting. I don't have time for the paparazzi bullshit. I'm over them. They tried to ruin my life once, and it's not going to happen again. Levi blinked. What? Her throat bobbed before she carried the bouquet toward the bathroom. He wasn't sure he'd get the answer until she came back out into the studio, carrying the flowers in a vase. My ex was a celebrity. When he cheated on me, the media came after me. Like I was the bad guy. She sniffed, arranging the flowers. She'd grown distant suddenly, almost icy. They stopped caring so much, but only recently. Levi's mouth parted as the meaning sunk in. Fuck. So I don't like the paparazzi much. She sent a grim smile his way, crossing her arms. Not when I still get hate mail at least once a week. He crumpled at that, covering his face with his hands. Jesus, Rye. I'm sorry. She drew a deep breath, running a finger up and down the stem of a rose, dancing a fingertip over the thorns. The women haters on Twitter are usually the worst. And after all that, well, I really don't like the spotlight. Levi paced the studio as he worked over the new information. How was it possible she could still be getting hate mail? He needed to fix this. To help her somehow. Do people show up at your house and shit? He asked. No. Thank God. She wiped at an eye, and it was only then that he realized she'd gotten emotional. His heart cracked open, and he went over to her, swooping her into a hug. Sorry, she whispered into his chest. I don't like to talk about this stuff. It was a really hard time. Levi tightened his arms around her, swaying gently back and forth. He would squeeze all the sadness out of her if he could. And he intended to. He'd hug her for 24 hours if she needed it. It makes me so angry, he murmured into the top of her head. I can't believe how fucking stupid people are. I was the one who got cheated on, she said, her little hands snaking around his waist. It's not fair. Riley buried her face into his chest. A sob racked her body. She stayed like that for a few moments, and then she pulled away, wiping at her face. Oh my God. I don't want to be crying about this. She fanned at her face. I told myself it was in the past. Right, it's okay. You can cry into my chest. I'm not gonna tell Nikki. Your secret is safe with me. Riley dissolved into laughter, and he scooped her into another hug. With her in his arms like this, the whole rest of the world stopped spinning. It was just them inside this studio, and the intoxicating warmth of this embrace. Levi didn't want to move. Not now. Not ever. Okay, well, thanks for being my therapist, Riley said, propping her chin on his chest to look up at him. I'll send the invoice to your house. She dissolved into laughter again and untangled herself from his arms. Cold whooshed around him as she stepped away and headed for the bathroom. When she came back out into the studio, she looked refreshed somehow. Maybe the cry had done her good. Levi didn't tend to cry, but he figured his need to fight was roughly the same thing, so he got it. Fucking someone up really made him feel better. Anything you'd like to cry about, she said, that twinkle back in her eye. Hell, he had plenty of things that would make regular people cry. Which was probably why he needed to punch so many people so often. But he didn't want to be sad today. He had something entirely different on his mind. I think I'm good. Do you forgive me? Maybe. Well, I need a yes or no, because if it's no, then I've got some more work to do. The smile finally blossomed in full on her face. She looked so beautiful, he wanted to kiss her. He moved toward her again without realizing it, hooking his finger through the belt loop of her overalls, bringing her crashing hip to hip against him. Riley tilted her head up to receive him, and then their lips were together, velvety and seeking and warm. Kissing her felt like going home, which sounded ridiculous, but Levi couldn't ignore the thrum of intensity as their kisses deepened. Riley wrapped an arm around his neck. He slid his hands up to find the smooth dip of her waist, thumbs pressing at the edges of her breasts. When the kiss broke, Riley watched him with a ravenous look. Levi knew what she wanted. The same thing he wanted. Chapter 19. Riley felt like she'd been wrung out, chopped into pieces, and then reassembled by Levi's loving hands. It didn't make sense. She could go from hating him to swooning to dying for him in the span of a half hour, and if that wasn't a sign of craziness, she didn't know what was. She couldn't keep her lips off him either. Even when she tried to break for air, she couldn't. She clawed at his sturdy arms, needing more of him. Wrapped around her. Buried inside her. Voice at her ear. Filling her in every way imaginable. Something had shifted between them. When he'd shown up at the tail end of her portrait session, she'd seen the look sear across his face at finding another man in his studio. That had been the beginning of the end of her resistance. He'd fired the warning shot, "I'm here to win you over and you're going to take it," and she'd tried to put up a good fight, but it was useless. Against these arms, these juicy kisses, this solid chest he'd offered like a pillow to wipe up her tears. She didn't stand a chance of staying mad. Even though she'd tried to stay firm, something about Levi invited her to open up. And she'd fallen for it. Cracked herself wide open. Levi kicked through the door leading to the darkroom and office space. She flicked on the lights with the toe of her boot, and he hummed with appreciation. Right here. His touch was gentle, almost loving. This wasn't like any other multi-night stand she'd had before. This felt a lot like something more. But now wasn't the time to overthink things. She wanted to enjoy it. Once she was dressed, she slid off the workstation, only to find her knees made of glass. She wobbled for a few steps before grabbing at Levi's arm. "You fucked the balance out of me," she said. "Won't be the last time," Levi said with a wink. "I promise." Warmth spread through her. Words like that falling off Levi's tongue, it made her giddy. Like she wanted to romp through open fields and make flower crowns and climb on top of ladders and scream until her throat went raw. Come here. She walked carefully out into the studio, snatching up her camera along the way. She jerked her chin toward the backdrop. In times like these, sated, giddy, open and raw, it was best to make art. Let's take some pictures. Levi had a certain saunter in his step. Something that Riley liked to think came from her. The glow of an amazing orgasm. He slid onto the stool and crossed his arms, smirking over at her expectantly. Not nudes, right? She took a couple test shots, checking out the white balance, and shook her head. Not the nudes. That's okay. Something heartbreaking came over his face. Both tender and mischievous. I'll like whatever you come up with better. Riley directed him through a couple poses, while she played with the exposure and time-lapse settings on the tripod. She had a specific image in mind for her project. And part of her wanted to memorialize this unlikely union between the two of them. No matter how it ended up. No matter what came of it. Levi had allowed her to open up slightly again, after the worst betrayal of her life. And that was worth noting. Riley lined up the shot. I'm leaving tomorrow, you know. She caught the moment when his expression turned dark. Leaving for where? Vacation. She snapped some more pictures as his brows drew together. I had it on your schedule. My family's going to Baja, California. Levi looked up at her with an interesting swirl of emotions, caught somewhere between ready to tell a joke and crushed by the news. Her skin did that thing that told her this shot right here was the money one. Click, click, click. For how long? He asked. 10 days. She stood, examining the screen of the camera. She'd nailed it. Almost 2 weeks? Levi asked, incredulous. Just over 1 week, she rephrased, sending him a smile. She walked over to him, kissing his forehead. Don't worry. You'll survive without me. He hooked her by the waist, bringing her between his legs. The honeyed truth in his gaze stole her voice, and all she could do was look at him. Survive, maybe. But I'll be thinking about you every night until you're back. Riley's throat tightened, and she tried to brush off the implication behind his words. Part of her was desperate to cling to his words and ride them like a dragon into the smoky plumes of sort of fated outcome. Look, this means he likes you, you two are together now, what if he's the one? She hated the fact that any of those thoughts entered her brain space. This needed to be a hookup, and nothing more. After all, he was probably only going to miss her because of the sex. Not because of her. If Riley had learned anything in life, it was that pussy ruled all, and men couldn't give a fuck about emotions. She wouldn't make the mistake of thinking Levi was any different. Even so, the truth of Levi's words hit her like a brick. Because she'd be thinking about him every one of those 10 days too. No matter how hard she tried not to. It was already a done deal. Chapter 20. Levi, okay, you're late. Riley, late for what? Levi, it's day 10. You home or what? Levi had messaged Riley every day of her 10-day vacation. Most days he kept it simple, a well-timed joke to make her smile, but really he was counting the freaking minutes until he got the okay to go to her house. She had to feel it too. She'd been there for what they shared. It wasn't like either of them could walk away from that. He had a whole list of excuses ready if she tried to postpone things. Oh, Levi was ready. And he was hungry. Her 10-day trip put a wrench in his plans to sex as much as possible during his off days. Now that the match was under 2 weeks away, he'd gone back into lockdown mode. No sex, no alcohol, no sugar, no nothing. Just protein shakes and protein meals, and as much water as a human being could feasibly ingest. Which meant he needed to keep his hands off her, to some extent. He could get her off. But he couldn't get off. Probably the smart thing to do would be avoid her altogether, but he wasn't a saint. No, he was pure lusting man, and he'd dance with the devil despite the risk it presented. Riley, are you spying on me? Pulling in my driveway now. Thought you'd be here by now. Levi's smile hurt his cheeks. He stumbled as he headed from the kitchen toward his bedroom to get ready. Gage, I'm gonna head out tonight, Levi shouted as he went into his room. He rummaged through his closet for a few minutes, his belly knotted with excitement. Good thing Riley wasn't here to see him. She'd totally call him out on how much of an excited teenager he was being. Say hi to your girlfriend for me. Gage's voice drifted in from the living room. Levi smirked. He still hadn't corrected Gage about the terminology. He would someday, when he figured out what the hell Riley was doing in his life, and what words he'd use to gently explain it to Gage. Because he couldn't call it what it was, exquisite fucking. Levi wasn't in the market for anything else. But Riley made him wonder. I'm calling Tammy, so she'll be coming over soon, Levi barked out as he inspected a few options. Riley seemed to have a thing for his plain tees. He picked a charcoal gray shirt and some dark khaki shorts. He left his hair down, spritzed on some cologne, and pulled on his trendiest sneakers. Riley ready. You want to get back into your chair. Levi had laid Gage out on the couch to watch a movie after dinner. I'm good here for now, Gage said, reaching out to hit Levi as he passed by. You sure? Tammy might not get here for a half hour. Gage heaved an abnormally long sigh. Yes, Levi. I'm sure. Okay. Levi ruffled Gage's hair. Just checking. You're my baby brother, and you are so cute and special. Levi hopped over the back of the couch and tormented Gage by pinching at his cheeks. Gage burst into laughter, fending off Levi's affection attack. Stop it, Gage groaned. You might be 16, but you're still my precious Gage, Levi teased, snatching up the nearby blanket. Oh my God, do you know what it's time for? No. Gage protested, unable to fight the grin. Gage or Ito, Levi shouted, and then he wrapped Gage up in the blanket until he was trapped and practically crying with laughter. You can't. Another round of laughter consumed him. That's not fair. What's the password? Levi demanded, sitting gently on top of him so he couldn't wriggle free. I don't know. Gage shouted. Yes, you do. Now what's the password? Sour cream. Levi hopped off Gage and unrolled him while Gage collapsed with laughter. Great. I'm ready to go now, see you later, bro. Levi was all smiles as he left his apartment, Gage's receding laughs still echoing in his head. Making his brother laugh like that on the daily, it was the only thing he needed to accomplish. Ensuring that Gage enjoyed life as much as possible. Levi made a pit stop at a bodega on his way to Riley's house, a store where he knew they had a secretly awesome selection of craft beers. He picked up a creative six-pack, not that he'd be indulging, of course, and went on his way to face down the mother of all temptations. Showing up with beer and not drinking was one thing. Being within inches of Riley and not taking things to their natural conclusion, that was an entirely different type of challenge. Riley answered the front door on the first knock. Maybe she'd been lurking and waiting for him. She gasped when she saw the six-pack. You brought fun beer. She pulled him inside, pushing up onto her toes to kiss him on the cheek as the door swung shut behind him. To celebrate you being back, Levi explained, snagging her at the waist so she fell flush against him. He swayed back and forth, coaxing another kiss from her, then another. His cock stiffened immediately. He was in trouble. After a month away. 10 days, he corrected. You missed so many amazing photo opportunities, Levi teased. You probably shouldn't leave like that again. Her smile was infectious. He wasn't exaggerating. The 10 days had felt more like a month. And he'd missed looking into her pretty brown eyes more than he'd expected. I'll be sure to never schedule another vacation again, Riley said, feigning seriousness. Did you at least have fun? He already knew she did. They'd texted every day. She'd even sent him a sexy oceanside selfie that included a nip slip. Yeah. She sighed. My family was my family, but it wasn't all bad. Levi's chest tightened. Better to steer away from family talk. It usually didn't end well. Nikki appeared at the end of the hallway, an eyebrow arched severely. Are you two ever going to move away from the front door, or what? Riley hung from Levi's neck like a little monkey as she twisted her neck to look at her roommate. We're talking. Aha. Nikki tutted and moved along. Let's go up to my room, Riley suggested. She took the six-pack from him. Which one do you want to drink? I'm not gonna have any. He followed her into the kitchen, where she stored the beers in the fridge. They're for you. And Nikki, of course. Nikki crooned "ah" from the living room. When Riley still looked confused, Levi added, the next match is less than 2 weeks away. I can't have alcohol. She paused before she opened the bottle. Then I won't have one either. The solidarity was touching. I don't care if you drink, Ree. I swear. Nah, I don't want one. She brushed past him, leading him by the hand back down the hallway and up the stairs. Her bedroom was quiet and cool, bed neatly made. But that was about the only neat thing about her space. The walls were crowded with frames and postcards. Exotic lampshades filled the corners of the room, the golden glow from each one ethereal, almost haunting. Clothes lined the floor in precise piles, as if she'd started to organize and then just stopped. Your room is so artsy, Levi said, looking around as Riley pushed him toward the bed. She climbed on top of him, immediately straddling him. It's kind of the opposite of mine. She laughed, pausing to look around. You're right. Opposites attract. The phrase seared through him, but it didn't seem right to bring that up. Damn near everything about her attracted him. But to what end? That was the type of shit couples always said. And Levi wasn't looking for long-term. Because he had a life that he didn't want to fuck with. His routine was nice. Between his intense fighting schedule, raising a teenager, and partying his face off whenever he could, he had enough on his plate. Adding a girlfriend didn't seem smart. Except since their cataclysmic night in her studio, Levi hadn't even felt the urge to go out and let off steam like he was used to doing. Honestly, it felt like he'd let it all out already. Like Riley had somehow purged him. But not just the sex. Hanging out with her provided a release valve, too. It didn't make sense, but he didn't feel the need to probe any further. All he knew was that he wanted Riley and he had her. End of story. What happens in our rooms isn't opposite, though, Riley murmured, sinking on top of him. He ran his palms up over her thighs, sucking at his teeth as her pussy rested right on top of his cock. Actually, he deflated a little. I think it will be. What do you mean? I can't have sex. Her brows drew together. I don't get the joke. It's not a joke. I mean, I'm less than 2 weeks out from the match. I'm not allowed to get off. Her expression flattened as the news circulated through her. Oh, so you can't, oh. He jerked his head into a nod, running his fingertips along her jawline. Riley was perfect. Or the closest to perfection he'd ever seen. Her left eye was bigger than her right, he'd noticed that already. She had a tiny scar in her right eyebrow, maybe something left over from childhood. And sometimes when she was caught off guard, she'd blink 1,000,000 times. An excessive amount of blinking. But she was perfect. In a classically beautiful way, but also in a uniquely Riley way. She had Oscar-worthy bone structure combined with the art and darkness that he'd come to appreciate about her. She made him want to take pictures of her. You got a camera laying around here? He asked. Yeah, why? I want to take pictures of you tonight. She looked at him for a few moments, as if the suggestion had shocked her. Then she quietly climbed off him, hunting down a little film camera from a desk drawer. She adjusted a few settings on it before handing it to him. Levi turned the camera over in his hands a couple times. He hadn't used film in years. He brought it up to his face, lined up a shot, and then click. Riley looked pleased. That one will sell for an easy hundo, he said. Ha. Maybe your face. But not mine. She quirked her lips in a secretive smile. You know how hot you are, right? He feigned surprise. Me? Oh, stop. She straddled him again, smoothing her palms over his shoulders. You know, if the fighting thing doesn't work out, you could always go into modeling. The fighting thing is gonna work out, Levi said, cupping the mounds of her ass. But I'm not opposed to whatever comes after it. Well, if you ever need a fashion photographer down the road, she said, pushing her fingers underneath the sleeves of his t-shirt. Huh. So you like working with Levi? The fact that she'd not only warmed up to him, but damn near melted all over him felt good. No, it felt fucking incredible. Riley was someone he wanted to win over. The type of person who made life better for knowing them. He pays pretty well. Riley murmured into the hollow of his neck. Fucks me in my dark room. Her lips trailed up over his jawline, leaving a moist trail toward his lips. It's a pretty sweet gig. You forgot to mention my jokes. Riley giggled through a kiss, then she pulled back, her eyes wild. Okay. Be honest with me. Okay? What is the best joke you have? She gripped his arms. I want to hear it. The gold standard of all your other jokes. He snorted. Really? Yes. I have to know. He narrowed his eyes at her. He'd tell her, but he couldn't offer it up so fast. I don't know. This seems like a trick. You're probably gonna go sell it online afterward. She shook her head. Very seriously. I promise. Pinky promise even. He offered his pinky as a test, and she snagged it with her own. Damn. Can't back down on that. He fought a grin as she got comfy on his lap. Her attention sizzled on him. Okay. You ready? Just tell me. So my friend gave birth to her baby in the car on the way to the hospital. Levi paused, stifling the laugh that bubbled up in him already, knowing the punchline. Her husband named him Carson. Riley stared at him with wide eyes for a moment, and then she started shaking with silent laughter. She screeched a moment later and fell over onto her bed, covering her face. That is so stupid, she moaned. But also so good. It's the best one, Levi affirmed, lying out on the bed next to her. She rolled to face him, and he did the same. He fingered the exposed swath of skin as she propped up on her elbow to look at him. Why are you so into dad jokes? She asked. You already asked a question, Levi said, his chest tightening reflexively. Now it's my turn. Why are you so obsessed with John Stamos? Obsessed? Isn't that a little strong? Levi pointed over her shoulder. I'm staring at a computer printout of his face right now, which is next to a dangling keychain with his face as Uncle Jesse. So I'm calling obsessed. She sighed. He's the perfect man. Is he though? Yes. He's tall, dark, and handsome. He has incredible hair, even better when it's longer and got that little wave in it. And his smile. She tutted. I just feel like he would be the best husband ever. Wow. This side of you surprises me. But not only surprised, it also delighted the hell out of him. I didn't think you'd have a husband fantasy. Well, I don't really. Not like some girls. She shrugged. But I'll probably get married someday. Maybe when I'm 45 and have traveled the world and finally have enough money from selling pictures to buy a house. Maybe then. Riley's gaze dropped to his t-shirt. She pushed her fingertips over the fabric, tracing an invisible pattern. What about you? Will you get married? Levi scoffed. I doubt it. I've got a weird situation. I can't see anyone being into it. What do you mean? Whoever I'd marry would be marrying Gage too. Riley got quiet, searching his face. Right. I dunno. I'm not really the marrying type. I don't see the point. He shrugged, aware how brutally honest he was being. But he wasn't afraid to be that way with Riley. Which was nice. It was new for him. Hell, it had been since high school that he'd found himself in a situation like this, relaxed and hanging out, no alcohol or acting out involved. Usually his sober days were reserved for Gage, which mean being his shuttle, his homework helper, and his parent. And ever since Levi had to pivot and restructure his entire life after their parents died, he'd stopped having much of a social life beyond the gym and his nights out, which were all about getting fucked up and fucking girls. Fucking girls he never saw again. That was the caveat too. A few of them lingered, maybe for a second or a third hookup. Most of them wanted to see him more, but he didn't let that happen. Which meant that what he was doing with Riley right now was way outside of the norm. Riley studied him intensely for a few moments. The air between them had shifted, as though she'd been able to glimpse his inner thoughts. That was a scary possibility. "Why do you go out and get super drunk and fight with people?" she asked in a quiet voice. "Oh man." A laugh whooshed out of him. "Are we playing 20 questions? I didn't come prepared." "You broke that guy's camera the other day too," Riley said. Levi winced. "Yeah. That's He shifted on the bed, unsure how to characterize himself without going into the deep dark well of why. "I've got lots of energy. And some of it's bad energy. I'm sort of intense. Not sure if you noticed." Riley laughed softly, trailing her fingers along the hem of his shirt, flirting with the waistband of his briefs. "Yeah. I might have." Levi focused on the ceiling of the bedroom, where strange arcs of golden light splayed out from the various lampshades. "Life is a lot, you know. I like to go party and forget." His throat tightened, another uncharacteristic warning signal that he should listen to. Riley made him open up, but she wasn't just towing the water, she was diving to the bottom. Somehow, in the past month, she'd managed to wriggle her way into his home and his heart. He knew it needed to stop. But it was hard to find the motivation. "Why didn't you go out tonight?" He knew the technical answer to that question. He was on sex and alcohol prohibition again, but the real reason involved that deep dark well. Better to sidestep. I believe it's my question now." Riley nuzzled her head onto his chest. "Okay, fine." Levi stalled, using the pause to take a few furtive inhales of her hair. She smelled like patchouli always, the good kind, not the choking head shop kind, but today there was another undertone. Something vaguely citrusy. "If John Stamos is your celebrity lover, who is your celebrity rival?" She groaned into his ribs. "I don't want to talk about this." "Come on." He poked at her sides. "Spill the beans." "If I say his name, it gives him power," Riley protested. "And he already has too much. Now I have to know." Riley huffed and sat up, reaching for her phone. She tapped something out and then showed him the screen. She'd written a note, "James Franco." Levi snorted. "James Franco?" "I said don't say his name." Okay. Now his cheeks hurt from smiling so much. "But what's the deal? He's not that bad." I cannot stand him." She deleted the note and tossed her phone, as if the whole thing was contaminated now. His stupid smirk and his stupid eyes and his, she paused, shaking her head. "No. He's definitely no." Levi scooped Riley back toward him, so her head lay on his chest again. It felt better that way. "I will never speak his name again," Levi said. "And your secret is safe with me." She grinned up at him, and the moment that shivered between them made something warm and sticky blossom in his chest. Like Riley's fingers brushing over his abs had roots, and she'd plunged them into the core of him. Except the roots didn't hurt. They didn't even sting. He wanted to see what sort of plant might grow. Chapter 21. Riley knew as soon as she showed up to the gym the next day that it was going to be an off day for Levi. She couldn't say what gave it away. The air was tense in the training camp at the back of the gym. Levi, sweat already glistening on him, was punching a bag in the corner as if he'd been punished and was trying to work off his sentence. Maybe it was the way Travis had his arms crossed, pacing the far wall like a pissed-off parent. Or maybe it was the ache in Riley's pelvis, the lingering physical evidence that she and Levi had totally broken the rules the night before and ended up fucking right before drifting off to sleep. She'd done her best to be good, and so had he. But it was so damn hard. Levi's words rang through her, as she unpacked her camera and hurried to get set up. "There's something about you I can't say no to, Riley." Even when his career was on the line, apparently. Riley worked out some test shots of the gym. Lex and Cobra hung around the octagon, fixing something with the cage siding. A small group of women Riley didn't know hung around near the doors, clearly spectating. "Oh my God, that's him," one murmured. "He is so fucking hot," another said. Riley's heart rate picked up. She knew without knowing that they were talking about Levi. It could have been any man of the four of them. The staff of Holt Body Fitness was unequivocally hot, but it had to be Levi. Riley glanced back at the women. Two tan-toned goddesses with long straight blonde hair and picture-perfect makeup. Yeah, that seemed par for the course for Levi's fanbase. They served as a reminder. She needed to get used to this. Not as his quasi-lover, but as his photographer for the next month and a half. "Hey, do you know that Levi guy?" The shortest blonde got Riley's attention. Her breasts looked like two perfect purple melons in her trendy sports bra. Yeah." Riley offered a quick smile. "Why? Is he single?" From the other side of the gym, Levi's grunts as he pummeled the bag formed the metronome to Riley's thoughts. "I don't know." The purple melon blonde bit at her bottom lip, her gaze sliding back to Levi. "Isn't he the hottest? I love guys with long hair." Riley swallowed, a knot forming in her gut. "Yeah. But you might want to move along. Travis doesn't like when people watch the training." It was a bald-faced lie, but she wanted these girls out of her space. "Thanks for the heads up, chica." Blondie winked at her, and the women wandered away. Riley was left with a racing pulse, and she walked on wooden legs toward the far side of the gym. Travis had Levi doing pull-ups now. "I don't know what the fuck you think we're doing here," Travis was saying as she approached. "But this poor excuse for motivation is not gonna cut it." Levi grunted. Every muscle of his body flexed and gleamed as he hauled himself up toward the bar over and over again. He didn't slow down, the exertion didn't seem to register with him. Riley's mouth parted for a moment before she remembered she needed to take pictures. "How's everyone doing?" she asked before she started snapping pictures. "Just getting my ass beat," Levi said breathlessly. "You get your ass beat when you show up without your game face on." Travis clasped his hands behind his back as he watched Levi's pull-ups. "Give me 20 more." Levi didn't complain. Riley lined up a few cool shots, including Travis's disdain. But she had a feeling she knew what the source of the problem was. When Travis wandered back toward the gym doors to handle something the receptionist needed, Levi dropped to his feet. "Are you okay?" she hissed at him. His chest heaved, and he swiped at his face with his forearm. "Yeah. Great. Why is he mad at you?" Levi glanced over her shoulder, then he leaned forward for a kiss. All her thoughts evaporated. "It's 'cause we banged last night. Drained my vital energy and shit." Her eyes widened. "Did you tell him?" "No, of course not." His breath came out in heavy bursts as he wiped at his forehead. "But he can tell." "Fuck Levi." Her stomach pitched to her feet. "I didn't mean for you to get into trouble." She watched as he squirted some water into his mouth. "Maybe I should keep my pussy away from you until your next fight." A sarcastic ha-ha escaped him. "Don't even think about it." He hooked her by the belt loops of her shorts, then slid a hand down the top of her thigh. Electricity shivered through her, and she realized how foolish that suggestion was. How terribly dumb and foolish. "Levi. Get in the cage." Travis's voice boomed through the gym, and Levi snapped to attention. "Riley. Stop distracting my fighter." She rolled her lips inward, feeling a lot like a teen getting caught smoking behind the school. She'd never been on the receiving end of Travis's wrath, and she didn't intend to make it a regular thing. "Sorry," she called out, scurrying after Levi as he jogged toward the octagon. Levi and Cobra prepped for a quick match in the cage. Riley tried to calm her racing heart as she switched lenses. But the only thing on her mind was the feel of Levi's lips against hers. The way he'd welcomed her into his orbit, as effortlessly and naturally as anything. How it seemed like there really was something between them now, despite how much she believed there shouldn't be. The question from earlier came back to her: is Levi single? What were they doing? It seemed wrong to question it when things were so fun. But it seemed stupid not to do her due diligence. To make sure that Levi wasn't doing this same exact thing with a couple purple melon-chested ladies on the side. As the friendly matchup got underway with Cobra and Levi, Riley realized that she needed to talk to him about this. Since her getting back from vacation, their situation had rocketed from question marks to exclamation points. There was something between them. Levi had spent the night at her house. He'd apologized to her formally. He texted her daily. If it looked and smelled like dating, was it really dating? There was a bad dad joke in there somewhere, but she'd let Levi tease it out. That's what he was good at. That's what she loved about him. And maybe that was the problem. She already knew what she loved about him. About Levi, the man who was destined for greatness, who had throngs of salivating fans, who posed an unlimited number of relationship difficulties Riley knew better than to dip her toe into. Except her toe was already in the water, even though she'd sworn she wasn't putting on her bathing suit. Her past told her she knew better than to move forward with someone like Levi. But her heart. Oh, her heart was reawakened. Rejuvenated. Completely enthralled by the opportunities to exist and feel again. Going on a sabbatical had been like going into relationship hibernation. And all the animals in the world who hibernated knew what happened once you staggered out of the winter cave. Everything came to life again. You dove right back in. You greeted spring with an open heart. She swallowed a knot in her throat, watching Levi through the viewfinder as she waited for the shot. And nobody in their right mind said no to spring. Chapter 22. Levi squinted against the midday sunlight as he hurried toward his lunch meeting. Beverly Hills was a different beast than his little life in Los Feliz. Swanky cars were everywhere in LA, but here the concentration seemed statistically higher. Money leaked from the cracks in the cement. If he thought the money he'd been making recently was a lot, Beverly Hills begged to differ. He was meeting Marcus here to talk about the action plan for their agreement. Levi had a knot in his gut the size of a grapefruit, but he counseled himself he needed to hear it out. He'd figure out how to move forward. The extra $200,000 in his bank account made it hard not to. Marcus waved at him from a little table on the front patio. They'd chosen a cute cafe for lunch, and from the looks of it, Marcus already had water and cocktails waiting for them. "Hey buddy," Marcus said, offering his hand before Levi slid into his seat. "I took the liberty of buying you a celebratory drink." "Ah shit. What kind?" The amber liquid suggested alcohol. "Some froofy thing. Champagne and liqueur. It's pretty great." "Thanks. I can't though. My trainer would flip. I've got my match next week." Marcus frowned. "Right. Forgot about that." He moved the martini glass closer to him. "Maybe TT will want it." "TT?" Levi asked, smiling as a waitress dropped off a board menu. "Yes. TT LaCrue, your future ex-girlfriend." Marcus grinned devilishly as he sipped at his own martini glass. Marcus's words sparked the grapefruit knot again. Levi rubbed at the space between his eyebrows. All he could think of was the deposit in his bank account. The NDA he'd signed. He was on the hook for all this shit. "She'll be here soon. I wanted to meet with you first though, so we can hammer out the timeline." Marcus cleared his throat, opening up a folder on the table. "Your campaign officially begins today." Marcus flashed another award-winning smile. "Aren't you excited?" Levi hefted with a laugh, trying to conjure some amount of enthusiasm. Aside from all the zeros in his bank account, the other thing on his mind was Riley. She was going to flip. Everyone in his life was going to flip. "I definitely want to talk logistics," Levi began, unable to fake the excitement Marcus was looking for. Of course. Marcus thumbed through some papers stapled together. As far as I see it, we have a few different arcs we can take. I thought I'd offer you the choice first. But as I'm sure you remember in our contract, we have the final say on what gets projected into the media and how. Those words made Levi's skin crawl, but he couldn't figure out why. He should be elated that the media cared at all. This was what he'd been waiting for. Dreaming of. So why was he so uneasy? TT La Crue has officially landed, Marcus went on. She's staying here in Beverly Hills for the next few months. We'll be handing over your schedule so she can see where you're going to be, and what might make the most sense for public appearances. There will of course be paps following her every move. I assume the gym you train at will love the free publicity. It's a win-win for them, really. Him. Levi tapped his thumbs against the edge of the table. Marcus either didn't notice, or didn't care that Levi was less than effervescent about the upcoming shenanigans. He laid out a few different storylines for Levi to choose from: whirlwind romance turned sour, whirlwind romance with a cheating angle, or multiple girls at the same time with a focus on the spurning of TT. All Levi could think of was Riley's story about the paparazzi that had followed her after her breakup. To his ears, the options Marcus presented were make Riley upset, or make Riley furious. So here's the thing, Marcus. Levi ran a thumb over his knuckles, searching for the right words. My situation has sort of changed since we did the contract. Marcus seemed unruffled. Change how? I'm like with someone now. But what would Riley say to that? Sorta. I have a situation, let's say. A situation similar to having a girlfriend. Marcus blinked. So you want her in on it? We can make her one of the other women. I wouldn't be opposed to that. No, Levi paused, the air whooshing out of him. I don't want her involved at all. That's fine. She doesn't have to be. Clearly, Marcus didn't get it. But you see, I signed this before we were a thing, and... Ah. Marcus nodded, sitting back in his chair as the waitress dropped off their plates. I see. Well, if you're asking whether you can tell her about it, the answer is no. But You signed a contract, Marcus said, his voice hardening as he unrolled his cloth napkin and spread it over his lap. There is no peep of this outside of our circle. I've been in the business a long time, Levi. Maybe longer than you've been alive. And this sort of situation of yours, I don't trust her to keep her mouth shut. Because she won't. Statistically, anecdotally, and otherwise, she won't. So don't even think about it. That didn't leave a lot of room for negotiation. Levi blinked at the cedar-roasted salmon on his plate. There are very strict consequences for breaking the NDA, Marcus went on, shoving forkfuls of Caesar salad into his mouth. I won't get into them now, because I want us to enjoy our lunch. Oh, look. He swallowed his bite, lifting his hand to wave at someone. There's TT. Levi twisted in his seat to follow Marcus's gaze. Your future ex-girlfriend. The grapefruit knot turned into a cantaloupe as the French model sauntered their way. She was pure magazine material. The Bella Hadid of Europe. Long limbs, a sultriness tinged with youth that made heads turn as she walked over to them. Blonde hair pulled back into a low, tight bun, glistened in the sunlight. She leaned forward to kiss Marcus on the cheek. Marcus pulled up a chair for her to join them. Levi could only stare. I've been waiting to make this introduction for so long, Marcus said. Hi TT, Levi said, offering his hand, feeling already like he was making the worst mistake of his life. Like some photographer might capture the handshake and send it straight to Riley with a caption that said, cheater. Nice to meet you. You too. Her vowels were decidedly French, and she giggled into her palm as she shook his hand. You're so much more handsome in real life. Marcus winked over at him. Levi glanced down at his salmon, unsure what to say to her. So he stuffed a forkful of salmon in his mouth instead. That was the best he could do. TT didn't stay long. The three of them chatted as amicably as possible before she took off to do some shopping. Marcus watched her go with a fatherly glow on his face. She is going somewhere, he murmured, sipping from his martini glass. She seems very talented, Levi, which seemed about the most useless thing to say. I need to head to the gym now. Great. I think today went well. Let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, Marcus cocked a finger gun. I'll see you in the mags. Levi left Beverly Hills feeling 100% less excited for the deal than the day he'd met Marcus. He couldn't soothe himself in the usual ways, fucking or alcohol, and not even in the new way, Riley. With the fight less than 2 days away, he wouldn't see her again until the night of the match. Training was on hold until after the fight, so Riley had no scheduled practices to attend. And interpersonally, well, they both knew he needed to stay away from her. There could be no more sex slip-ups this close to go time. So Levi continued as normal. He pushed the conundrum out of his mind as much as he could, through whatever means he could. He turned into an incessant joke-telling machine at home. He texted Riley enough to make her ask if he had an unlimited texting plan because he was about to break new records, and he watched movies with Gage so he could distract his mind for tiny stretches at a time. It worked. Or at least, it worked well enough. By the time fight night arrived, Levi was the usual ball of energy waiting to unload on his opponent. As he got to the dressing room, Levi had 2 things on his mind: winning this fight and seeing Riley. She came inside while Travis and Lex were talking him up. He stared into the mirror, practicing a focal point exercise that felt a lot like meditation, but without any of the Zen stuff. But as soon as she came in, his gaze shot to her. It was impossible not to notice her. She completely brightened the room when she came in. Even though she tried to stay dark and mysterious, she was still made of pure sunshine. Look at you, Lex said, squeezing the tops of his shoulders. You're smiling like a goof. A goof? Levi twisted back to smirk at Lex. That's the best you got? Hi guys, Riley said with a little smile. Her hair looked different, no longer rich mahogany but lighter now. Summery somehow. And maybe shorter. Whatever it was, his abs tightened as usual. He didn't bother trying to hide his stare. What did you do? Levi asked. You look different. In his head he added, killer as usual. I got my hair cut. She grinned at the 3 of them. Just one? Why didn't you get all of them cut? Levi asked. Oh, for God's sake, Lex started. Damn it, I didn't see that coming, Riley said, shaking her head. I think that's the pre-fight joke right there, Travis said, clapping Levi on the back. Which means we're ready to go. Travis and Lex filed out of the room. Riley held up a hand. You wait. I want to get a picture first. He sauntered closer to her until her hand pressed against his chest. He leaned forward and snagged the kiss he'd been craving since she'd shown up. Since the last time he'd seen her, really. Anything you want, Rye. He coaxed another kiss from her lips. Don't, she said, sliding her palm over his bicep. You need to be ready for your fight. He extracted a sloppy kiss from her, pressing his tongue against hers. His thighs tense from wanting more. This made me readier. She smiled up at him, the pure joy he saw there completely addictive. He could look at this face for an entire month and still want more. Stay there. She hurried into the doorway and lined up a shot, giving him instructions on how to stand. Travis came back to the door. You lovebirds ready? Travis barked. Come on. We've got a fight to win. Those were the last words he needed to hear. Levi started bouncing, hopping from foot to foot as he followed Lex and Travis down the narrow hallway leading up to the arena. The closer they got, the louder the rumble of the crowd. Adrenaline prickled through him, the rising swell of people and shouts and energy reducing him to tunnel vision. It happened automatically, the thunder and weight of the crowd forcing him into hyper-focus. The octagon grew nearer, Riley fell away. Lights blazed, causing him to squint. And the chanting. Oh, the chanting was out in full force. Levi lead fist. Levi lead fist. It was louder than it had ever been. An intense chorus that almost broke him out of his trance. Trav and Lex herded him up into the cage. Hands taped. Opponent in view. The announcer went through introductions, as usual. When it came time for Levi to parade around a little in the ring, he caught sight of Riley down in the photographer's pit. Her words came rushing back to him. The broken lens. The asshole who'd smacked her. Levi catapulted toward the cage, hooking his fingers in the steel mesh. He shook it for effect, as he caught the attention of everyone nearby. "Are you the prick that broke her lens?" Levi shouted over the roar of the crowd, scanning the men around Riley. His back prickled with awareness. He didn't have much time to make his point. The fight couldn't get held up. The referee could be on him in a second. Riley looked up with him at wide eyes, but she jerked her thumb to the right, pointing out the offending photographer from the last match. "You stay the fuck off of her." Levi's voice came out hoarse as he shook the cage again, locking eyes with the bald guy to her right. Everything rattled and hissed. "You break her camera again, and I'm coming for you." "There's a reason they keep you assholes in a cage," shouted the photographer, a stupid sneer on his face. Levi's remaining thread of composure snapped, and he launched himself up the wall of the cage. The arena roared with excitement as he scrambled up the side and launched himself over top. He had no idea what he was even doing, what the game plan was. He just needed to make a point. Make a scene. Protect Riley. The photographers on the other side splayed out as he came barreling down. His feet landed with a thud on the other side. Levi grabbed the photographer by the shirt collar and backed him against the wall of the cage, pressing that white dome into the mesh. "What about when I'm out of the cage?" Levi demanded, shaking him like a rag doll. The shock on his face was gold. Everyone around them spilled away, a wave-like rush to get out of Levi's path. Travis was on him a second later, tugging Levi back toward the ramp up to the cage. Baldy looked jostled, maybe downright scared, once Levi released him. Travis pushed him back up the pathway toward the cage. "And what the fuck was that display?" he hissed. "You trying to get disqualified?" "Just making a point." "The whole point is to fight inside the cage, Levi." Lex taunted as they entered the octagon for a second time. Back in the cage, judges were confused, and Levi made quick work of pleading his case. His photographer had been threatened, nothing further like that would happen. He got a warning, with a possibility for a purse deduction. Losing money from his payout for threatening the photographer wasn't the worst that could happen. Levi caught Riley's eye from the side of the cage. She had a grin a mile wide on her face. Travis popped in the mouthguard. Levi's focus shrank to a pinpoint. It was time to fight. Chapter 23. MMA fight exits the cage. Pro fighter so amped, he challenged the photographer. "Don't look at this guy wrong." MMA fighter tries to squeak in a bonus round. Riley's head spun. Only 3 days post-fight, and Levi already had a collection of headlines. Travis had laid them out on the edge of the reception desk like a proud father. "I can't even be mad," Travis said, offering Levi a high five. "Then don't be." Levi flashed a grin. Riley picked up the Daily News. Levi scrambling up the side of the cage was the feature photo. Photo credit, Armontaine. Her second feature photo thanked to MMA, which was something she'd thought about accomplishing approximately 0 times prior to meeting Levi. She'd been one of the few photographers not totally paralyzed with fear and awe once he started mounting the wall. And her hard work paid off. After 2 full nights spent in glorious bliss, tangled in Levi's bedsheets and wandering his apartment as if she'd lived there forever, she could only feel proud of him. "They don't mention the fact that I won the fuck out of my match," Levi said, thumbing through the newspapers. "All they care about is that I went apeshit on the photographer." Drama sells. Travis sent a pointed look at Levi. "And you know how to make drama." Levi cocked a grin, the kind that Riley had once hated but now adored. All she could do was stare at him. Her fingers twitched with the urge to touch his hair, even though she'd spent the past 2 nights doing exactly that. "Just being myself," Levi said. A stream of people entered the gym, heading toward the back. One of the guys shouted, "Levi, lead fist." Levi turned and waved. "Well, keep it up. You're bringing a lot more attention to this league and the gym. And that helps us all." Levi slung his arm around Riley's shoulders, which sent contentment spiraling through her. She tilted her head back to look up at him. Found his warm smile waiting for her. "And Rai got featured again," Levi said, squeezing her. Cobra strutted into the foyer, holding up a palm for high fives all around. "What did I miss? You guys look fucking suspicious." "No suspicion here. Just pure gloating." "Riley, are you alive?" Travis nudged her. "You haven't said one word." "Sorry guys." She blinked a few times. It was a struggle to find her voice through the heavy haze of complete and utter sexual satisfaction. She wasn't sure she'd be able to take pictures today. Not when her body wanted to melt into a languid pile of happiness. Limbs heavy with orgasm, mind completely muted. "I'm thrilled. And brain dead." "We've been celebrating pretty hard," Levi explained. The only thing hard about their celebration was his cock, which had entered her body countless times. Another shiver raced through her. What had her life been before Levi? His use of the word hard didn't escape the dirty-minded men around her. Everyone snickered or groaned or some combination of the two. Levi and Riley, sittin' in a tree. Cobra started the familiar kid's rhyme. "Okay, before this turns into an elementary school playground, let's get to work. We've already got a crowd waiting for us back there." Travis herded everyone back toward the gym so Levi could begin practice. Riley's camera bags jostled at her side as Levi kept his arms securely around her shoulders. "You okay, babe?" Levi asked into her ear. The pet name only made her swoon harder. The use of babe had begun sometime over the last few days, but it felt like he'd been calling her that for years. Seriously, what had life been like before Levi? Him. She sent him a lazy smile. "Already sad that you're gonna have to take your arm off me soon." He laughed throatily. "I won't tell John Stamos he's been replaced." She swatted at his chest, pleased by the puff of vetiver and copper this sent her way. She could sniff his neck for an eternity and still need more. Blasphemy. Levi eventually had to leave her to change in the locker room. Riley took the time to refocus, refill her coffee in the break room, and start acting like she was a functioning adult. Time to drop the sex coma because she was here to work. Today's practice was going to have spectators. It was one of the few mid-league practices that would involve something of a small-scale fight ticket, so Riley needed to be on hand to capture the different rounds. Levi would be fighting against a few people, but others would fight as well, smaller ticket fighters in the region, and some hopefuls from Travis's training camp that wanted to take a stab at fighting a professional. The back gym already buzzed with activity. Nowhere near the scale of the WFC League's fight nights, but a stark contrast to what Levi's practices usually entailed. Interested spectators already lined the octagon, staking out their spots around the cage. Travis had roped off a small area for Riley exclusively, like the thoughtful facilitator he was. But the energy spiked after a while, and it wasn't because Levi had come sauntering in like she expected. None of the fighters were here yet, though the number of fans continued to grow. "Riley." Melanie the receptionist waved to get her attention and trotted over. "Get over here." "What is it?" "There's a celebrity here." Melanie craned her neck to scan the crowd. "See if you can get pictures." Riley paused in her prep work and reached for a different lens, one that would be better for portraits. "Okay. Who is it?" "She's a model," Melanie said, grabbing Riley's wrist and dragging her toward the crowd. "Her name is TT, isn't that cute?" "TT." Melanie laughed as they weaved through people. "Will you get my picture with her? I bet Travis will want to add her to the Hall of Fame." The Hall of Fame was a section of the employee lounge dedicated to pictures with famous people who came through. There were a lot of celebrities on that wall. "Yeah, totally. Let's hope she wants her picture taken." Melanie screeched a moment later, coming to a halt. She didn't need to say anything for Riley to know exactly who it was. Stars really did have a something special about them. Whether it was an aura or a confidence or simply impeccably flawless skin, they possessed something that separated them from the masses. TT was no different. Her skin gleamed like she'd had the most amazing facial of her life, and that look, paired with high cheekbones and a crop top that exposed a toned, creamy belly, and flared pants that would look ridiculous on anyone other than her, told Riley this woman was a celebrity inside and out. TT, excuse me, can we talk for a second? Melanie had a starstruck look on her face. Riley wasn't sure how Melanie knew who TT was. But it wasn't like Riley made a point to keep up on the tabloids anymore. Hi, TT breathed, her plump pink lips curling into a smile. Melanie introduced them and explained who they were, how much she loved TT's recent ad in Vogue, and then asked for a photo with her. TT complied, offering the peace sign and an effortless grin that made the photo immediately Instagram-worthy. Riley couldn't help but grin at the happiness in the pictures. Somewhere along the line, she'd turned into a sports and celebrity photographer. She wasn't mad about it. TT was eventually pulled away by other fans, some girls who had made their way into the mock match. Riley drifted back toward the cage, glancing at TT every once in a while. Meeting celebrities only reinforced how human they were, despite the something special. TT went home at night and got into pajamas and maybe woke up in the middle of the night to pee because she drank too many detox juices, like every other health-obsessed Angelino. Attention shifted as Travis entered the gym, followed by Lex, Levi, and Cobra. A few cheers broke out. And then someone started the chant. Levi lead fist. The whole gym got caught up in the chanting. Levi grinned and shrugged it off, playing the humble part. Riley snapped as many pictures as she could through the crowd as she worked to regain her spot by the cage. She fiddled with her camera settings while Travis worked the crowd. He made a few introductions, explained the rules, and the fights began. This was a cakewalk compared to the high-intensity matches at the arena. There weren't thousands of people pressing in around her for starters, no bully photographers trying to put her in her place, and perhaps most of all, Levi's hair was in a simple ponytail. Not his trademark fight night cornrows. That, over everything, signaled the relaxed nature of this practice. Levi fought 3 rounds, first with Lex, then with 2 hopefuls from the gym, before he tapped out and other fighters took the stage. Riley kept an eye on Levi off to the side, something telling her not to pack up her equipment quite yet. Dressed in only his skin-tight fighting shorts and a fine sheen of sweat, he was male perfection embodied. Perfectly marked washboard abs. Biceps that flexed even when he didn't move. His thighs granite slabs. Levi had a small line of fans circling around him, looking for autographs. A few people had the fight night brochure from his fight the past weekend. She grinned as she snapped pictures, feeling like a proud girlfriend. The thought thudded through her, reminding her of the conversation that still hadn't happened. Part of her was hesitant to bring it up. It seemed like an unspoken arrangement. They were up each other's asses constantly, couldn't they just assume? Levi probably felt the same way, which might account for why he hadn't brought it up. But Riley knew better than to assume. The conversation needed to happen. She watched through the viewfinder as TT approached Levi and sent him a coy grin. Riley's heart started racing. Levi twisted around, looking either very pleased or sort of confused. Riley couldn't tell which. Her finger twitched, wanting to take the picture but her heart making her pause. She didn't want to immortalize budding attraction. Catch Levi looking like a starstruck fool or something. She lowered the camera. TT leaned closer to Levi, whispered something into his ear that made him laugh, and then she left. Levi's gaze followed her as she walked away, and another fan stepped up to replace her. What had she said? Riley swallowed. Levi commanded the attention of half the gym, even though 2 new fighters had begun battling it out in the cage. So this was jealousy. Pure ice and prickle and foreboding. She'd forgotten, after so long, what it felt like. How undeserved and irrational it was. Riley lurked a while longer, catching a few more great shots of Levi and his fans. She couldn't help but notice TT cycle around to Travis, talk him up for a few minutes, and then finally leave the gym. Good. Riley didn't like feeling this way. And the easiest way not to was if TT was gone. Problem solved. It was the easy way out, she knew that. But the way TT looked at Levi kicked up a dust storm. Reminded her of the murky underbelly of what she and Levi were doing. Undefined. Without a title. Adrift in the crazy passion storm. She was unmoored and totally vulnerable to drowning. If she was honest with herself, she'd already started sinking. Because what she felt for Levi went way beyond the occasional fuck buddy she'd convinced herself this would be. Oh no. This was boyfriend territory. This was talking about the future territory. This was every bit as far as she'd told herself she shouldn't go. And she couldn't convince herself to stop. Riley knew Levi had more to do at the gym, his training day was far from over, but her job here was done. Levi extracted himself from the fans and caught her in the hallway as she headed toward the door. "Ry, wait up." Shirtless and still glistening, he jogged toward her. It was when he was glistening that she was the most vulnerable. "Where you going now?" "I was gonna head to the studio," she said. "Come to my place after," he said, knocking her hip. He didn't need to convince her. She'd do damn near anything he asked of her. "Sure." "Bring the Stamos keychain," he said with a serious look. A laugh burst out of her. "Okay, I will." He winked at her and headed back for the gym, leaving her in a dazed and happy mood. It clung to her as she got into her car and entered the midday LA traffic. It followed her into her studio, where she got to work editing pictures. But it wasn't long before doubts elbowed their way in again. This time holding knives and lobbing threats. "You don't know Levi half as well as you think you do. What's to say he won't treat you the same as Braden once he makes it big? How do you know he's not going to leave you in the dust too?" Braden had dropped enough red flags during their relationship that Riley could have knitted a scarf out of them. Maybe Levi was the same. She pivoted toward the internet. She wanted to wade into all too familiar waters, Google searching a name. Levi's name specifically. But never hers. Not after the scandal. She didn't want to knowingly subject herself to that, not this far out, after putting this much distance between her and that period of her life. It would just ruin her day. Levi Swain. She mumbled it as she typed it out. Clicked search. And then she read. Easily the first page of results was all about him. Searching his name didn't even ping a more famous Levi, the way it had been for Riley before the cheating scandal. Nope, all these entries were recent news. The most recent being that day, from a very popular online celebrity rag mag, TMI. And it was a veritable goldmine of information about Levi, with all the speculation and unverified commentary a person could want. And it wasn't like Levi appeared once and that was it. Oh no, he was all over this site. His name was a frequently used tag, which showed over 20 separate articles about him over the past 3 months. Which, as Riley scrolled for the next hour, was more than Kim Kardashian had yielded over the same period. Oh Lord. This is worse than you thought. It was the only thing she could hear as she fell into the Levi hole, on TMI Celebrity News. Each article pointed to at least 3 other articles. Each match yielded coverage, but more than that, each skirmish with the police had its own coverage too. And it turned out that Levi'd had more run-ins with the law than she'd imagined. One particularly informative article pulled Levi's background report from Chicago. His past was peppered with incidents. Drunk and disorderly. Resisting arrest. Public urination. Public indecency. The only thing in his favor was that the bulk of these arrests were when he was younger. But since knowing him over the past 3 months, he'd gotten into trouble with the law at least twice. Wasn't that a little much? Riley forced herself to stop the snooping once she realized a full 2 hours had gone by in this spiraling clickhole. Paparazzi were already trailing Levi with regularity. The more recent articles had pictures of him walking into Holt Body Fitness, leaving a lunch spot in Beverly Hills, and even hanging out the window of his car in traffic. The tone was clear. Levi was a sought-after MMA hottie. The next Conor McGregor, but taller, with better hair and a different accent. And he boasted tons of fans that extended way beyond the contact sports world. She could see the writing on the wall. It was only a matter of time before the marriage proposals started rolling in. The private messages on his Instagram, sending naked selfies in an attempt to woo him. Did she trust Levi? Her gut reaction to that question wasn't good. A virile, drop-dead gorgeous man like him, when faced with temptations like that, did things they weren't proud of. Because these temptations were coming. If they hadn't started filling his inbox yet, they would. He could count on it. And sure, things had been nice. They'd felt almost fated for a time. The truth was that the sex was bomb, and he was the kind of man who could get every single woman who looked his way. Not just most of them, but all of them. Riley had tried to be the exception to that rule, and failed. Which meant her window for having a normal pseudo-relationship with Levi was rapidly shrinking. In fact, if she had any smarts left, she'd realize it had already closed. Chapter 24. Levi couldn't catch his breath the entire day. Anxiety had his pulse streaking. It wasn't just the sexathon, though that had been amazing. It wasn't the fact that he was in the final round of the league, set to square off against the second-best WFC fighter, and possibly rake in $50,000 as the league's title holder. No, it was largely about the fact that Riley was on her way over, and they hadn't seen each other for mere hours. The time apart made him desperate and wild. So hungry for her he might devour her when she showed up. It didn't make sense to him. He only knew that he wanted her around. Always. Even when he was training or hanging with Gage or going grocery shopping, Levi wanted Riley around. He thought about her constantly. No amount of her was enough. And that shit was scary. But Levi didn't have time to be scared. He only had time for now. So why not invite Riley a little deeper? A soft knock came at front door. It had to be Rye. Levi trotted toward the front door of his apartment, muscles still burning from the day's workout, and pulled it open. Brown eyes peeking out from under pitch-black lashes. A sexy smirk waiting for him. And then her style, which today featured a flowy black cardigan over jean shorts and a very tight black crop top. Levi sucked at his teeth, grabbing for the sliver of skin exposed by her top. There you are. He tugged her inside the apartment, kicking the door shut with his foot. He cupped her face in his hands, coaxing sweet kisses from her lips until a sharp "you" broke the reverie. Gage had arrived. Nobody asked you to look, Levi shot back, leading Riley by the hand toward the living room. Hi Gage, Riley said, pure sweetness and smiles for him. Hi Riley. It was fun to see Gage get a little shy whenever she directed her charm his way. Hell, even Levi felt that way sometimes. Did you have a good day at school? Gage shrugged. Yeah. It's been good. We had a huge school meeting about Instagram. Again? Levi asked. Some kids are taking their following too far, and apparently the hot girls started mass unfollowing the smart girls until some sort of war broke out. Gage heaved an exaggerated sigh. I don't know. I was too busy studying to notice. Oh sure, act like all you do is study. Levi and Riley sat on the couch as Gage maneuvered into the kitchen and started rummaging through the fridge. I get straight A's. I don't know what you're on, Gage shot back. He's trying to impress you still, Levi told Riley. Gage sighed tersely, his gaze in the fridge. Levi. Yes? Where's my orange soda? Levi had tossed a half-empty bottle the night before. Now his brother would probably make a scene. I'm in the landfill where it belongs? Gage sent him the meanest look possible. That stuff is gold around here, and you threw it away. The crack in his voice told Levi Gage was about to get emotional. He stifled a groan. What do you need? Riley asked, sitting up. I can go get it. No rye, Levi said, shooting out an arm. I would love a crisp and perfect orange soda, Gage said, death rays still aimed toward Levi, but someone won't let me enjoy it. Gage, Levi said into his hands. Let me go, Riley began. I'll call the delivery service, Levi shouted, hopping to his feet. Riley wasn't leaving within minutes of arriving, and hell if Levi was going to make the trek for the sugary shit. But just this once. And I swear to God, Gage, Levi pointed at his brother. You better savor every last drop. Gage grinned, whizzing past them, headed for his room. Let me know when it's here. Once Gage's door shut, Levi deflated. He shook his head, swiping through screens to order his brother's favorite drink of all time. Why the big deal about the orange soda? It's bad for him. Levi fisted the front part of his hair as he completed his delivery order. But so is alcohol, and you do a lot of that, Riley said. He glanced over at her. The comment was strange, but there was no malice in her voice. It was just sort of factual. I'm sober right now, he reminded her. Yeah, right now, she said. But on your off days, you go wild. She crossed her ankles on the ottoman, looking up at him. And you've already had 2 lawsuits started against you for drinking-related charges. Levi blinked. And? I'm saying, in comparison, orange soda isn't so bad. He narrowed his eyes at her, sinking back onto the couch beside her. He's 16, and he has muscular dystrophy. I'm trying to make sure he doesn't put unnecessary shit into his body until he's old enough to choose how to abuse himself. Riley gnawed at the inside of her cheek, picking at something invisible on the couch. I'm not trying to be a smart ass. It's... She paused, shaking her head. What? She lobbed a sigh, sinking back onto the couch. It seems like a double standard. So I wonder what other sorts of double standards there might be with you. There was something confrontational about her now. But it wasn't her words. It was her energy. The lilt of her tone that begged him to dive in. The glint in her eyes that said she was up for a different sort of fight. Levi caught on quick. He looked down the hall to Gage's closed door, and then he jerked his head that way. Let's go into my room. Riley followed him, and once he shut the door, he leaned against it. What's going on, Rye? Nothing. But her response was half empty, as if her true meaning had floated off into space. You're acting weird. She shrugged, picking at his comforter now, gaze snagged on something that wasn't there. I'm trying to be logical. Logical. Levi sat on the bed next to her, but with a few inches between them. He pushed at her knee. Can you logically explain what's going on in your head? Levi, when I got here, there were 4 photographers sitting outside your apartment building, she said in a burst, as if the words had been waiting to tumble out. Almost every day when I go to the gym, photographers are waiting for you. They've already followed you to my studio. It's probably only a matter of time before they follow you to my house. Until my name gets dragged into something. But, Levi began. And the women. Oh my lord. The women. Riley laughed bitterly. I've been asked no less than 10 times if you're single. And mind you, these are random women who don't know me. They see me anywhere near you, and I become the info desk. What do you tell them? Levi asked, his stomach slowly forming an iron fist. I tell them I don't know, she said. Because I don't know. And the fact that they're asking me kind of proves the answer I should give them, because they look at me and automatically assume she's not with him, which is kind of upsetting. Riley, Levi started. I got lost in an internet hole today, Levi, Riley said, covering her face with her hands. And I'm questioning everything, and I hate that you're famous, and for God's sake, why do you go out and get into so much trouble? Her words pulsed in the air between them as he rested his elbows on his knees. Here it was. The heart of it all. Levi worked his jaw back and forth, contemplating his response. Laying it all out there seemed like too much. But then again, anything less would continue the confusion. Maybe I'm overstepping by asking, Riley said, once the silence had grown deafening between them. He wasn't good at talking about this shit. I don't know. I don't understand you. But I really, really like you, Levi. I never wanted to say that to you. I swear to God. I'm crazy about you, and that's the hardest thing I've ever had to admit. Her vulnerability made him twist back to look at her. Emotion creased her face, and all he could hear was, crazy about you. Well, this got heavy pretty fast, he cracked. She sighed, flopping back on the bed, but didn't say anything more. He rubbed a thumb over his knuckles as he considered how much to divulge. But it only took a few more seconds to decide. He needed to lay it all out there. As much as possible, at least. Otherwise, he'd lose her. That much was clear. The silence practically hummed between them. Levi interlaced his fingers, clutching his knuckles. I drink, he said, so that I can feel like a normal 20-something. I don't understand. You are a normal 20-something. He shook his head, staring at the carpet. I'm not. I've been raising Gage by myself since I was 20. He paused, swallowing a knot in his throat. She sat up suddenly. He could feel her questions sizzling inspoken inside of her, so he went on. Like single dad style. Except I'm not his dad. I'm his older brother. He paused, drawing a labored breath. Our parents died in a car crash when I was 20, and Gage was 10. Levi frowned down at his fists, rubbing his knuckles together. It's not been easy for us. For me. Riley crumpled at his side, pressing her forehead to his bicep. Levi. I used to get into a lot of trouble, he said, more words bubbling up inside of him. I mean constant. But I was just so sad. Like I had lost the two best parents anyone could have dreamt of. Plus, suddenly I was forced to be this responsible adult. I mean, I went from shotgunning shitty beer on the daily to being the sole caretaker for my brother in 24 hours. He hefted, fisting the front of his hair. Riley shook her head, wrapping her arms around him. I'm sorry, Levi. I shouldn't have. No. You should know. He shrugged. I mean, why not? I'm a fuck-up, but at least there's a reason. You're not a fuck-up. I don't know what I'm doing, Levi said, the words damn near sticking to his throat. I'll be honest, I'm making this shit up as I go along. But somebody has got to be there for Gage. And it's me. It's only ever gonna be me. Riley nodded, and when she looked up at him she had tears in her eyes. Of course. You're so good to him. He rubbed at his face for a second while Riley rubbed his back. Opening up to her wasn't as scary as he'd imagined. Pressure hissed out of him. Left room for other things. I'm trying my hardest to take care of him, Levi said in a low voice. Because if I don't make it, then we both fall. It's not just me. Like, if I missed rent or an electric bill and it was just me. Who cares? But now his voice broke away and he drew a deep breath. I got this whole other life to think about constantly. Like every second. And failing isn't an option. You're never gonna fail, Levi, Riley said. It's not in you. I'm glad you think that. But failure is around every corner. If I don't win the match. If I don't get my sponsors. If I can't bring in the money to pay for all his medical expenses. He ground his jaw. These worries were always clawing at the back of his mind. We don't have anybody to fall back on, Rye. It's all on me. My parents had some money, but it's all gone already. Between the funeral expenses, paying off debts, and taking care of Gage, there's nothing left. It's only what I bring in. She slid her hands down his forearms until her fingers interlaced with his. She searched out his gaze, and the understanding he found in her face sent a tidal wave of relief through him. But more than that. Encouragement too. She would go to bat for him. He had an ally in her. I think you're the only person I've ever said this to, he whispered, so quietly he almost didn't hear himself speak. She dragged her fingertips through his hair, her face soft with understanding. I can't be the only one who knows your story. One of few. And the only one in LA. Even Travis doesn't know. Levi shook his head. He knows I have a brother. But they've never met. Riley frowned. But he would love Gage. I know. We've had problems in the past. I don't let people get close to Gage. Not until they can prove they'll stick around. Riley's eyes softened, and she slid her small hand around to the back of his neck. And you think I'll stick around? He hefted with a laugh. I'm hoping you will. You're the only girl Gage has met, so we might as well be married now. Levi looked her up and down, some of the heaviness clearing from his chest. And that was what Riley gave to him, whether she meant to or not. She lifted some of the weight from his shoulders. And God, it felt good to get a break, even for a little bit. Speaking of which, did you bring the Stamos keychain? She nodded, rummaging in her black handbag. I have him right here. She brought out a rectangular encased Uncle Jesse a moment later, handing it over. Levi grinned, closing it inside a fist. Good. It's mine now. Her eyes widened. You're not giving it back. I have plans for this. Levi. Trust me. He went over to his closet, tucking the keychain into a small box on the shelf. He didn't want to spill the secret yet, but he knew she'd love it. This was his way of showing her how much she meant to him. He'd known before their conversation, but opening up to her only sealed the deal. When she got it back, there'd be a house key attached to it. Chapter 25. Riley awoke slowly the next morning, letting the sensations trickle through her in stages. First, it was the gray hues of dawn peeking in past the shades. Next, it was the solid wall of Levi around her. The copper heat of him, pressed against her back, warm leg thrown over hers, as they spooned and shared one pillow all through the night. And then the contentment hit her next. The shuddering satisfaction that crested her body, not in shockwaves, but in the languid knowing of a slow, steady stream. This man was it. Levi might be the one she'd been too scared to hope for. She reluctantly wriggled out of his embrace. Her bladder protested her sluggishness, and she scooted into his attached bathroom, yawning as she adjusted to the cool air. Back in the bedroom, Levi looked at her with one eye pinched shut, the other just a slit. Good morning, she whispered, sleepiness disappearing at the sight of him naked and tangled in the bedsheets. His big biceps looked like the perfect spot to call home. A lazy smile overtook his face as she clambered back onto the bed and pushed him onto his back. He watched her through sleepy slits. It's so early, he mumbled, but his big hands framed the curve of her bare ass as she straddled him. Like he couldn't help himself. I know. She palmed the sculpted landscape of his chest up over the curve of his pecs. But for some reason, I'm awake. They lingered in bed for a long time, maybe an hour, chatting and drifting off, and then chatting some more while the early morning turned from cobalt to bright daylight. Levi finally found the motivation to leave their cocoon when Gage's voice drifted through the door. Hello, my name is Breakfast. I'm looking for Levi. Levi snorted and pushed out of bed, tugging on clothes. We're coming. To Riley he said, You ready for some grub, babe? I gotta get Gage off to school. Yeah, though I really thought I was going to be eating your cock this morning in lieu of eggs, Riley cracked. Maybe tomorrow morning. Yeah. You couldn't keep it out of me long enough for me to eat. Not even gonna dispute that. Levi's grin sliced her in two. That is 100% true. They both got dressed, and before stepping out into the living room, Levi paused in the doorway, pressing a sweet kiss to her lips. The morning passed in a daze, some sort of ethereal movie sequence punctuated by laughter, bad jokes, and cheesy eggs. Riley took pictures in the sunny kitchen, catching some truly golden moments between the brothers. She already had a pet project in mind, a series of 3 frames that would look great hanging on their walls. And now that she knew about their parents, she wanted to take it a step further. Make some sort of memorial, using a photo from the past. Her mind raced with ideas as she snapped more pictures. Another idea came to her, as conversation turned toward the most recent fight. She remembered what Levi had told her about Gage not wanting to attend a match with the home health nurse. But what about with 3 sexy ladies? Specifically, the first ladies of Holt Body Fitness, Amara, Lila, and General. She figured she could get them to agree to a night out with Gage. And he'd probably be thrilled to have such hot companions too. Riley would take him herself if she weren't on the hook for pictures. The boy deserved a fun night out. More than that, he deserved to have a surrogate family in Holt Body Fitness. Maybe she could convince Levi to open up his world. Once breakfast was cleaned up and Gage had wandered back into his bedroom to finish getting ready, Riley wrapped her arms around Levi. "I have an idea. Is it more of this cock breakfast thing, because I'm already into it?" She laughed into the soft fabric of his t-shirt. "No. But it involves something you specifically said you didn't want to do." He narrowed his eyes. "Go on." "I want to see if I can arrange for some very special guests to take Gage to your league final. He shouldn't miss it, and if the only thing keeping him back is the companionship, well, I think he would have a pretty great time on the arms of Amara, Lila, and General." Levi was quiet for an abnormally long time. She could see the gears turning behind his gaze. He was considering it. It would mean opening up his world a little, letting the gym know about him, she added a few moments later. "But maybe it's time. Your family there already. And you know those guys have your back through thick and thin." He drew a breath, and she could already hear the yabbit on his lips, so she hurried to say, "Just think about it. Don't answer me now." Levi pressed a kiss to her forehead. "You're real nice, you know that?" She grinned up at him, rocking from side to side as they hugged. "I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you." Levi blinked. "Wow. Haven't heard that in a long time. Thought you might appreciate it." A sexy smirk curled at his lips, his warm honey gaze heating her to her core. "More than you know." Chapter 26. The next week blurred by in the closest thing to domestic bliss Levi had ever experienced. Coming home after training had always been more of a necessary routine. No matter how much Levi wanted to head to the bar or go blow money on new electronics after work like the rest of the world, he'd always had to come home. Help with homework. Get dinner ready. Take care of Gage. His life wasn't different in that respect out in LA. He still had to do all those things, and he never begrudged his brother his time. But now he was eager to get home. Because getting home meant Riley being there. And for all the ways it confused him and made him nervous, Riley formed the perfect new addition to his family. It was easy to get swept away. Levi learned that real fast. The current had carried him so far away that by the time he had another open-to-the-public training session and TT showed up, he realized he still had this beast of an issue to deal with. Levi was good at compartmentalizing. It had allowed him to trod forward after his parents' death. Allowed him to reign with an iron fist over his brother's diet while allowing his own self-destruction on wild nights out. And it had allowed him to bask in the sweet fantasy of Riley without figuring out a solution for TT. A path forward. TT made a beeline for him the second the doors opened. Levi wasn't fighting today, since it was a bit too close to his match, but he'd probably throw in a surprise round with an unsuspecting student, just for shits and giggles. "Levi." TT jogged up to him, her breast bouncing under her crop top. She was every man's fantasy. Even Levi's at one point. But not anymore. "What up, TT?" He only glanced her way, trying to keep the line in the sand clear. Riley wasn't scheduled to take pictures today, but with TT so close, he worried she'd spontaneously appear. Spectators trickled into the gym, men and women alike. They hadn't been speaking 30 seconds, and already, most eyes were focused on them. "You want to go out tonight?" she asked, cocking her head so her long white blonde ponytail flicked over the edge of her shoulder. "A few friends and I are heading to the hills. You should come." Levi propped his hands on his hips, staring at the floor. The answer had to be no. Marcus says that we should at least have one night out together, she added in a lower voice. We haven't even had a public appearance yet. Levi scraped at his top lip with his teeth. Fuck. There was no way he could sneak out on Riley tonight to head into the hills. That was the Mount Vesuvius of deception waiting to happen. I'm not sure I can tonight. He scratched the back of his neck. He couldn't dodge this shit forever. He needed to find a solution. Let me get a hold of you, okay? She nodded, searching his face with wide blue eyes. Of course. I'll give you my number. Levi locked up at the suggestion, scanned the gym, and then tugged his phone out of his pocket. This seemed like the only way to get her off his back until he could figure out a plan. TT relayed her number, leaning so close the tip of her ponytail brushed his forearm. When she was done, she looked up at him with doe eyes and parted lips. Text me soon, she whispered and reached up to touch his hair. Levi watched her, stunned, and forced a laugh. Hands off the main TT, he said, and she winked and got lost in the crowd. The encounter left him with a knot in his gut. It only tightened when he found Lex watching him from the side of the octagon, his black brows knit in confusion. Levi didn't need to talk to him to know the question on Lex's mind. He jogged that way. You two are like... Lex began. No, dude. It's not like that. Levi ran a hand through his hair, scanning the crowd, double-checking that Riley wasn't there. He hadn't done anything wrong. Yet he knew how wrong this all truly was. She wants to hang, but I'm not down for that. Okay. Lex searched his face like he wasn't entirely convinced. Cool? Travis showed up a minute later, a few students trailing behind him. A couple fans crowded around Levi, wanting his autograph. He hopped down from the ledge of the octagon to sign their fight tickets and one guy's whole shirt. When Levi looked up, his skin prickled. Riley weaved through the crowd toward him, a bright smile on her face. Levi's insides crumpled with relief, at the same time his organs went tight with anxiety. How long had she been here? He thanked his fans before meeting her halfway, pulling her into his arms. Missed you, he said into the top of her head. I missed you more, she shot back. You taking pictures today, or are you just happy to see me? He asked, looking down at the bag trapped between their bodies. I'm actually on my way to the studio, but I wanted to come say hi. Riley had been working at the studio a lot lately, which meant some nights they didn't see each other. The nights they spent apart felt strange. Like a night away from Gage would feel. Like he'd had Riley in his life for years instead of weeks. Hi, Levi said. Hi, Riley said, laughing as he pressed his forehead to hers. You coming over later? He asked. I think so. I actually have a lot of editing to do today, and a meeting with a new client. Her face shone with excitement. I actually have a few new clients this week. I can't believe it. I can. Levi laced his fingers through hers. Well, it doesn't hurt that you tagged my business in your Instagram post last week, I guess, Riley said. Thanks for the signal boost. I need to start surveying people to see how many clients you're sending my way. I've even got a social media gig coming up. Social media gig? Yeah, like a lifestyle shoot. Except all the pictures will be used for this influencer's social media account. Levi and Riley chatted until Lex interrupted them, pulling Levi away like he was a kid not wanting to leave a candy store. Once Riley left, Levi settled into the familiar pace of the Holt fight ticket, offering feedback and watching the other fights. But his mind wouldn't stop homing in on the TT dilemma. The dilemma he himself had signed into action, and was now legally responsible to uphold. The clock was ticking. He needed to do something fast. TT would keep showing up. Levi could only dodge her for so long. Rumors would swirl regardless. And after today, Lex already had suspicions. Levi read them all over his face. Maybe other people had taken pictures, and those pictures would eventually leak. He could see this ending 1,000 different ways, all of them horrible. As soon as training was done for the day, Levi sat in his SUV and called Marcus. With the air blasting and the hip-hop music humming softly through the speakers, his palms went hot once Marcus answered. "He, Levi." His forced jovial voice grated on Levi today. "Hi, Marcus," Levi said, pressing the back of his head against the seat. This was going to be a difficult conversation. Mostly because Levi still didn't entirely know what the solution would be. "How's it going?" "Sunny and 75 as always," he joked. "What can I do for you?" "I'm calling about TT." He paused, palms getting sweaty. "I don't know if I can do this, man." "Do what?" "The agreement." Levi swallowed a knot of anxiety. "I told you things had changed. And they've really changed. I'm in love with someone. I don't want to fuck that up." Marcus was quiet for a long time. So long that Levi worried they'd been disconnected. "You there?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm here." Marcus's voice sounded curt now, all the former joviality twisted into disdain. "So what are you suggesting right now?" "I want to know how I can get out of this," Levi said, rubbing at his forehead. "I'm sorry. I signed too soon. I haven't touched the money, so I can give it back." Marcus sighed, tutting. "Oh no. It's not that easy, Levi. You signed the agreement." "Yeah, I know. But now I've changed my mind." "Don't people change their minds?" "They do. We have provisions for this." He paused. "But you're not going to like the options." "What are they?" On the other end of the connection, papers rustled and a chair creaked. "We have a kill fee. That's probably your fastest option." "Okay, how much?" $1 million. Levi pinched his eyes shut. He didn't have that. Not even close. Not even a GoFundMe could help cover the costs. What would the campaign say? Help bail me out of a stupid contract I signed because I wanted to be famous? Wow. Yeah. There's that, or if you still choose to not honor the terms of your contract, we'll come after you. Plain and simple. And the legal battle will be very expensive. Very drawn out. Very consuming. Levi grimaced, shaking his head. Marcus was right. He didn't like any of these options. Got it. So to me, Levi, it seems like the path of least resistance is to go along with the agreement we signed. That bright tone had returned to his voice. You'll find love again. Don't worry. You're young and attractive. Whoever it is will fade from memory, and you'll find someone better, someone hotter, in no time. Like that was supposed to make him feel better. Levi gritted his teeth, feeling 1000% helpless. So you're still in, right, buddy? Levi squeezed his eyes shut, only seeing Riley. He couldn't lose her, and he wasn't moving on. There had to be some way to have his cake, and rake in the money too. Yeah. I'm still in. He just needed more time to figure out what it was. Chapter 27. A week and a half out from the final, Levi made a rule. No more spending the nights together. Riley understood why the rule had to be made. She knew that it was only temporary. That after the fight, their blissful pseudo-married life would continue. But it still stung. Especially because it meant they'd only get to see each other at the scheduled work events. Practices at the gym. The pre-fight weigh-in. And the league final itself. Riley started missing Levi within 3 hours of the decision. She knew she had to throw herself into her work. She had plenty of it waiting for her at the studio, because business had finally been picking up. Still not enough to sustain her once Levi's contract ended, but she could see the light at the end of the tunnel. She was making it, doing entirely what she loved doing. Oh hi. John Stamos's sweet vowels made Riley look up from her enormous computer screen as she sat at the front desk editing headshots from a recent session with an LA-based writer. A man she didn't know walked in, his sleeves rolled halfway up his arm, and his khakis betrayed his business-casual spirit. Riley offered a smile. Hi there, she chirped. The man sent her a polite smile, taking off his sunglasses. Are you Riley Montaigne? I am. Butterflies swirled to life in her belly, but she couldn't tell why. It was no hard feat to find out she owned this studio. The sign outside said her name. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He surged forward, offering his hand. "I'm Teddy Wilcox. Huge fan of your work." She blinked about 1,000,000 times, the words refusing to make sense. "Why, you are?" "Oh yeah." He folded up his glasses, sliding them into the breast pocket of his shirt. "I've been following you for a while. Finally, my schedule lined up so I could come check out your work for myself." "Oh? Please do." Her entire body went jello-y, and she almost fell off the stool she'd been using to edit photos. She gestured around at the studio, inviting him to peruse. "Take your time. I'm editing pictures. Let me know if you have any questions." Her own voice sounded strained and desperate as she replayed her words in her head. God, she didn't know how to act around fans. Well, her one fan. She bit her lip, trying to keep in a squeal. She had a fan. She wanted to text Levi immediately, tell him maybe she'd start signing autographs like him soon, but she should wait. Let the man look around. Stop herself from jumping on his back and demanding he share every last detail about how he came to find her. Teddy walked the perimeter of the studio with his hands in his pockets, pausing in front of each grouping of photos. Sometimes he'd say, hum, and move along. Other times he'd stay so long in front of a certain frame that she wondered if he actually hated it. "There isn't much sports photography here," Teddy finally said once he'd made his way back to her desk. "Oh," she said, tucking some hair behind her ear. "Yeah. The sports photography is more recent. I haven't really had a chance to put anything together yet." "Do you have more samples of that style of photography?" Teddy asked. "Oh God. I have 1,000,000,000, she laughed, pushing to standing. "Come back into my dark room. I'll show you what we're working with." She breezed into the back room, flipping on the lights. She'd done a huge batch of film developing recently, both personal and sports photos, and the pictures still hung from the wire. Damn near 100 pictures, dried and ready for the light of day. "Don't you normally use a DSLR?" Teddy asked, squinting at the photos as he started checking out the photos. "Yeah, primarily the Mark IV," she said. "But I do specifically work with film to catch the dreamier side of the sport," she said, pointing out a particular photo. "Like here. I shot half of this practice session with film and the other half with digital. I think the film photos came out 100 times better because they capture the motion, but there's still something left to our imagination. Digital is too crisp. It steals the ethereal quality." Teddy nodded, shuffling along the line of the workstation as he checked out more pictures. Riley picked at her cuticle, waiting for him to say anything. She'd been rather proud of that impromptu explanation. Surely her fan would cherish this moment. Maybe he'd journal about it later. The day I met Riley Montaigne and received private thoughts from her. "And these?" Teddy stopped and pointed to some of the pictures hanging on the line. Riley's mouth parted when she saw what he was looking at. Levi and Gage in the kitchen, both mid-laugh. Levi pinching one eye shut, bedsheets rumpled behind him. Gage sending the camera a mock-serious look, the barely there smile tugging at the corners of his lips in an expression that looked just like Levi. "Ah, what about them?" she asked, her heart rate picking up. She'd forgotten they were here. Fuck. "I'm interested in more photos like these." Teddy had a peculiar smile on his face as he turned to face her. Something shifted between them. Something to make Riley think that maybe he'd use the word fan loosely. "Those aren't actually for public consumption," Riley said quickly, stepping back so it was clear they should leave. "The sports photography ones are, but those—" "Let me be clear." A plasticized smile crested Teddy's face. "I work with some of the biggest names in entertainment, including all the active publications out there who are paying big bucks for photos like these. Your name keeps coming up in my circle. Probably because Levi's name keeps coming up." He rapped his knuckles against the workstation, his gaze dragging back to the picture of Levi and Gage in the kitchen. "I can see that you have a very particular entry point to this budding star, and that's the sort of access we're willing to pay real money for. His veiled suggestion came down on her like a sledgehammer. She wanted to puke. I'm sorry. What exactly are you looking for? There are lots of people out there who are very, very interested in getting their hands on photos of Levi in settings like these. We all know how private the man is, despite being one of the biggest fools. He's not a fool. A fool for the limelight, Teddy clarified. But there is a lot of opportunity available to the photographer who can bring these photos to light. You want me to sell his private images without his consent? Get his consent if you want. It doesn't matter to me. But you should know how much money you're leaving on the table. That seedy grin returned, and Teddy fished something out of his wallet. He handed her a business card. I want you to really think about this. Levi's another star in the machine of Hollywood. And a lot of people depend on this machine for paying rent, getting food on the table. He knows it. We all know it. Nobody's going to blame you if you slide a few pictures our way now and then. I could never do that, Riley blurted, staring at the business card in her fingers. She wanted to throw it away, but she couldn't force her limbs to work. He's a good person. He doesn't deserve that. Like I said, it's not about deserving it. It's about putting food on the table. Getting your name out there. Haven't you ever considered getting featured in a gallery exhibit? It's my dream, Riley said, but photographers who work with us have their pick of any opportunity they can dream of, Teddy said. He rapped his knuckles on the table again and started for the door. Think about that. Okay. Your pictures would look great on display. I bet you'd rake in 30 thou easily. The number was a punch to her gut, but not in the inspirational way. It felt like a bad car salesman adding on at the end that the car had only been wrecked twice. Think about things, Teddy said, glancing back at her as he headed for the front door. Riley could only stare after him. We'll work really well together, I can feel it. John Stamos crooned his greeting, and then the studio fell silent once more. Riley tossed the business card on the workstation, stomping out front to her computer. She scanned the studio once to make sure Teddy really was gone, and then tried to re-immerse herself in edits. But it was impossible to forget what he'd implied. What he wanted from her. It made her feel yucky, even though she'd never agree to it in a million years. She was sure that Levi wouldn't have a problem with some of those images being sold off. He might be excited about it. But the photos with Gage, their private home life? He'd be furious if any of those came to light. Teddy had caught on to the truth. Levi really did protect his private life. Even though he'd do damn near anything to get a chance at the spotlight for himself, he'd never expose Gage to the same glare of fame. More than anything, she wished he'd left without sweetening the pot. His last-ditch effort to convince her, hitting her right in her weak spot. Like every struggling artist, she supposed. The clear psychological tactic was to offer any modicum of financial stability. Make $30,000 selling the photos I've slaved over my whole career. It was a dream too delicious to bear. Which made Teddy vaguely sociopathic. Another clear reason to stay away. Still, images of her someday gallery exhibit haunted her thoughts the rest of the day. As she edited headshots and replied to emails and worked on a composite image for a different client, she imagined the nerves of an opening night. The curious faces of guests perusing her work. The look of disbelief on her father's face as he showed up and saw the hundreds of people there, in love with her work. The work that he himself urged her to abandon. Yes, she could already hear the laughter and champagne corks rocketing open, and the clink of glasses as everyone enjoyed themselves. Or maybe she was being stupid, rejecting a golden opportunity to make those dreams become reality because she had some misguided loyalty to a celebrity. She just had to believe that she'd get there. Someday. Chapter 28. Fight week blurred by in a flurry of photography work. The notable highlight was the social media gig, the lifestyle shoot that took place in Hollywood Hills late one Friday night. An up-and-coming Instagram influencer needed Riley to take the perfectly casual shots, and the two of them had fun roaming the streets outside of ritzy clubs and restaurants. Riley didn't often come to the hills, and for good reason. It wasn't her scene, made more than evident by running into Teddy Wilcox, skeevy photographer extraordinaire. Her stomach had shrunk to a dense nut the second she spotted him. He just grinned like the Cheshire Cat, and even snapped a few pictures of her as she scowled and avoided him. Weirdest thing ever, and the mere brush with him left her feeling unnerved. Anxious, almost. When just 2 nights until fight night remained, Riley felt as jittery as Levi probably did. They texted every night before bed, and occasionally they video chatted, which was both what she needed and the last thing she needed. Because seeing him, hearing him, reminded her of how much she needed him. And it was only 2 more nights until they could tumble back into their sweet, unexpectedly beautiful routine. But it might as well have been years. "Anybody home?" Riley called out as she entered the house. It was damn near 9 o'clock. She'd be hearing from Levi soon, since he went to bed by 10 these days, and then she'd veg out with Nikki. But nobody answered. The whole house was dark. Riley's footsteps clomped down the hallway as she flicked on the lights leading to the kitchen. The hum of the fridge was the only sound that greeted her, followed by a quiet click, the ice maker. Her phone vibrated. "Levi, babe, we should talk." "Levi, about things." "About us." "About life." Riley knit her brows together, a pit forming in her stomach. "Riley, good or bad?" "Levi, good. I think." She studied the far side of the kitchen. He was 2 nights out from fight night. If something weird exploded between them, it would affect his performance. At this point, she was 100% Team Levi, which meant 100% team winning this damn league. "Riley, why don't we wait until after you win the title? You need to focus. Don't be distracted by anything that isn't you fighting like a sexy-ass champ on Saturday." "Levi, yeah. Good point." She paused, her fingers damn near ready to type "one love you." But she needed to wait. Once they could enter the honeymoon phase, when he'd won the title, and they were falling back into bed and life together. "Riley, did Gage decide if he wants to go to the match?" "Levi, he's in. As long as Amara, Lila, and Jen can personally escort him, he said he'll make the effort." "Riley, he's gonna be so baller." "Levi, he'll probably talk about it for a year after." "Riley, I hope so. I'll get the rest of those details squared away for him. I just want him to love it." "Levi, hey Riley." "Riley, what?" "Levi, you're the fucking best." Riley smiled as she prepared a quick snack for herself, hummus on pita with arugula and feta like a pizza, but rolled up like a burrito with no filling to speak of. It was her favorite snack. She didn't care that it broke all the rules. The front door opened as Riley settled on the couch to turn on the TV. Nikki came in a moment later, backpack slung over her shoulder. "Hey girl." Riley twisted, brows knitting when she noticed how grim Nikki looked. "Is everything okay?" Nikki nibbled on her bottom lip, just staring. And then she sighed and climbed onto the couch next to Riley, boots and all. "I don't want to have to be the one to tell you this," she said in a low, serious voice. "Like seriously. This is the last thing I wanted to have to do." She unzipped her backpack and brought out her laptop. "Nikki, I don't like this." "Yeah, me neither." She scowled, pulling up a web browser. "I found out today while I was at a casting call." Somehow the conversation turned to Levi. Riley's heart sank to her toes. And everyone had something to say. Like seeing him out, getting drunk and... Nikki shook her head, scrolling through a page. "And of course, I wanted to wait until I saw you to tell you in person. This isn't the sort of thing you text someone about." Riley opened her mouth to ask what on earth it was when Nikki turned around her laptop, shoving it toward her. A photo of Levi filled the screen. Shot at night, his brown hair wavy and messy, someone's hand clasped in his as he stepped down off a sidewalk. Riley stared at the picture for a long time, blinking and trying to understand and blinking some more. "It's Levi," Nikki said after a while. Yeah, I see that, Riley said. But. Scroll down, Nikki said, frowning. She reached around to tap the scroll button on the keyboard. Hun, this is you. A 3-picture panel popped up, a tightly cropped photo of Levi looking worriedly somewhere, a smug shot of TT, and then her. Riley. Scowling at something in the distance. The panel told a clear story. This was a love triangle, and Riley was the one on the outside. She just wasn't sure how she'd gotten involved. Or why the whole world knew about it except her. Again. She tried again. It's from 2 nights ago. He's with this girl. This model. Nikki scoffed, turning the laptop back around so she could see the article. TT La Crap or whatever. It was the name TT that made all the disjointed information finally click together. The model that she herself had taken photos of, weeks earlier. The model who seemed to skulk around every practice Levi had at the gym these days. The model who had her own trail of photogs, her own fame, her own celebrity pull. Thoughts collided painfully in Riley's head, leading her to a truth that she didn't want to accept. A truth that didn't make sense, no matter how much evidence there was. Hang on. Riley grabbed for the laptop, slowly beginning to scroll. Let me look at this. I wanted it to be fake, Nikki whispered, after what you went through with Braden. But there are pictures, Riley. They're everywhere. It's trending on Twitter right now. These two are like dating. She rolled her lips in, hearing Nikki but also actively rejecting her words. It couldn't be true. Not when she and Levi were a thing. I don't understand, Riley mumbled, flipping through one article after the other. And it was just the tip of the iceberg. There were so many things she didn't understand. Like how she hadn't caught any red flags. Not even a yellow flag. How glibly and delightedly she'd fallen head over heels for Levi, believing everything he told her. How he'd managed to fool her when they texted so often. How he could act like things were okay, when really he probably had TT with him at that exact moment. In his arms, while she traced that constellation of freckles with her fingertips like Riley had so many times. In his bed, that slate gray haven that she'd claimed for herself. Her stomach tightened, almost to the point of nausea. Rationalizations began clicking into place. He didn't want to see you for the past week because he's been with her. When he texted you wanting to talk tonight, it was because he was about to tell you himself. I don't understand either, Nikki said. I'm so sorry, Riley. But maybe this is fake? Nikki gave a disbelieving laugh. I don't know. Photoshop is definitely a thing these days, but I don't know why anyone would Photoshop stuff like this. Riley's mouth went dry. Nikki had a point. These photos looked too real too. And if the most common sense explanation was Levi had cheated on her, then maybe that really was the simplest truth. She didn't need to invent some Photoshop workaround. Her heart had already broken. There was no salvaging it. Did you see them out whatever night this was? Nikki asked. Riley jerked her head no. I was in the hills that night, and I saw a super shady photographer I met recently. He took my picture. He knows I have connections with Levi. He must have been scouting him that night. Nikki tutted and squeezed her shoulder. I'm so sorry, honey. Riley pushed the computer aside, unable to find a readily accessible reaction. She wanted to rage at the same time she wanted to cry and shout and stuff her face full of pita bread. Not only was she being cheated on, again, she'd also been dragged into the spotlight. Once was enough. 2 times was grounds for something drastic. Cutting all her hair off or moving to Prague drastic. Are you okay? Nikki asked, her face creased with concern. Riley nodded, pushing to standing. Yeah. I'm gonna go think. Are you sure you don't want me around? I'll go with you if you want to go to his house. Or confront him in the street. Or send a flaming pile of poop to his doorstep. Riley laughed on the inside, but couldn't force a reaction on her face. I appreciate that. But I just want to go lie down and fall asleep. And she did. Her limbs were heavy as she plodded up the stairs, her heart still suspended between disbelief and sickening liquid knowing. Because she did know. She should have known. She'd told herself all along this would be the case. That Levi would end up the same, because she knew how these stories ended. She knew how men like him behaved. She plopped onto the bed, buried her face in her pillow, and didn't move for what felt like an hour. Thoughts hung in her mind, bulky and sluggish. She could make no headway. She could only stew in it. Feel it wash over her in terrible gummy waves. As careful as she'd been with Levi, she hadn't seen getting dragged into the spotlight coming. She'd been careful to keep her distance, even while his own celebrity ballooned. Still, the spotlight had come searching for her. It didn't matter what she did. There was no winning against the attention-hungry eye of the storm. But what had the alternative been? Strap on a chastity belt and wear a paper bag over her head in public? At one point she looked at her phone, wondering if she should text him. But what would she say? The truth was, she was also a contracted employee of his. And with his match 2 nights away, she had a responsibility to not fuck over his career by tearing his attention away from that. And once she brought this up, it wouldn't just tear at his attention, it would completely slaughter it. After the league was over, she could blow it up however she wanted. And she would. Oh, she intended to make this one explode all over him. So that he couldn't help but get burnt by the shards. But for now, she needed to sleep. So that tomorrow she could wake up and find out that this had been a horrible nightmare. Chapter 29. The day of the fight. Levi was spaced out from the second he woke up, which was the first bad sign. He couldn't get his fucking head straight, no matter how much he tried to joke around with Gage or go for brisk walks around the block. Everything was on track. He'd made way in the night before, he'd had the perfect big breakfast and light lunch, and now he was waiting. It had to be nerves. This was the final, and he was about to be crowned king. Of course his stomach would feel like a steel nut. Of course he'd have sweaty palms while he wished Gage a good trip with the girls to the arena, and drove to Holt. Of course his legs would feel like they'd give out at any second when he got to the dressing room, and minutes turned into a half hour and Riley still wasn't there. Everything around him moved in slow motion, as the clock ticked inexorably toward the match. All he could think about was that it never felt like this before. Normally, he had a clear head. Normally, he was alive and laser-focused and here. But not today. The air itself was stuffed with cotton. Travis massaged the tops of his shoulders, feeding him lots of inspirational pre-fight words. Levi nodded. Something was wrong. He just didn't know what it was yet. The dressing room door opened, and Riley appeared in the doorway with 5 minutes until fight time. He should have been upset, but he was only relieved. He gobbled her up. The last time they'd seen each other was at his practice earlier that week. And that was too much damn time apart. Her hair hung in dark waves around her face. A tight black skirt hugged her hips, topped with a black lace tank. Her big camera bags hung off one shoulder, and she already had a camera in hand. "Sorry I'm late," she mumbled, fiddling with the camera. Levi stared at her, waiting for that electric jolt. Waiting for the warmth in her eyes. The silent communication they'd perfected over the past month and a half. But she didn't look at him. Made a point of avoiding his gaze. An icy wave passed through him. "All right, dude, it's almost time," Lex said after he'd poked his head out of the dressing room. "Riley, you look amazing," Levi said, his gaze snagging on the lace of her top. She cleared her throat, hoisting her bags. Her chocolate brown eyes flicked his ways for the briefest of seconds, but the minimal contact there seared through him. And suddenly, his body was filled with understanding. Riley wasn't good. There was something wrong. Anxiety streaked through him as Travis urged him to stand. This is it. The final fucking match. God, it's gonna feel so good when you win the title. Do you hear me, Levi? You are minutes away from wearing that belt. Levi jerked his attention back to Travis, trying to force the questions and doubts from his mind. This was it. The pinnacle of the league, and he needed to clear his head now. I wonder how much it weighs, Levi said, cracking a smile. Riley waited in the hallway for them to file out, her lips a thin line. And suddenly he realized that whatever was wrong with her had to do with them. Let's fucking do it, Travis boomed, herding Levi out into the hallway. Lex sauntered along behind them. No pre-fight joke? Lex asked. Travis twisted around to look at Levi, a brow arched. Yeah. Where's the joke? Levi shook his head, caught any confusion and doubts invading him. Nothing made sense. I'm ready. It's time. He took one last look at Riley before he made the effort to file away the confusion for later. He had no room for doubts and wondering. The only thing allowed in his headspace was unfaltering certainty. Levi went through the motions. He hopped from foot to foot as the boom and hiss of the arena grew nearer. When he stepped across the threshold, guided down the narrow aisle by Travis winding toward the octagon, the chance of his name almost knocked him over. The energy had never been this high. This loud. And Gage was out there somewhere. He pumped his fists into the air and hopped, adrenaline beginning the familiar twisty path through his body, in time to the sick hip-hop beats of the music accompanying his walk. Yes. He needed more of this. More of the hype. More of the energy. Some of his focus returned when he reached the octagon. But he made the mistake of searching for Riley. Couldn't find her down there and spent too long looking. Pulled himself out of his hyped state. Here we go, Travis boomed over the roar of the crowd, bringing him back to center. Across the octagon, his opponent stared him down, a middleweight pro they called Benny the Bulldozer. Levi flexed his hands against the tape as the announcer began his familiar routine. Calling out the stats of each fighter, touting the tension of the final, and then each fighter began his walk around the octagon. The blank mass of faces bore down on him as he skipped around the octagon, fists held high. He allowed himself one glimpse down at the photographer's area, caught Riley's piercing gaze immediately. He pointed at her as he rocketed by. Reminding her. Sending her the words he'd been feeling in his heart for the past couple of weeks, the ones that had been solidified by their recent time apart. I love you, Ry. The cheers of the arena grew deafening as the fighters took their place in the center. The ref read the rules. And then the bell rang. Levi's body tensed as the ref fell away, and his whole world shrank to Benny the Bulldozer. Benny launched quickly, fists flying and landing one across Levi's jaw. Shock popped and fizzled inside him as he scrambled to react. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Not a good start, not a good start. Levi had to work double time to gain the advantage from that piss-poor start. Benny was amped and unpredictable, a lethal combination in this sport, and landed more blows than Levi liked to let through. But Levi scrapped hard, managing to end the round with a brutal rain of punches that kept Benny cowering against the cage. When the bell rang, the ref had to pull Levi off him. Levi struggled only briefly, launching himself to the edge where Travis and Lex waited for him. Strange start to that one, Travis mumbled, squirting water into Levi's mouth. Levi shook his head, chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. I don't fucking know, he mumbled around the mouthguard. Not what I like to hear, Travis said. Don't let him rattle you. We've been studying his weaknesses for 3 weeks. His jiu-jitsu background will keep you guessing, but once you get him in place, you'll show him who's fucking winning this. Levi nodded vehemently as he spoke, staring across the octagon at Benny. Time for the next round. Levi and Benny met again in the middle, and the bell rang. Levi struck first in the second round, trying to even the score and knock him off balance in the same way. But Benny didn't get knocked off. No, he sprang back and knocked Levi to the ground with a shocking thud. All the air left Levi's body, and Benny was on top of him. He registered the distant roar of the arena as the audience protested or cheered for the turn of events. Thousands of sets of eyes sizzled on the octagon. Levi fought the headlock that Benny tried to serve him with, the image of the title belt burning behind his eyes. Thinking of Gage. The payout he'd miss because what? Because he couldn't focus and let this asshole get a submission. Levi wriggled out of the hold and slammed Benny onto his back. Cheers swelled through the arena. The tables turned. Levi pinned him with his knees on either side of his shoulders and brought out the lead fists. The crowd went wild. Chanting erupted again. "You got this. You got this." But Levi didn't get the knockout, and somehow, Benny magicked his way out of the hold. Face busted and bleeding freely, Benny backed Levi up against the cage and locked him there. And then the pummeling began. Levi's ears were ringing by the time the ref pulled him off, which meant the round was over. Once again, neither of them had a clear lead. No submissions. No knockouts. No fucking winner. Anxiety pulsed through his veins as he stumbled back toward Travis. The lead tang of blood reached his tongue. Lex dabbed at his face, swiping gel across his cheeks, frowning. "He got you good on your forehead," Lex said. "You got a gash the size of the Grand Canyon." "I fucking can't with this guy," Levi mumbled around the guard, chest heaving. "You fucking can," Travis said. "I'm not in the fucking lead," Levi shouted, desperation finally edging past his defenses. "Because you haven't had the third round yet," Travis snapped, snatching up the water bottle. "Do you remember the last 6 months we've been training? You're really gonna act like 2 even battles mean you've lost?" Levi sighed, his rationale clicking into place. "No, dude. I'm good. I'm here. Good. Now look at him." Travis pointed Levi toward Benny, who was being similarly patched up. "And imagine the handshake at the end. Telling him good fight. And watching him walk the fuck out of the octagon, because he couldn't fucking win." Levi clenched and unclenched his jaw. Time shrank and went rigid under the glare of the lights. He drifted back into the octagon, tranced out as the third round began. The bell echoed through him. Everything hung on this round. It was time to show up or show himself out. Benny didn't launch at the start of the third round, and neither did he. They circled each other tentatively. The audience started stomping, the tempo of their thuds growing quicker. Benny swung. He got in a punch, but Levi retaliated. They started a tit-for-tat dance. Each punch garnered a punch in response. Nobody could edge out ahead. Even when Levi got Benny down to the ground, they rolled and grappled without any real progress. They'd both come up against the brick wall of the other. Levi became aware that the round had to be damn near over. He needed to throw it all out there. Win this fucking thing, even if it was by a hair. He got gutsy and pulled Benny into a hold, keeping him trapped and half-strangled. But Benny escaped and returned the favor, pinning Levi to the mat as he unleashed a terrifying stream of punches all over his body. Levi's heart settled in his throat. He couldn't see, couldn't think, couldn't fucking breathe. Somehow, he ended up on Benny's back. There was a stumble, and they both crashed to the ground so hard it made the whole octagon shake. The bell rang. End of the third round. Levi just lay there, staring up at the bright lights of the arena. Benny hauled himself up, and Levi became distantly aware of Travis shouting. He groaned to his feet. Travis was arguing with the judges, jabbing his finger in Levi's direction. Benny's coach joined a moment later, and then Travis pushed him. Levi hurried over, inserting himself between Travis and Benny's coach. He tore his mouthguard out. What the fuck is going on? The judge who had come to deliver the verdict didn't look enthused. They ruled a unanimous draw, Travis spat, dragging a hand through his hair. He jerked at Levi's arm, guiding him out of the cage. Let's get the fuck out of here. Chapter 30. Travis didn't make it back to the dressing room. Instead, he sent Levi back and stayed to argue with the judges more. Levi couldn't force himself to care. He deserved the tie if not a loss. He'd been lost in the clouds. Levi kicked the door open with his foot, breaking the doorknob off. Not like it had been sturdy to begin with. Lex didn't comment as he followed him inside, running into Levi's back as he halted. Levi blinked, unsure he was seeing this correctly. TT was in his dressing room, draped over his chair. Practically purring. "Hi Levi," she said, tilting her head, crossing those long tan legs which were showcased by a miniskirt. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his heart rate skyrocketing. He'd done the fucking worst thing of his life by going out with her last week for the photo op, but only because Marcus had basically threatened him with a lawsuit if he didn't give them something. Dude, Lex began. TT, you can't be here. Levi had no manners and even less patience. You gotta leave. Now. But I wanted to congratulate you. Levi scoffed. On what? I didn't fucking win. Her face fell only slightly, and then her gaze swung to the doorway. Levi's entire back lit on fire, and he twisted to find Riley in the doorway. Her jaw was set, gaze soldered on TT. The expression that shivered over her face told Levi that this was going to be a problem. Maybe more than a problem, because Riley turned on her heel and stormed away. TT, leave. Now. Levi barked and then chased after Riley. She was halfway to the back doors of the arena. Wait? Levi caught up with her quickly, grabbing her by the arm. Don't you fucking touch me, she hissed, her voice so serious that Levi immediately released her. Riley, don't leave. I don't need to see any more of this, okay? You didn't even have the decency to tell me you started seeing her. And I've seen the proof, okay? I waited until your match was over to tell you to fuck off. So fuck off. Levi. Travis barked his name from down the hall. Hang on, he shouted, but when he turned back to Riley, the door was closing behind her. Levi tore open the door, storming after her barefoot through the parking lot. Cars clogged the side streets hugging the arena, and dusk was fading to a purplish darkness around the city. Just go inside, Levi, she said, her voice shaky. You're bleeding. You're barefoot. This is absurd. I don't fucking care. He blocked her path, but she darted around him. Levi, get your ass in here. The doctor's here to fix your face. Travis shouted from the doorway. Levi ignored him. Will you stop and talk to me? He demanded. No. Because there's nothing to talk about, she said, pain creasing her face. She wiped at an eye, the only sign of her distress. You knew what I went through with my ex, and you still thought it was okay to do this. Now my name's back in the headlines, and it's only a matter of time before the new wave of hate mail starts. You don't deserve anything from me. I'll finish out my contract and that's it. Goodbye. Riley ripped away from him, and Levi stared after her. Travis had jogged out into the parking lot. Levi. Levi balled his fists, heading for Travis. Hurt and indignation and regret lashed through him. He did need his face stitched up badly. He could feel the caked blood crunching on his face when he swiped his hand across his cheek. But once he was sent home, he was going to fix this. Because he wasn't losing Riley. Not tonight. Not ever. Back in the dressing room, Lex waited for him with crossed arms. The doctor already had his bag open. There he is, Lex said as Levi dropped into the chair. The doctor got to work, swiping at his injuries with cotton balls and gauze. Levi stared at his reflection, not remotely moved by the horrific scene of his face. What was that drama about? Lex asked. Levi gripped his knees as he heaved a sigh. The doctor swiped at the open wound on his forehead. Nothing. Bad timing. Don't fuck around on Riley, Travis warned. I'll bust your ass myself if you hurt her. I'm not fucking around, Levi barked, his sharp response making the room fall silent. I would never do that. Then what's the deal with this girl? She wouldn't be coming around if you weren't giving her something, Lex said. Guys, I swear on my dead parents, both Travis and Lex sent him a shocked look, but fuck it. These guys were family now. It was time to start putting everything on the table. I have nothing going on with TT. What I have with Riley is... Words failed him for a second as the doctor started the stitches on his forehead. I used to fuck around a lot. Not gonna lie. Different girl every week. Lex snickered. I used to know that life. But Riley was a game changer. When I'm with her, I don't want anyone else. I don't want to get fucked up and fuck around. She's my rock. You guys both see it, so don't doubt me now. And I'm handling TT. You need a restraining order or something? Lex asked. A soft knock on the door interrupted them. Travis tugged open the dressing room door, revealing Gage flanked by Amara, Lila, and General. It's my brother. Levi straightened in his seat, which warranted a sharp reprimand from the doctor. He plastered a smile on his face, even though it was the least true emotion inside him right now. He introduced Gage to Lex and Travis. Dude, your first LA fight, and I couldn't even fucking win for you. Gage maneuvered inside, his gaze jumping from Travis to Lex to the doctor. That was an incredible fight, Lila said, which garnered similar comments from Jen and Amara. No, it wasn't. Levi tried not to deflate. But I appreciate you all coming. We all had a blast, Amara confirmed, wrapping her arm around Travis's waist. Levi caught him pressing a kiss to the top of her head. It made Levi's stomach wrench so violently, he had to look away. No problems getting around out there? Levi asked, reaching out to swat Gage's knee while the doctor held his face captive. It was fine, Gage said, shrugging it off like it didn't matter, playing the normal kid part. Jen grinned down at him, squeezing his shoulder. The only problem we had was when we couldn't hear each other talk because the crowd was too busy chanting your name, General said, tossing her auburn ponytail behind her back. Yeah. Oh my God. I don't think they chanted that loud at your championship fight, Amara said, looking up at Travis. Hey. That's enough, Travis said, a grin threatening his lips. All done, the doctor said, standing up suddenly. Levi blinked at his reflection in the mirror. A blood-caked disaster. But the gaping wound on his forehead was at least closed up, which meant he could put clothes on and get the fuck out of here. Where's Riley? Lila asked. Lex had taken his spot behind her, arms wrapped around her waist. Yet another fated couple that made Levi's chest hurt. He never used to care about happy couples, and how he didn't have anybody. Not until he met Riley, had her, and lost her. She had to leave, Levi mumbled. There was a little run-in with TT, Lex added. Oh, Lila said. Levi frowned, coming to his feet. All right. I need to change. Gage, you coming with me? Gage nodded, and everyone started their goodbyes. Before Travis and Amara left, Travis squeezed Levi's shoulder. They're gonna reschedule the final for next month, he said in a low voice. And you're not gonna tie in that one. You're going to dominate. We'll start training on Monday. Levi swallowed hard and nodded. Travis and Amara said bye to Gage, and then it was the two of them. Levi tossed on sweatpants and his Holt jacket, trying not to let a foul mood take over. Not while Gage was with him. But all he could think about was how the plan had been for Riley to join them on the way back to the apartment. After he won the title. And now he had neither of those. No Riley. No title. What did you think of the girls? Levi asked as he led the way to the back doors. His car was parked out back. Amara had used it to bring Gage and the girls to the match. Really incredibly hot, Gage said, his eyes wide, and so nice. Yep. And you met Travis. That guy's practically my older brother by now. He paused. So like our older brother. I like everyone, Gage said quietly, looking up at Levi once they got out into the parking lot. Maybe I can start coming around to the gym to see them. There was a lot buried in his words. They tugged at Levi's emotions, which were already all over the fucking place. But he had to keep his shit together. Long enough to get Gage home. Then he could get started on setting the record straight with Riley. No matter how much she didn't want to hear it. Chapter 31. Levi pulled up to Riley's house close to 10 p.m. Her car wasn't in the driveway, which had him worried she was gone. She hadn't answered any one of his 30 calls over the past hour and a half, but he wouldn't let that get him down. Except it wasn't just him showing up to her house. As he parked, he noticed the car behind him had a tail as well. They parked down the street, and then the drivers became apparent. Photogs. Levi. Tell us about your fight tonight, one called out. Shutters clicked. He pinched his eyes shut and buried his hands in his pockets. This was fucking awful. And he didn't know what to do. He couldn't show up at Riley's door with these guys out here. That would be rubbing salt in the wound. First she thought he'd cheated on her like her ex, and then he shows up with the Paps Boyfriend of the Year award. Maybe this is why you never try for anything serious. Maybe you should have taken the hint and kept it no strings attached. But that had never been possible with Riley. And fuck, he needed her now. Not having her in his life wasn't an option. The depth of his feelings for her left him blindsided. He couldn't have planned for that, much less controlled it. And now here he was. Desperate and heartbroken, and willing to do literally anything to get her to hear him out. Because once he dropped Gage off, he did a little tabloid search for his name. And surprise, surprise, his and Titi's budding romance was the trending news item of the week. Too many outlets to count had picked up Riley's entry into the love triangle, which blew his fucking mind. How had they sniffed her out? The social metrics showed him and TT as being more talked about than the surprise Ariana Grande single that had dropped yesterday, which meant everyone and their fucking stepdad knew. This is private property, Levi called out to the Paps. You need to leave. We're on public land, one of them shot back, dragging his toe through the gravel in front of him like an asshole. Starts right here. More shutters clicking. Sorry, buddy. Levi balled his fists in his pockets. He'd had the worst fight of his life hours earlier and was about as exhausted as humanly possible, but he could take these photogs out. No problem. The only thing holding him back was the fact that he might actually get sent to jail. Usually that didn't matter, but today, with this shitstorm swirling around him, jail wouldn't help anything. Take a lap at least, Levi called out. These are regular people in here, okay? They don't want your lenses in their faces. I'm gonna be here, I promise. Just disappear for a hot minute. Maybe reasoning with them was all it took. The photogs walked down the road and turned the corner. Levi hurried to the front door. He pressed his forehead to the door after he knocked, fingering the folded-up papers in his pocket. The proof of his idiocy. The biggest NDA violation in all of history waiting to happen. The door swung open. Nikki stared out at him, looking aggressively neutral. Hey, he croaked. You look like shit, Nikki said. Yeah. Just got my ass beat. He frowned. Is Riley home? Nikki shook her head. Nope. You know where she is? Nikki shook her head again. Not telling you. That's when it clicked. Nikki knew everything that Riley did. Levi deflated a little. Nikki, I didn't cheat on Riley. This is a huge misunderstanding. All cheaters say that. She offered a tight smile and started to shut the door in his face. Wait. I need to talk to her. When is she coming home? I don't know, Levi. You should leave. I'm waiting for her. Nikki looked exasperated, but didn't say anything else. When she closed the door again, Levi let it swing shut in his face. And now here it was. Time to let the Paps to catch him groveling. Levi sighed, easing to sitting on the stoop. He snatched up a few stones nearby and rolled them between his thumb and fingers. And he waited. And waited. The only thing he did while he waited was text Riley. The message history was embarrassing. Levi, Riley, we need to talk. Levi, please babe, meet up with me anywhere. Levi, I'll wait as long as you need. Don't talk to me for an entire week. As long as it means you'll hear me out at some point. Levi, Riley, please. Levi, where are you? He sat there until his ass went numb and the aches and pains of his fight started to set in. His body was stiff. Elbows and knees burning. And after a full hour of sitting there, he had to fucking pee. Fat chance that Nikki would let him in to use the bathroom. She was probably sitting inside and lived tweeting about what a loser he was. Cast out like a dog. Levi groaned as he tried to stand. The photographers were still hanging around, and the three of them hopped to standing when Levi did. He held up his palm. Calm down. I'm just breathing. Shutters clicked. He sighed, turning his back to the road, delicately adjusting himself to piss off to the side of the landscaping. He didn't want to piss on the house out of respect, but if he used the yard like a normal human being, his dong would be in full view of the paps. And sure, once upon a time he'd wanted nudes to be leaked. But now, he didn't want half this attention now that he had it. Maybe that was the first line he should open with when he started groveling to Riley. Ah! A relieved groan escaped him as a shudder of pleasure coursed through him. He braced himself against the house as he pissed, his left leg suddenly giving out. Some laughter reached him, and plenty of cameras snapped. Fuck! This isn't what it looks like, he called out over his shoulder. When he was done, he turned around and found 3 cameras aimed at him. Really? One of the photographers called out. Looks like you're pissing on your ex-girlfriend's house to us. Anxiety knotted his belly for the 100th time that day, but at this point, he didn't have any more energy to fight the misconception. He could see the headline already: MMA fighter pisses on lover's house, and all the associated shock and outrage. But whatever. It only mattered that Riley knew he wasn't an asshole. That was the single priority in life right now. Levi groaned as he sat on the cement stoop again. It had been about 20 minutes since he'd texted her last. Time to try again. Levi, let me come meet you. Public place. I don't care where it is. I'll drive to Mars if you ask. Levi's chest tightened when his phone buzzed a moment later. Riley, Lounge 83. Levi blinked as he read and reread her lone response. He'd been to Lounge 83 plenty of times before. It was tucked into Hollywood Hills and known for being rag-mag bait. The place where celebrities of all letters of the alphabet went to be seen and reported on. He didn't know why she was there. But he was on his way. Levi hobbled to his car as fast as he could, his heart in his throat. He got there in less than a half hour, a miracle of LA traffic if he'd ever seen it, and he left his car with the valet. As soon as he stepped out of his car, the photographers in waiting sprang to life. Flashes popped, shutters snapping, questions zipping through the air. You here to celebrate your epic tie? What about the next fight? When will we see you tie next? Levi ground his teeth against the snark. They were goading him, probably hoping for his temper to flare, and then bam, drama. That's what had gotten him, the time he smashed that photographer's camera. Levi had fallen for the trap. But he wasn't going to fall for it this time. He pushed past the paps and took the stairs 2 at a time up to the elegant black doors. The bouncer arched a brow, looking him up and down. I'm an MMA fighter, Levi explained, and they ushered him in a moment later. At least he'd thought to put on black shorts and a black button-down. To at least try to blend in with the rest of the world. Low, sultry electronica music filled the space. Levi headed straight for the bar, which was set against a mirrored backdrop and lots of well-groomed bartenders. Riley stood out to him immediately. Hunched over at the bar. A drink between her hands. Looking as pitiful as he'd ever seen her. He eased into the open spot at her side. When she noticed him, she jerked upright. He leaned against the bar, mere inches between them. He didn't know where to begin. You look fucking awful, she said, drunken slur in full force. Thanks. I just had the worst fight of my career. But you look amazing as always. This was a bad idea, she moaned into her hands. Riley. It's time to talk to me. No. There will be no talking, she spat. Then why did you tell me where you were? She swung to face him, and he caught a whiff of the alcohol coming off her. Her chocolate eyes, normally so clear and decisive, looked murky and unfocused. The black strap of her bra showed on her shoulder as the lacy shirt shifted. She scrunched up her nose and narrowed her eyes, looking like a petulant teen. Riley was shit-faced. I didn't, she said, swinging to face the mirrored back of the bar again. You found me. Riley, you texted me. She scoffed. I wouldn't text you. Not after what you did. And then she tossed back all of whatever was in her glass. Levi clenched his jaw, as she flagged down the bartender and tried to order another drink. "Actually, I'll close out her tab," Levi interjected. "We need to leave." "I am not leaving with him," Riley hissed to the bartender. "This is my girlfriend," Levi said, trepidation making hot steps through his body. This would not end well. He looked like an out-of-control asshole. Face busted, recent stitches. His face screamed domestic abuse. A sarcastic laugh erupted from Riley, but for some reason she didn't dispute him. She turned in her seat and stood up. "So we're leaving?" he asked her. "Pay." He hurried to extract his credit card from his wallet. He kept an eye on her as she stumbled toward the bathroom. His heart sank. He'd never seen her like this. Not even once, not even close. The bartender closed out her tab, and Levi was waiting for her when she came out of the bathroom. "God, you're still here," she sneered. "Yeah, I'm here to take you home. You're drunk as fuck. Let's go. Don't you want to celebrate?" She got some sort of crazed, sarcastic look on her face. "You know that awesome tie you pulled off?" He ground his teeth. Of all the people to goad him about the tie, he didn't expect Riley to shove it in his face like that. "I'm not drinking tonight. We're having a talk. Let's go." "But I thought you needed to go get into some trouble," she went on, her voice getting more and more patronizing. "You know, to feel like a 20-something. Riley." She wobbled, and he caught her, slinging his arm around her shoulder. "Let's go to my car," he said. "I want to fly under the radar so we can leave without any hassle." Peef. Fly under the radar. Funny joke. She might not believe him, but she didn't have to. She'd see, either now or when she was lucid, that Levi's goal wasn't unbridled fame whoring anymore. The only goal was to make it to her house where she could sleep it off, and then they could have a rational, adult conversation in the morning. As soon as they hit the sidewalk outside, Riley started acting weird. Really weird. "Levi, don't put your hands on me," she shouted, twisting away from him. "What about TT?" Levi clenched his jaw. Photogs lined the sidewalk about 5 feet away. Now he knew what she was doing. What she was gunning for. But it didn't make any damn sense. "Riley," he said in a low voice. "I really am not interested in your very small penis," she shouted, storming ahead. Levi narrowed his eyes. Low blow, but maybe one he deserved. "This way, Rye," he hissed, grabbing her elbow. "I said I don't want to marry you and have your kids," she shouted, wriggling free of him again. Cameras were snapping left and right. He had no chance of hiding this. And that was probably what she wanted. Drunk out of her mind, trying to exact revenge somehow. But he wasn't going to lose his shit. He wasn't even going to react. He was going to get her into the car and drive away. Even if she thought acting out was going to injure him, he didn't want her behavior to make her vulnerable again. "Yeah, Levi, where's TT?" Apap shouted out. "You two are getting real cozy these days. Moved on already?" Levi clenched his fist as he guided Riley to the valet station. "He's such a man-whore," Riley called out. "Can't get enough pussy." A ripple of laughter crested the Paps. Then, "That busted face really brings in the ladies, don't it, champ?" "Sorry, should say Mr. Unanimous Draw." Levi rubbed at his face, counting to 10. Riley sneered at him, staggering forward suddenly. Levi jumped to catch her. "She seems a little too drunk." More cameras clicking. "Or is that your style too?" Heat thrummed through his veins, and his fingers itched to get in a punch again. But he wouldn't react. This was part of the new Levi. The one who was dedicated to Riley. The Levi who had something to prove. "Come on, Levi," Riley taunted, poking at his arm. "This is the shit you live for. Don't you want it all?" She gestured behind them, at the line of photographers snapping their picture. "Eat it up." "Get in the car," Levi said in a low voice, guiding her toward the SUV. "I'm not going to make a scene. And I don't understand why you're putting yourself in the spotlight right now." "Just trying to help," she spat as he folded her into the SUV. Isn't that how people play in your world? Sell themselves out? No, Riley. And even if it was, you're putting yourself out there too, Ms. I hate the spotlight. She laughed so bitterly it practically burnt him. I don't care anymore. You were right. It's all fickle bullshit. He shut the door and handed off a $100 bill to the attendant before sliding into the driver's seat. Photographers crowded around the car, eager faces, cameras flashing. Levi didn't relax until they were all in the rearview mirror. Less than a half-mile later, Riley snored in the passenger seat. Chapter 32. Riley's tongue had soldered itself to the roof of her mouth. It was the only fact she knew about life as consciousness came to her the next morning. She tried to move her tongue and failed. Everything was parched. Sandpaper. Horrible, dry, cracking bark. She groaned and launched an arm toward the nightstand. Finding nothing. Definitely not the glass of water she was dying for. She cracked open an eye. There it was. Just out of reach. Her whole body protested as she pushed up onto an elbow to reach further. Fingertips brushing the glass. As she snagged it, she looked down. And there was Levi. Asleep on the floor. She gasped so hard the glass tipped out of her grip and tumbled off the nightstand. Water spilled everywhere, including on Levi's head. The glass landed right beside his ear. He jolted awake, swearing loudly. I'm sorry, she rasped, one eye pinched shut. Levi rubbed at his face, delicately, and ran a hand over his cornrows to swipe out the water. Damn, he said, his voice groggy. Good morning. I didn't mean to do that. She flopped back onto the bed. She had no idea why he was inside her house, much less sleeping beside her bed. She didn't remember much beyond showing up at Lounge 83 and ordering 2 whiskeys to drown her sorrows in. Why are you on the floor? Because you refused to let me sleep in the bed, Levi said, rubbing at an eye. Or don't you remember? A wave of nausea crested. She tossed her forearm over her eyes. So you slept next to my bed like a puppy. She hated that she liked it. That somehow it made a small difference. Yeah. Levi sniffed, slowly unfolding himself. She rolled onto her side, noticing that he'd slept on nothing. Not even a sheet. Just used her extra pillow and his dignity to keep him warm. Wanted to make sure that you were okay. And to talk to you, once you finally stopped being a drunk asshole. She glared at him. I wasn't a drunk asshole. Yes you were. Her head throbbed. What could I possibly have done that you didn't already deserve? Well, you acted like I was putting my hands all over you. Non-consensually. She grunted. And then you accused me of being a man whore in front of, I don't know, about 30 celebrity journalists. They aren't journalists, she protested weakly. Then you tried to provoke me into losing my temper, Levi added. Also said I had a small penis, which is the most untrue thing you've ever said. Okay. That's enough. She held up a hand so he'd shut up. She had zero memory of any of it. I don't have to mention you throwing a glass on my head this morning either. She groaned, returning the arm to its place across her face. You deserve that the most. No, I didn't, Riley. And I can explain why, if you ever plan on listening to me. She drew deep breaths, assessing the extent of her budding headache. I can't hear anything until Motrin. He held up a hand when she tried to push herself up. I'll get it. She watched as he limped out of the bedroom, his black button-down rumpled. Even through the thick haze of her hangover, she felt bad for him. The guy had gotten his ass beaten the night before, and still, he slept on the hard floor. Don't feel sorry for him. He doesn't deserve your sympathy. And she needed to get strong. Because as soon as he came back into this bedroom, he'd probably have a million excuses about why he would be different going forward. How it was a one-time slip. How she was the only one for him, and he was sorry, so sorry. She couldn't let biceps or slow kisses or sleeping on the floor sway her rationality. They were all tried and true tactics of cheaters. Riley sat up, noticing that she had her favorite sleep shirt on. Levi's shirt. She rubbed her face, aches and pains from her bender the night before catching up to her. Levi came back into the bedroom a moment later, and she could see the full scope of his face. His hair was still pulled back into cornrows. Undoing them was a job she'd claimed since his last match, and his entire right eye socket was a garish, muddled black and brown. His forehead had at least 5 stitches, tiny but visible, and his cheekbones had scratches like from a cat. "Did I do all that to your face?" she asked. "Funny, Riley." He handed the glass of water to her, and then dropped 2 pills into her hands. She choked them down and gulped back the entire glass of water. "You want more?" he asked. She nodded. He limped out of the bedroom again, not complaining, not even sighing. When he came back, he passed her the glass again, and then pulled something out of his pocket. "What's that?" she asked, eyeing the multi-page, tri-folded mess in his hands. "A love note." "Better." His gaze fell to the bed. "Can I sit next to you?" She hugged her knees to her chest and nodded. He eased onto the bed, grimacing as his knees bent. She rested her chin against the top of her knees, willing the throbbing in her head to disappear. "I'm going to show you something, Rye," he said, his eyes fastened to the papers in his hands. "I'm not supposed to, but I'm going to anyway. You need to keep it quiet for right now." He started to hand them over, then he paused. "Are you too hungover to read?" She frowned, snatching the papers out of his hands. "I can manage." Riley peered at the top page, squinting as she read and reread the title, Non-Disclosure Agreement. She glanced up at Levi. Maybe he had a point about the hangover interfering. "Why don't you give me an executive summary to start?" Levi's jaw flexed as he ran a hand over his cornrows. "Fine. So, I made a deal with a PR firm to be seen with TT LaCrue. They're creating a big campaign around a fake romance. I'm making a fuck-ton of money to be involved in it." Riley swallowed, looking back at the contract in her hands. His words fit strangely inside her. The strangest part about it was they fit at all. She didn't rush to reject them. Even in her ultra-vulnerable, overly sensitive hangover state. "Sounds really convenient," Riley finally said. She should be suspicious of the way she was so eager to latch onto the first thing that tumbled out of his mouth. Wouldn't be hard to draw up some sort of bullshit NDA. They're all over the internet. He narrowed his eyes. "Why would I do that to you?" "You forget, I'm a lawyer's daughter." She tossed the contract aside, suddenly so tired she couldn't sit up. "I've heard of things you can't even imagine. And making a fake contract to fool a girlfriend? It's been done before." Levi's nostrils flared. "I'm not faking this. If I didn't want to be with you, I would have told you by now. So instead of telling me you made up some bullshit rule about Travis wanting us to be apart for a week and a half before the fight, right?" Her throat tensed. Tears were coming. "But really it was just so you could go hang out with TT LaCrap." "No, that bullshit rule really was Travis's. Because he sees us together. He knows how fucking head over heels we are." Levi clenched his jaw, pausing as he seemed to struggle with something. "I signed this contract before anything had gotten serious between us. I never would have agreed to it if they'd approached me once you and I got close. Not even for the money." "How much money is it?" Riley croaked. $400,000. Jesus. Riley buried her face into her knees. It sounded so absurd. But it wasn't. Not out here. "I should have told you before," Levi said, the bed creaking as he shifted closer to her. "But I thought I could get by with doing the minimum for them, without having to break the NDA or even get into it with you." He worked his jaw back and forth, studying her face. "I didn't think you'd find out that I met up with TT this week. I didn't know it would become the hugest news story of the century. Still sounds to me like you did something shady, even though you knew better." He ran 2 fingers over his hairline, jaw flexing as he studied the comforter of her bed. "Yeah. You're right. But I swear to you, it wasn't because I was with her. It was because I signed this damn contract. She forced herself not to meet his honey gaze. If she did, she'd fall right into his arms, and she couldn't do that. No, she needed more time to think about things. Get outside opinions. Make sure she wasn't totally insane after all. I don't know, Levi. She swallowed a thick knot in her throat, watching the ceiling so the veil of tears in her eyes didn't turn into a traitorous tear. I think you should go. I need to think about things. Keep it, Levi said, pointing to the contract she'd tossed. Read it over. You'll see that it's real. Him. She lay back in bed, turning away from him. Her heart ached, her stomach hurt, and everything sucked. Rye, Levi said, sounding like he was pleading. I want to be alone, Levi, she said, pinching her eyes shut. But that wasn't true. Not even a little bit. She wanted his arms around her, and his weight beside her, and the reassuring whoosh of his breath at her ear. But giving in to that would mean she was weak. That she hadn't learned anything from her ex. The bed creaked, and her eyes shot open against her better judgment. He was standing, working his jaw back and forth. Who's gonna take my cornrows out? He asked quietly. She pouted, burrowing her face in the covers. Gage is. What am I gonna tell Gage when you don't come home with me? Levi, stop, she wailed. God, he knew where to hit to make her feel worse. You know the outing you arranged with him and the girls is like the funnest thing he's ever done, right? Levi rested his hands on his hips. What about my new jokes? Who's gonna screen them? I'm sure Travis would love to hear all of them. Levi set his jaw. I have all this coffee at my house that I need to make for you. The thought of his horrible coffee combined with this hangover sent nausea crashing through her. I swear to God, Levi, if you don't leave now. Okay. I'm out. He headed toward the door, pausing to look back at her. I'll call you later. She waited until she heard his footsteps go downstairs, followed by the click of the front door before she let herself unravel. The tears came, and they didn't stop, not for a long time. She cried more than she thought possible for her dehydrated body, and then she cried some more. It had to all come out. Because once she was done, she was going to make some decisions. Chapter 33. 3 days later, Riley was at the studio as usual, editing pictures with coffee at her side, visiting the bonbon shop next door on breaks, receiving the occasional surprise visitor who was curious about what she did. Life went on despite heartbreak. Despite celebrity notoriety in the rag mags for the second time. And that was the surprising part. She kept waiting for her world to bottom out, like it had the first time. The sickening lurch and sweep of losing everything all at once, boyfriend, privacy, dignity. But it didn't come. Maybe being off most of social media helped. Maybe she'd finally grown a thick skin. She wasn't sure. She was still on the hook for turning over all of Levi's completed images from the Tide match, which she was putting the final touches on. The fight had been gruesome. Something both awful and fascinating. She'd never seen Levi fight like that. Not in any practice and never on a fight night. It was like he'd mentally checked out. Mind everywhere but the fight. And she felt partially responsible for that. She hadn't done a good enough job keeping her anger under wraps. She knew he'd picked up on the fact that she'd found out. And that itself was damning evidence that what they had was special. Intense. Rare even. She didn't like admitting how relieved she'd been to find him in her bedroom on Sunday morning. Every part of her wanted to believe him. She was just awaiting the final verdict. Her father's take on the NDA. She'd sent it to him Monday morning, wanting his honest feedback about where the document fell on a scale of 1 to bullshit. Nobody was better equipped to answer this question than him. Which was why she was checking her phone like a maniac every 10 minutes. He'd be responding soon. He'd promised to do it by lunch. And it was 11:25. When her phone buzzed with a new text, she jolted and scrambled to swipe it open. Dad, contract looks good. Very standard for that company. Have worked with and against them many times before. They love finding up-and-comers to exploit like or friend. She reread his text 100 times, each time her smile growing a little bigger. Something about Daddy's seal of approval made her feel less crazy for believing Levi. Riley, thanks Dad. Really appreciate it. He's actually more than my friend. You'll have to meet him sometime. Her hands shook as she set the phone down, relief trickling through her. She and Mickey had pored over the contract multiple times together, swearing her to secrecy first, of course, and even she'd been swayed by the legitimacy of the document. Now it was Riley's turn to be swayed. She planned on getting the pictures 100% completed before she did anything else, like head over to Holt or throw herself at Levi, demanding that they talk more about the head over heels part. Maybe she had some apologizing to do, too. She'd been a drunk asshole with him, and she didn't like that a twisted side of her had come out like that, even under the pretense of heartbreak. But still, there was one last elephant in the room to address. Levi's notoriety would always be at the forefront of their relationship. Maybe he wouldn't always be the MMA bad boy, but he'd always be present in the public eye. Which meant that loving him would come at a high price, the final shreds of her privacy. As she clicked through photos of his last match, her stomach alternately wrenched and tightened, reliving the brutal display. But seeing his bloodied face only reminded her of the brightness that seeped out of him. His sharp quips and the never-ending jokes. The unwavering love and attention he showered on Gage. Levi made it hard to walk away from him. And the prospect of a future without his messy man bun and stupid jokes and every last ridge on those abs. Not one she wanted to entertain for too long. Just as she was wrapping up for lunch, the reassuring voice of John Stamos crooned, "Oh hi." Riley looked up. And John Stamos was standing in her studio. She knit her brows together, mouth opening but no words coming out. "That's my voice," John Stamos said, a huge grin spreading across his face. "Are you?" "Oh hi," John said, mocking the recording as he stepped forward, offering his hand. "I'm John Stamos. Are you Riley?" Riley could only stare at him, head tipped back, as she beheld the handsome, wonderful man before her. He was dressed in a casual linen day suit, with pointed alligator shoes and a grin that sparkled. "I'll take that as a yes," John said. Riley huffed, trying to grasp onto her thoughts. Any thought at all. Anything that might make her function. Maybe we should hug?" John suggested, and that jostled her out of her stupor. She nodded, rushing around the counter and launching herself into his arms. She could hear his laugh through his chest, through John Stamos's chest, as she pressed her ear to it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Riley," John said. "How do you know my name?" Riley demanded. "Well, I've been sent here by someone who's very in love with you," John began, and already Riley knew. She started laughing before he'd finished talking. "And this man sent me to say that he's very sorry, and please forgive him for something stupid he did, which I'm not very clear on." The recording played again, another new arrival. But Riley couldn't move. "Oh my God." Levi's voice now, but she could hear him smiling. "You know, I'm not even mad about this." "He also said you were a pretty big fan," John said to her. "I can't move," she mumbled into his chest. John shifted, and she relished another moment of hugging John Stamos' bliss before she ripped herself off him. Levi stood to one side, looking so damn pleased with himself. "Hey Rye," he said, flashing that dimple that only came when he had the ear-to-ear grin. "I cannot believe this," Riley said, looking between John and Levi. "I can't even think right now." John poked around the studio a bit, checking out some of the portraits. "Your work is really good." A blush invaded her cheeks. "Thank you so much." "She's my full-time photographer," Levi said, with a little touch of bravado. John pointed at one print in particular near the door. "Can I take a print of this one?" Riley almost fell over herself. He wanted a print. John freaking Stamos wanted some of her artwork. "Yes. Just take that one off the wall. It's already framed. But it looks so good here. I can take a print." "No. Please. It would be an honor." John grinned over at her and then popped the small frame off the wall. When he came up to the desk, he asked, "How much do I owe you?" "Nothing," Riley blurted. "You've given me the gift of a lifetime meeting you." John frowned, turned the frame over and found the price there. He fished the money out of his wallet and left the bills on the countertop. "Oh my God," Riley whispered, staring at the pile of 20s. "Hey, can you sign something for her before you go?" Levi asked. "She's a little starstruck. You know how it goes." John signed one of her business cards, and then he let himself out after another hug and lots of amazed gaping. Once he was gone, Riley could only turn her stunned gaze toward Levi. "How did you?" She shook her head, unable to find any more words. Levi squeezed her arms. "I've got connections." "Seriously? Tell me. Can we invite him to cookouts and stuff now? Is he your friend? Will he be at the wedding?" Levi's brows shot up, and Riley clamped a hand over her mouth. "I didn't mean to say that. It just... You're fine." Levi took her by the hand and led her to the fluffy white armchair. He sank into it, then tugged on her wrist, sending her look that said, "Can I?" Riley collapsed on top of him, which elicited a tiny oof from him. "Ribs are still sore," he explained. "Oh right. You fight professionally, don't you?" Her brain was working again. She sent him a coy smile. "Only on weekends." He sighed, pushing his fingers into her hair. "So you sent John Stamos to win me over," Riley said, unable to fight the grin. It was easily the most romantic, hilarious, and absurd thing anybody had ever done for her. And maybe that's why the marriage comment had slipped out. Because the deal was sealed now. "I did." Levi's self-satisfied smirk, punctuated by his purpley black eye, had him looking both lethal and adorable. "He followed me on Twitter recently. The rest is history." She grinned at him, cheeks hurting. "God, I missed you and your broken face." "Yeah. I missed you too." He pushed his fingers along her hairline. "And your perfect face." His smile fell a little. "Missed you like fucking breathing. You forgive me?" She nodded. "I had my dad take a look at your contract, which helped, but really it was because of John Stamos." Levi laughed. "So now your dad knows what sort of bullshit I'm wrapped up in." "He's seen it plenty of times before." Levi paused, searching her face. "I figured out how to fix things." "How?" "I'm going to pay their kill fee." Riley knit her brows together. "What do you mean?" "If I don't pay the kill fee, then I either need to take them to court or go through with the arrangement. But I don't want you to worry about us again. Not like before. I think the kill fee is the quickest and the easiest." "How much is the kill fee?" $1 million. Riley frowned. "Do you have that lying around?" "No. Not even close." Levi gnawed on his bottom lip, the first trace of doubt showing through. Possibly the first time she'd ever seen it on him. "But I could take out a loan. I've already figured it out. If I get 3 big-name sponsors for the next season, then I could probably recoup my savings and have the loan paid off within 5 years. I could stop donating so much money to the muscular dystrophy research organizations, just put it on hold." "Levi." She sent him a severe look. "No. You can't do that." "Stop donating to the research organizations?" "All of it. The whole reason you signed this stupid contract was to make for a more secure future for Gage. I'm not going to let you take that away from him now, because of some stupid engineered drama." He didn't look convinced. "But I know how you feel about all this shit. And I don't want you dragged into it." Riley shook her head, her gaze drifting to the hard line of his collarbone, visible below the collar of his t-shirt. "It's too late. I'm already in it. And you know what?" She shrugged. "It's different this time around. I'll figure it out." "Riley," Levi said. "I'm serious. I sort of remember parts from my drunk night last weekend. And I remember being so angry that I wanted to sell you out. But in being a drunk asshole, I remember it made sense to sell myself out too. I tried very hard to sneak you out of there, Levi added. I'm sure you did. But the truth of the matter is that I'm a sports photographer for someone who is famous. I can't avoid the spotlight. Not anymore. I mean, it's not like I want to be a drunk asshole every weekend. You were kinda cute, even when you were screaming obscenities. Or maybe I could be a drunk asshole more frequently. Point is, it's happening. And I should roll with it. Levi's lips were quirked into a private smile. She felt like his gaze both rejuvenated her and made her melt into a useless puddle. But they're gonna publish really baseless shit about me and TT, Levi said, his voice soft. That's the whole point of this. To fabricate a relationship that doesn't exist, so that it can go down in flames for her benefit. It might reflect onto you. I don't care, Riley said, feeling the meaning of those words down to her bones. I've tried to keep myself out of the spotlight so hard and for so long. It hasn't worked. And being a hermit just to avoid attention. That's not how I want to live. A sigh rattled out of her, and she felt both excitement and anxiety prickle through her with the revelatory words. People will always think what they want, no matter what I do. In fact, it almost doesn't matter what I do. There will still be someone waiting to speculate and take it wrong and ultimately call me a whore. I'd rather be living my life. As long as you're with me, and we both know the truth of what's going on, I don't care. Fuck. Levi grinned so wide it damn near stretched off his face. I think I'm gonna cry. I'm not saying I want to be in the tabloids all the time. We can find a balance, you know? Figure out how to work it. How to make it work. I should warn you, there's probably going to be an article coming out sometime about me peeing on your house. A laugh escaped her. Did you piss on my house? I did, but only accidentally, and because I was waiting for you for hours after the fight on Saturday. Nikki wouldn't let me in, because she's a good friend to you. So you know. If they spin it that I was hexing your house with my urine or something, don't believe it. Laughter overcame her. Because it was ridiculous. All of it. And for the first time in her life, she could handle the frustrations and absurdity of it all. With Levi at her side, she had not only a partner but a jokester in crime. She wouldn't be suffering alone. Not anymore. And if you get mad at me again, Levi went on, I'll send John Stamos to make it better. His eyes sparkled, sending amusement and heat and love curling through her, filling every last space of her body. Instead of makeup sex, it'll be makeup Stamos. She melted against him, laughter and tears escaping her in equal measure. This man gave her something she'd always dreamt of, but hadn't truly thought could exist. This man showed her that love didn't only injure, it could also heal. Levi surged forward and captured her lips in a kiss that stopped time. Her entire body tingled with unshakable certainty. Hey Rye, Levi said when their kiss broke. Wanna hear my new joke? She ran her hands through his hair. Absolutely. It's about bread. Tell it. I can't stand white bread, but I love rye. Levi's satisfied smirk made her roll her eyes. Okay. See, I don't trust people who like rye. Think about it. Say it again. I love rye. Riley asked. He narrowed his eyes, leaning in. Yes. I love rye. I love you. The words from his lips stunned her, made her mouth fall open and all the thoughts inside her body grind to a halt. She must have given him the deer-in-headlights look for too long, because he squeezed her waist. Did you have a heart attack? She dissolved into laughter, resting her head on his shoulder, getting lost in the reassuring solidity of his embrace. Oh, Levi. Her eyes fluttered shut, and suddenly emotion was clogging her throat. I love you too. More than I ever thought possible. Chapter 34. 1 month later. Riley rushed around her house, readying herself for the final fight night, take 2. Nikki and Fiona rushed alongside her. Fee, Riley started, rummaging through her makeup bag. Have you seen my... It's here, Fiona announced, coming into the bathroom, holding her mascara in her hand. Riley's newest mascara acquisition worked wonders, which meant everyone constantly borrowed it. Thank God, she murmured. She needed to look perfect tonight. Because there had never been as important a night as this. Levi had really worked wonders with his fame. His dramatic climb from MMA obscurity to celebrity meant that the normal celebrity world had taken notice. Now, people who'd never seen an MMA match in their lives were tuning into the WFC second final. Nikki had even seen a shout-out on Twitter from Lady Gaga, which meant that this league was already going to be the most popular, even in its first year in existence. And Levi was at the forefront of it. Her belly prickled with excitement as the three of them piled into Fiona's beater car. Riley checked and double-checked that she had Levi's house key, which he'd presented to her soon after the last fight, attached to her favorite Stamos keychain that she'd thought was lost after the non-drama of TT. In return, Riley had gifted Levi with her own house key, attached to a miniature plastic orange soda bottle. Fiona belted out the lyrics to her newest single as they crept through traffic. Fiona had always been an amazing singer, but recently she'd been offered a serious deal by a very serious record label. And the girl was about to be going places. It seemed everyone was being lifted, finding success, right around the same time. Maybe Levi's meteoric ascent had catapulted everyone around him. Holt Body Fitness was an icon in the LA gym scene now. They had a waiting list a year long for the training camp, since so many non-professional fighters wanted to train with Travis just because. And just the other day, Riley found her name on a list of the most influential sports photographers in history. In all of freaking history. She'd printed out the article to hang in her studio, which was undergoing a major overhaul to include her recent and her personal favorite work. All of which centered around MMA, Levi, and the haunting shadows and tension of the octagon. And that was the other thing, she could afford rent now. Several times over. Her own client base had ballooned, including welcoming on a boxer who was so impressed by Levi's photos that he needed Riley to start something similar for him. With 4 viral photos in her portfolio, 2 ongoing sports photography clients, and a diverse assortment of creative side projects, Riley had never felt happier or more fulfilled in her career. And there was so much more yet to come. I noticed you always sing about love, Riley murmured as Fiona finished singing another song. Why is that, if you're so against it? Fiona sighed and shook her head. Love is everywhere, in everything. I think there's someone out there for you, Riley said, squeezing her friend's arm from the back seat. If only you'll let it in. 6 months ago, if someone had told Riley that, she would have laughed in their face. But now, every inch of her body sang with contentment. With gratitude. With excitement for what the future held at Levi's side. Because now the two of them were an out-in-the-open item. Marcus had been thrilled when Riley offered herself up on the tabloid pyre, unprompted and bitter. It only fueled his and TD's campaign. Now the dust had settled and the contract was fulfilled. That's very sweet and all, Fiona started, searching out Riley's gaze through the rearview mirror, but superstardom is going to be my long-term boyfriend. Haven't you noticed? Lady Gaga never keeps a man for long. It's part of marrying your job. Lady Gaga tweeted about the match tonight, Nikki murmured as she inspected her lipstick in the visor mirror. And probably she's going to hook up with a variety of MMA fighters afterward, which she should do, Fiona said. I can see if Levi has the 411 on any other hotties, Riley offered. Maybe you can join the Holt family. Wait, can I join the Holt family? Nikki asked. I'm sure that we'll all be related by our gym family sooner or later, Riley said with a wink to her friends. When they got to the arena, Riley ducked out of the car early to head to the special access back doors as usual. She relished the distant thunder of the audience as she hurried down the narrow hallways, coiling through the underbelly of the arena. This would be her last time here for now. Until the next session, when Levi would defend his title, which he would win tonight. And of course, she would be along for the ride. Wherever Levi went, she wanted to be there taking pictures, laughing at his dad jokes, and loving on him every step of the way. It wasn't hard to want to give him everything. When Levi was so doting, so generous, so thoughtful, and loving in every way possible, Riley knew that the only way forward with him was for forever. Riley already had the perma grin on her face as she pushed into the dressing room. And there was Levi. Gripping the armrests of his chair, staring into the mirror, perfect plaits in his hair. "Hey Baba," Levi crooned, catching her gaze through the mirror. She leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his cheek. "Keep it PG," Travis warned. "I need all his sexual frustration, in addition to adrenaline and sheer testosterone." "That's how we win fights," Levi admitted. "I'll kiss your face off after I win, don't worry." She dragged a finger along the top of his shoulders, over the fascinating array of freckles that lived there. "Can't wait. I've been meaning to get a new face." Turned out dad jokes were contagious. Levi snorted. "No, babe. I like yours." He grabbed her by the wrist and tugged her back toward him for a kiss. She giggled and brushed her lips against his. This time around, they only spent a few nights apart before the match. Even Travis could admit that too much time apart was only going to hurt Levi's performance. Riley got a few dressing room shots from different angles, even climbing on a stool to get the right angle as Travis and Lex worked on pumping Levi up. When Travis prompted Levi for his final, league-winning joke, she knew it was almost time to head out. "Okay. Here's the joke. This one I made for Gage because he's obsessed with orange soda." Levi paused, a serious look coming over his face. "I had a really bad dream last night that I was drowning in an ocean made of orange soda. But it turned out it was just a fantasy." Travis and Lex groaned. "Gage is going to love that," Riley snickered. Levi winked at her, and Travis swept toward the door. The roar of the arena grew a little louder with the door open. Levi jerked his head for her to come over. "No matter what happens out there," he whispered into her ear, "I've already won. Because I've got you and I've bought Gage. That's all I need, babe." She peeked up at him through her eyelashes. "And winning is going to be the most delicious icing on top." Travis herded him out the door, and Levi started hopping, tapping his knuckles together. As they got closer to the auditorium, and Lex pulled open the door, the whoosh of noise and energy nearly bowled her over. Most fight nights the place was full, but not packed to the brim. Tonight? This event had been sold out since the day the tickets went on sale, the crowd bearing down on them more intense than ever before. Levi strutted forward, lifted his fists while the crowd went wild. Fans leaned over the railing, reaching for him. Levi dragged his hands along theirs as he made his way down the aisle. Riley snapped as fast as she could behind him, trying to capture the mania, the starry-eyed kids, the whooping fans who went crazy for Levi lead fist. Once they made it to the octagon, Riley hurried to her spot in the photographer's pit. The match turned into a blur once Levi had taken his position. The upbeat music that accompanied his arrival at the octagon faded away, replaced by the announcer hyping the match, reading the fighter stats and weight. And then the ref arrived, reading the rules. Riley couldn't look away from the intensity hardened on Levi's face. His expression alone told her that he was winning this fight. Whatever he'd been missing the last time he'd faced down Benny the Bulldozer, it was back. The bell rang. Levi struck fast, so fast that the punch thudded against Benny's face before the ref was out of the cage. The crowd roared, everyone hopping to their feet. Riley fought to keep her perspective as the other photographers jockeyed around her. She'd opted for the tight lens to start with, knowing in her bones that Levi was going to pull out the antics tonight. The two men boxed fast and furious in the octagon, but Levi was faster and more furious. He had Benny backed up against the wall of the cage, and then Benny's body thudded against the mat. Levi had him pinned between his knees while the punches rained down. The arena swelled with disbelief. Chants erupted. Riley couldn't take pictures fast enough. Levi almost managed a submission before the bell rang, signaling the end of the round. He hopped to his feet, offered Benny a hand, then zipped over to Travis and Lex, who waited for him with pure joy on their faces. That seemed like a pretty good omen. Riley twisted around, looking up at the cascading wall of fans. Someone held up a sign that said, "Levi lead fist me." Higher up, another sign simply said, "Levi marry me." Levi had his fans, rabid and otherwise. And it only made Riley's heart swell. 6 months ago, she couldn't have imagined calling this arena home. But in the froth and clamor of fight nights, she'd found another outlet for her passion. All thanks to Levi. Round 2 started with a bang. Levi opened with kicks at different angles, but Benny was ready. They scuffled, everyone hanging on question marks as the two fighters made no headway, just brutally defended themselves at equal paces. But Levi worked his magic. He tugged. Kneed the guy's chest. And then in some wild blink of the eye, Levi had him twisted and trapped, Benny's face mashed into the caging. Right above where she stood taking pictures. Like Levi had also thought of her in his offense, orchestrating the shot. Riley could always tell when fighters used some famous MMA move, because the shouts and whoops increased, even if nothing was technically happening. That happened now. The crowd roared like Levi had already won the damn thing, but to Riley it looked like he was smooshing Benny into a super painful twist. Riley panned out to get the full scope of the maneuver. Benny jerked once against Levi's hold. And a second time. The air whooshed out of him, and then Benny himself tapped out. Levi stumbled back with wide eyes, the question on his lips practically a shout, "Are you fucking serious?" Benny crumpled to the ground, holding his left arm. The ref entered the cage alongside Benny's coach to check him out. Riley snapped pictures furiously, trying to immortalize this moment of shock and confusion. The verdict came. The judges called the fight. Levi won by unanimous decision. Levi threw his arms up, rocketing around the cage in a victory lap. The auditorium boomed with emotion, shouts and cheers and screams filling the space. Tears pressed at Riley's throat, and she lowered the camera to watch as Levi paused his gloating to help Benny stand. He whispered something into his ear, then Benny's coach led him out of the octagon. The announcer entered the cage, handing the microphone over. Levi's heavy breathing sounded through the speakers, and then his sexy, rough voice boomed through the arena. "Thank you guys for all your support. I can't express how much it means to me. This fight was for Gage. My brother." Levi pointed up into the audience, who finally saw a win for himself. "I'm donating half of tonight's winnings to muscular dystrophy research. I have to thank Travis and Lex, my trainers. And my girlfriend Riley. My dark angel. My inspiration." Levi handed off the microphone and walked out of the cage, waving to the crowd as he left. Riley swiped away a couple tears, and hurried to pack up her things and follow him back into the dressing room. Levi, chest heaving, his brown eyes intense and alive, waited for her in the aisleway as fans lunged for him from the seats above, desperate for contact. She ran into his open arms, squeezing her arms around him as they walked together. Levi and Riley. Fans cheered around them. Riley's head was spinning. Levi swiped a thumb over her cheek, and once they pushed into the back hallway and things were quieter, he said, "I'm supposed to be crying, not you. You fucking did it, Levi. I'm so proud of you." Travis and Lex whooped and hollered when they entered the dressing room. Riley's chest hitched with a sob as she lowered her bags. The four of them fell into a group hug, Riley sandwiched in the middle as she clung to Levi's torso. "You did it." Lex's voice was raw as he shouted it for the 5th time. "Fuck yes, man." "That was the armbar submission of the century," Travis said once the hug broke, pushing at Levi's shoulders. "Fucking MMA legend." Levi grinned and took it all in. She could tell he was lapping it up. Relishing his victory. Finally breathing easy. The league doctor arrived, smiling and attentive as always, saying nothing as they all shouted and reveled around him. "Can we please get so drunk tonight?" Lex asked. "I fully condone shenanigans tonight of all nights," Travis added. "Yeah, I think I'm finally gonna have some time off, huh?" Levi asked. A cold fear struck her. She looked between Levi and Travis. "Wait. So what happens now? Are we done? For a few weeks, Travis said. Levi will keep training, but not as intensely. And then he'll be on tap to defend his title. We'll know more in a few months when that match will be. Don't worry, babe, Levi said as the doctor inspected his eyebrow. You'll be back at the cage soon enough. But you need the time off. Because you're gonna have a busy few months coming up. She lifted a brow. He talked like he had personal access to her calendar, which he definitely didn't. I don't understand. Levi wet his bottom lip, his tawny eyes snagging hers in the mirror. I've been waiting to surprise you with this. Her heart leapt to her throat, and she wasn't sure whether to be scared or hopeful. What is it? You know how John Stamos started following me on Twitter, and then he showed up at your studio. Travis and Lex watched their interaction intently. Riley's heart thudded in her chest. Yes? Well, this other guy started following me on Instagram and chatting with me about my pictures. Which are mostly your pictures. And it turns out he's the owner of a really sweet gallery in Santa Monica called DRK. The smile blossomed sweet and slow across Levi's face. I went there to go check it out and make sure he was legit. I set up a meeting for you two to talk about your upcoming exhibition there. Levi's words took a moment to sink in. The doctor finished up and took his leave, and Levi swiveled around in the chair to face her. You said DRK, she asked, barely able to believe her ears. Yeah. You heard of it. A disbelieving laugh rocketed out of her. Yeah. I've heard of it. It's my dream gallery. How did you? She buried her face in her hands, and a moment later, Levi's arms were around her. I remember when you told me about it, he whispered into her ear. The first time I brought you curry. The day I fell in love with you, she admitted, tears blurring her vision. Even though I didn't realize it. Travis and Lex cheered for her, and then there was knocking on the door. Nikki and Fiona popped in, and then Gage showed up on the heels of Lila, Amara, Jen, and Cobra. The dressing room was stuffed with friends and family and smiles and laughter. Everyone congratulated Levi, who immediately shared his news about Riley, which only made the excitement reverberate more intensely through the room. Riley propped her chin on Levi's chest, the noise of her friends receding to a dull murmur as she took in the sculpted, gorgeous wall of man she called her boyfriend. Her partner. Her lover. Her one true love. Even a few months in, she knew it was true. And at the rate things were going now, it would only become more and more true. I know you've been so focused on your clients and your art, Levi said in a softer voice, meant just for her. I didn't want to let this slip by. You deserve it. And I can't wait to go to your opening. You are spectacular, Riley said, her voice sticking in her throat. The tears were back again, and she didn't know what she'd done to deserve someone like him. A man who gave his body and soul for the people he loved. A man who only knew how to succeed and rise higher. Says the spectacular artist whose work makes me cry in the shower, Levi said. She snorted. Really? You cried in the shower? Once? I might have been a little drunk. But yeah, it happened. The grin was so wide it hurt her cheeks. You make me do other things in the shower. Why there and not in bed with me? Because sometimes we're not allowed to see each other, and I'm forced to take matters into my own hands, she teased, running her palms down the strong ridge of his shoulder, over his sculpted biceps, all the way to his thick forearms secured around her waist. That won't be the case again. Not tonight. And not for a long time. Better not be, she said, before Levi caught her lips in a kiss. A chorus of oohs erupted in the dressing room. Get a room. Lex called out. Riley and Levi sittin' in a tree. Cobra began, and the rest of the room picked up the nursery rhyme. Riley looked over in time to see Gage shouting out the words, so much happiness shining on his face. All right guys, all right, Levi shouted over the din. We all know where this is heading. We don't need to sing about it. Riley drew her brows together. You want marriage and a baby carriage. Levi blinked, the type of satisfied smile cresting his face that made it difficult for Riley to think straight. "Riley, I want everything with you. Up to and including and beyond marriage and a baby carriage." The tears were back again, and Riley buried her face in his chest, drawing in deep gulps of the coppery tang of his skin. She hadn't thought that such happiness could exist. Not after so much heartbreak. Not after the deception and the hate and the scars. But really it was prepping her for so much more. Deeper love. Bigger risks. Payoffs better than her wildest dreams. Epilogue. 6 months later. Oh wow. This is just wow. Riley grinned into the heel of her hand as she eavesdropped on yet another visitor. The gallery opening at DRK was packed, and the owner Yuri reported that a line had formed outside since the building was at capacity. Everywhere she looked, strangers were peering at her art. Pointing, murmuring to their friends, or shaking their heads. This was the pinnacle. Right here. She'd made it to the top, and she could die happy. "Babe, I just need to tell you how gorgeous you look over here, in your fancy dress, soaking it all in." Levi's husky voice at her ear sent electricity skating beneath her skin. She twisted to look up at him, warmth flowing through her as her gaze landed on his hickory tresses and square jaw. He'd taken to wearing a neatly trimmed beard in his off-season, which made him look somehow even more manly and rugged. It paired perfectly with his slate gray suit. Everything paired perfectly with him, though. "Are you spying on me?" she asked, unable to hide the grin. She nudged him with her hip, the bottom of her mauve evening dress swishing. "All night." He pressed a soft kiss to her lips. "Not gonna stop either." She giggled, brushing her nose against his. His warm hand on her lower back was a reassurance she hadn't counted on needing so much. With all the swirling anxieties of this show, the months-long preparation, the endless stressing of whether or not anyone would come or even care, and of course the nail-biting decision-making process of which prints to include and which to toss, it wasn't as easy as just sitting back and basking in the glory now. Of course, her perfectionist artistic side wanted to take the pulse of every attendee's thoughts and feedback. But that was impossible. She just needed to let the show be what it would be. She'd made it here. That was enough. "You're making an incredible amount of sales," Yuri murmured to her as he edged past, squeezing her shoulder. "We're almost out of one of your signed prints." She bit her lip and covered her heart with a hand. Some of her worries about the show living up to expectations melted away with that little tidbit. Levi pressed a kiss to her cheek. "I am so fucking proud of you, babe," he whispered into her ear. Emotion overwhelmed her for what felt like the 100th time that hour. The success of this opening night was partly due to him. Levi had been using his fame and platform strictly for 3 purposes in recent months: muscular dystrophy awareness, fitness, and promoting the hell out of her gallery opening. "Hey lovebirds." Fiona weaved through the crowd, holding her champagne flute in the air as she navigated the crowd. "Pretty sure I just saw Susan Sarandon over there. Let the celebrity count begin." Riley laughed, looking up at Levi. "You didn't invite John Stamos tonight, did you?" "I did. But he was busy." Fiona grinned. "I love that you have a Stamos in. How you feelin', babe?" "Like this is still one of many crazy dreams I've had over the years and I'm about to wake up," Riley said as she beheld her best friend's easy smile and elegant blonde bun. Her black and teal eyeliner contrasted nicely with her tan skin and the ivory gown she wore. She'd always been a music starlet in waiting, but tonight looked every inch an up-and-coming funky celebrity. "No waking up from this one," Levi said, squeezing his arm around Riley. "And hopefully you don't dream about cars, otherwise you'll wake up exhausted." Riley laughed, pressing her forehead against the warm steel of his chest. "Good one," she said, while Fiona groaned. The swell of conversation and laughter swelled around them, like the collective volume knob had been turned up. A server wandered by holding a tray of cheese. The girls each picked their own, and Levi snagged 3. Riley giggled as he popped all 3 cubes into his mouth at once. "You're not carbo loading, you're cheese loading." "What?" he asked. "I'm about to start training for the league again." He reached for the tray again when the same server passed by and snagged 3 more cubes. "And it's your opening night, and I can eat as much of this amazing cheese as I want." "I'm sad I'll miss your matches in the next league," Fiona whined, slapping Levi's arm with her handbag. The next WFC season was slated to begin in just a couple months, and there was an extensive lineup of fighters this time around, now that everyone in the country, and sometimes even around the world, was paying attention. Not just to the WFC, but to Levi in particular. He was more famous than ever, with movie cameo offers rolling in just as often as talk show appearances. His most recent appearance on Jimmy Fallon's show had set off an enormous wave of fan mail for both of them. Turned out, sending herself into the spotlight at Levi's side made her something of a sweetheart in the public eye. She'd take it. "You can watch them from the road," Riley suggested, pinching her friend's waist. "You know, once your super cool international tour kicks off." "Yeah, but it's not the same as being there," Fiona said. Riley only grinned. She'd created a group of MMA fanatics, herself included. And her appreciation for the sport was all over tonight's showing. That whole so-called sports photography world that had seemed so far out of reach, so unlike anything she'd ever wanted to do. Haunted, gritty images lined the walls of DRK. Deeply felt, poetic, towing the line of surreal and hyperreal. Exactly what she'd always imagined for herself. She wandered around the gallery as people mingled, getting wrapped up in conversations about some of the shots, or peppered with questions by aspiring photographers about her gear and approach. Her body thrummed with contentment, and every time she searched for Levi's gaze across the room, their eyes met and another jolt went through her. Yeah, life was damn near perfect. The gallery stayed packed until well after the show was over. Once all the guests had trickled out, and finally, it was just Levi and Riley and Yuri left in the main gallery, the floor dusted with the debris of hundreds of visitors and art enthusiasts, Riley could only blink up at Levi. "I'd call that a success," Levi said, squeezing her arms. Yuri had gone into the back room to do a final sales calculation. Riley collapsed against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I sent Gage a few pictures. He said you look beautiful." "Ah." Riley grinned. Gage had opted not to come because of how packed they knew these opening nights got. But the 3 of them had given him a pre-opening night viewing earlier that week, like the VIP he was. "So now that you're a famous photographer and all of LA knows about you, you still have time in your schedule for my matches." She snorted, and the 2 of them started a slow sway in the middle of the main gallery. Surrounded by enormous prints of her best work, both MMA and otherwise. The white track lights shone down, making everything bright and bold. "You're my main client, you know," she whispered, the heaviness of exhaustion and bone-deep happiness coming over her. "Yeah? You're also my main man." "Yeah." He swiped a thumb over her cheek, something strange coming over his face. "I thought so. I want to be your main man forever." She didn't get tired of hearing things like that from him. These past 6 months had been blissful, and already they'd talked about her moving in full-time with him and Gage. The idea didn't frighten her. She practically lived there already. Every step forward with Levi felt right. Everything about him felt right. "Would you let me?" he asked, his voice hot at her ear. A shiver traveled up her spine. She pulled back to look at him, feeling something heavier in his question than their casual conversation suggested. "You already are," Riley said, smoothing a hand up the strong expanse of his back. "No, I mean..." His intense gaze broke, and indecision flashed on his face. "Fuck. I don't have a joke lined up for this one." She laughed a little. "For what?" "It's okay. I shouldn't joke about this. Not with you." He cupped her face in his hands and pressed a hard, urgent kiss to her lips. Then he pulled back and sank down to one knee. Riley blinked down at him, not quite sure what was happening. "Is your leg okay?" That heartbreaker grin tugged at his lips, the kind that could melt her into a weak puddle. "Riley." Her heart started racing, though she wasn't sure why. He slipped his hand into a pocket and then brought out a tiny black box. Then it clicked. Levi wanted to be her forever man. Yes, she blurted. I haven't even asked anything, he said, laughter in his voice as he popped open the ring box. A black diamond glinted back at her, and tears started streaming down her face. But while we're on the subject, he looked up at her, mischief and joy brimming in his handsome features. Like he knew a secret. But she knew it too. Love. Riley, I know we're both not the marrying type, and I know this is fast, so we don't have to rush anything or do it too soon, but I already know, babe. I've known for months. You're the one for me. The only one. I want you forever. My dark angel. Marry me, babe. She clutched the strong ridge of his shoulders, steadying herself as her balance swept away and tears filled her eyes. I will, she whispered, her voice sticking to her throat. You're the only one I'd say this to. You're... Words failed her and she laughed into her hands. You're the only one. Levi whooped and surged up, grabbing her around the waist before spinning her in a circle. She shrieked with laughter, and then Yuri came up a moment later, grinning from ear to ear. He just asked me to marry him. Riley shouted. Where's the ring? Yuri asked, then she noticed he was holding his phone up still. Like he was filming. Put it on. For posterity. Oh right. We forgot about that part. Levi laughed, lowering Riley to the ground slowly. He fumbled to pop the ring out of the box. When she held out her hand for him to slide it on, her hand shook. I asked him to film it, Levi murmured, sliding the ring over her knuckle. Thank God you said yes. Riley's vision blurred from the tears in her eyes. She never could have seen this coming. The proposal for starters, but also this. Levi as her love and supportive partner. The man who fought tirelessly, for his career, for his loved ones, for the betterment of those in his orbit. She hadn't realized it at the time, but the day he walked into her life was the day everything changed. The day that she'd started down the path to fulfilling her dreams. To finding a love that she'd believed to be fantasy. So you gonna stay Riley Montaigne or turn into Riley Swain? Levi asked, knocking her hip. I think it should be both. She laughed, admiring the modest black diamond. It was perfect. It was exactly what she would have chosen. Riley Montswain. Sounds like an edgy stage name. I like it. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and she wrapped her arms around him, relishing the solidity of his body against hers. When Yuri finished filming, he handed Levi's phone over. I bet your followers would go nuts for that video, Yuri said. They would, Levi responded, but some things are meant just for us. Riley propped her chin on his chest and smiled up at him. Like their love. It was meant for just them. And they'd have it for the rest of their lives. The end. Ready for more? Read about Eddie and Fiona's whirlwind love affair, with a very accidental outcome, in Breaking the Fall, book number 5 in the Breaking series.